Alright guys, this is the first video of Animation Master. I'm very excited and I've got heaps of content to dive into. Now in this video, I'm going to teach you the 5 steps I use to create animations and give you some tips and techniques you can use to complete each step. Now in this course, our main focus will be on how to use After Effects to create animations and infographics. In this video, I want to lay out a plan for you on how I would create a video from scratch using 5 simple steps. These steps will also help you if you're either someone who struggles to get started on a project or needs a plan for creating an animated video. Now, it's important to know that no amount of beautiful animation will ever hold a viewer's attention without a strong concept and story. If you nail these steps, your videos will be much more engaging. Step 1 is concept and idea. Here's where we work out what your video is going to be about. Start researching a topic and start compiling a rough story you want to focus on. A good tip here is to find a similar video and make notes on the structure. The video opens with a question. It showed a map of India. If you're struggling to even come up with an idea, look for good ideas in books, ideas from real life, or ideas from movies. Watch other online videos around the same topic. Remember, you're not trying to copy someone else's work, you want to use it to inspire and develop your own ideas. Also think about what makes a good concept, a question posed and a solution offered. Will Jim be able to jump over the table, for instance? Or if it's like a Vice or Vox video, start with a hook. What causes feet to smell? Why is the ocean getting louder? Or why kids write letters backwards? These ideas intrigue and hook the audience into watching the video. There is a great importance in simplicity and clarity when deciding on a topic and a hook. At this stage, you only want to focus on narrowing down a solid concept for your video. Once you feel you have a good idea for a video topic and you've completed your research, only then should you proceed to step 2. Now, step 2 is all about scripting. Now is the time to take everything we've collected from step 1 and put it into a written script. Now, your next question might be, how do I even write the best script for these kinds of videos? Any script you write should follow this simple structure. Number 1 is exposition / present the problem. 2 is rising action. 3, the climax. 4 is falling action and examples, and 5 is the resolution. Exposition: start by posing the question to the audience or introduce the problem. You want to lead with your strongest points first. The opening needs to hook the viewer's interest. If you can't engage with the viewer at the beginning, then no amount of beautiful animation will keep the viewer watching. Maybe try starting with the question that brought the viewers in. Now, the rising action is where you start to build the story starting from the beginning. This might involve going back in time to help the audience understand the issue at hand. If appropriate, presenting a timeline to your audience of the history might be a good way to tell your story. The climax is your biggest moment or eureka moment where you present your outcome of the video. It might involve presenting your answer to the original question or title of the video. If you posed a question at the start, now is the time to answer that question based on the research you have done. Now, falling action is where you can start to sum up the whole video, referring back to examples to support your presented theories in the video. In the resolution, you can go back and answer the original question and bring the story to a satisfying and final resolution. Some other useful tips to know when writing your script is 150 words is equal to 1 minute of voiceover. 1 page of screenplay format equals 1 minute of video. Now, once you have your script, it's a good idea to record the whole thing as a voiceover. This helps when creating a structure for when editing your video. Step 3 is to create a style. This is the very first point in which you start designing your video and animation. We want to start to get an idea of what the end product might actually look like. This is where a voiceover from the previous step helps, because we can lay this out in our timeline and use it to work out which sections will be voiceover, interviews, images, and animation. If you're someone who struggles with designing, then here are some principles and techniques that might help you. Now, I'm not going to go through all of these principles in a lot of detail, but if you want a much deeper understanding, then check out my Motion Hero short course, which goes through these principles, resources, creating designing boards and animations in much more detail. Now, if you're interested in that course, then you can use the link above to get that course for half price. Some design elements to consider are brand colors, picking fonts, and animation styles. Look at other examples. It's important to select your brand colors that you're going to use early on. This might be colors which match your own branding, or 2 to 3 colors which match your video's theme. A good tip here is to only choose 2 or 3 and try to stick to those throughout your video. Look at these examples on screen. See how each of them have a distinctive color palette. Now, this also applies for when picking your fonts. Try to only pick 2 that best represent your video and use them throughout. Start to work out your animation style by picking a theme that best represents your video. In this example from later in the course, I created this white and blue paper theme to represent the video's ocean waste topic in the video. Notice the blues and whites and neutral tones taken from the ocean theme. If you're struggling to create a style, then look at other motion graphics for inspiration. A good place to get inspiration and creating your own style is Behance. Just look through the different designs and pick out elements which may work for your video. Keep in mind, you don't want to copy other people's work, just use it to inspire your own. Now remember, the most important thing in creating your style is to be consistent in your design. For example, don't start with one color and then end the video with another. Another tip is to create a new animation style for each video. So don't think you have to use the same style across every video. It just has to be the same within each video. Step 4 is where we put together our design boards. This is really just an extension of step 3 in that we can start to open After Effects and lay out a few frames for each section. Now think of this like drawing a storyboard for a film. We want to know exactly what the animation is going to look like. Now again, if you want to understand this in more detail, then my Motion Hero short course goes into designing this process in much more detail. Now if you're interested in that, then you can use the link above to get that short course for half price. Now remember, this step is not about animation. You should only be creating a still frame in the computer. Take everything from the previous step and start combining it all to create a still frame. If you're someone who prefers drawing, then grab a pen and paper and draw out a few frames. Either way, it's all about working out what your animation is going to look like, nothing else. A pro tip is to use that voiceover to lay out the design boards and block out which parts will be animations, interviews, or stock footage. Step 5 is when we can start our animation. Now we take all the information and material from the previous steps and start to animate our video. Now this should be the easy part because you should already know what you are going to be animating and for how long. Having previously recorded the voiceover, we can animate our video using that voiceover as timing. Then it's just a matter of rinse and repeat. At this point, I don't expect you to understand much about animation because that's exactly what we're going to focus on in this course. How to create animations inside of After Effects. Now, some other questions that I got that may help you is how do I work with music and sound? Music and sound effects, although are a crucial step in any video process, they should always be left to last. Start with the voiceover and then work through the video. Once you're done, then you can add your music and sound effects to reinforce that messaging throughout your video. Should I use Premiere or After Effects to make my video with lots of archival footage? In short, yes, editing video is much easier in Premiere Pro, so using Premiere and After Effects together would be a good idea. Although we are just focusing on After Effects in this course, you can easily create a whole video using just After Effects. Archive footage should only be used if it best supports the story you are trying to tell. Another question I have is, do I have one very long composition or lots of little ones, and how do I plan transitions? You can do whatever is easier. I personally find that organizing the animations into smaller compositions is a good way of organizing a large video. A good suggestion here is if you have two separated sections in the video, then create 2 separate compositions inside of After Effects. Again, planning for transitions or animations should all be done in the earlier steps we have discussed. What length is best and how do I plan how long a scene should be in order to have a good pace? Now, shorter is better. If you're going to create an online video, then 7 to 10 minutes is a good time. It's long enough to get your message across, but it's short enough to keep your audience engaged. But ultimately, your video will be as long as it needs to in order to tell your story. So that's my 5 steps to creating any animation. Hopefully you've learned a few techniques throughout this video. In the rest of this section, we're going to be diving straight into learning After Effects. Now, if you have any questions about this particular video or any videos in this course, don't hesitate to let me know. In this video, I'm going to introduce you to After Effects, and together we're going to have a look at the interface and how it works. Now, once we first open the program, we're prompted with a list of the most recent projects. In this case, I just want to create a new project. Then I can come up here to File, down to Save As. I can give this a title and then hit save. Now, the first window you use here is called the project window. Now, think of this like a folder on your computer. It's where we organize all the files as we bring them in and create them. This is where we'd like to store video, music, audio, graphics, and all that good stuff. Next, I can drag and drop any files I want straight into this project window. Now, very important, as I discussed in my data management video, let's create folders and organize them so we can better keep track of what we are doing. So to create folders, I can do this in 2 ways. I can either click this button here to create a new folder, and I can give this one a name, and then I could simply just drag my files straight into this folder. Or I could simply right click and create a new folder. Now again, as I covered in my data management video, it's a good idea to get into the habit of creating folders to organize your media. Next, we need to create what's called a composition. Now I like to create them in one of 2 ways. I can simply right click in the project window and create a new composition. Or I could just grab any of my media files and drag them straight onto this button, and it's automatically going to create a new composition for us. Now, by doing it the second way, After Effects has automatically matched the length, the resolution, and frame rate of that clip that I dragged into that composition, basically making it nice and simple for us. Now, compositions are basically project holders with a timeline. It creates a new timeline down here with seconds along here at the top, and our clip here represented by this bar. Now, built into this composition again is the resolution frame rate, which I can check or change by right-clicking anywhere on the timeline and going to composition settings. Now, if you didn't have any files or wanted to create a custom composition, as mentioned, you can simply right-click and create a new one and fill out the details for what you would like. So now we have a clip in our timeline. You can see the video clip up here in the main viewer window. As I come down here and move the blue playhead around, I can see that change my video up here in the viewer. I can also hit the space bar to play through my composition to play back my video clip. Also note, if your playback isn't smooth, then you can reduce the quality slider here to help get smoother playback. Now, another few useful things to note here about the timeline is that, as we mentioned, we have seconds up here at the top, but we also have what's called a time code down here on the left. And the time code reads in hours, minutes, seconds, and frames. Now, this composition is set up as 25 frames a second to match this video clip. So when it hits 24, the 25th frame then adds another second. Now again, the blue playhead here just represents which part of the clip we're actually looking at in the timeline. And the green bar just represents what is actually rendered. Now you can see as I'm hitting the space bar, After Effects is automatically going ahead and rendering that clip. Now, if I was to make a change, that's going to reset, and then again, we'd have to re-render our timeline. Now, say I want to edit the video clip like in Premiere Pro. I shorten the clip by dragging the ends in or out to reduce that clip's length as needed. Now you'll notice through that we now have a bunch of blank space on either side of the timeline. This is because our clip is now X seconds long, but our composition is Y seconds long. So I can match the composition to my clip by either filling in that blank space with another clip or by dragging the composition in, right-clicking and trimming the work area to match. So that's as far as we're going to go with the basics of learning After Effects. Now there's quite a lot of information here and I don't want to overload you from the get-go. Now to make it as easy as possible to find and refer back to a specific section of this module, I've broken the sections down into nice simple short videos, each one building on the last and taking you step by step through the program. Now if you have any questions about this subject, please let me know. In this video, I'm going to dive straight into the Tools panel and everything you need to know. I've put this by itself because people tend to forget which tools are which, so this will help you if you need to refer back to them again later. Now, I want to be able to edit my video clips to reposition, scale, and cut them up. So this is where we move on to our Tools panel up here on the top left. Now, tools are pretty self-explanatory. They allow us to change and edit our layers in different ways. Now, to keep it easy, these are the ones you're going to use 90% of the time. The selection tool, which I can drag and move layers around, which you can access by hitting V on the keyboard. Now, also to undo a change or an edit, you can hit Ctrl Z to go back. I can use the hand tool to move around my screen. Now, note that this is different from actually moving my clip inside of the viewer. I can use the zoom tool to zoom in or out of my timeline. And if I hold Option or Alt on my keyboard, that'll switch between zoom out and zoom in. I can also use the mouse scroll wheel to zoom in and out of my viewer. And I can also do the same if I hold Option or Alt on my keyboard, I can zoom in and out of my timeline. You could also use this top bar to zoom in and out of your timeline as well. And the rotation tool, or W on my keyboard, I can use to rotate my layer around. Now also note, if you hold Shift on your keyboard, it locks it to that axis, so it'll make lining up the adjustments much easier. Now those are the ones you're going to use 90% of the time. The others to mention, which we will look at in more detail as we use them, are the camera tool, which will control a 3D camera when we've created one for our scene. The pan behind tool, which is what we use to adjust the anchor point of a clip. Now we'll cover this in more detail, but very quickly, the anchor point is the position in which the clip moves around. So you can see as I rotate it, it's rotating around that anchor position. Now if I was to move this anchor point over here and then go back to the rotation, you can see we've changed the axis in which it rotates around. The rectangle tool just allows us to create shapes. Or if you select a layer first, it allows us to draw a mask. The pen tool allows us to draw custom masks on a layer, which I'll cover in much more detail later on in this course. And the text tool allows us to create some text. The other tools at the top are for more specific applications that we will cover in a later part of the course. So that's a breakdown of the tools and their functions inside of After Effects. And if you have any questions about this subject, please feel free to let me know. This video is all about transform properties, what they are and how they work. Now say I wanted to change the size of a layer, or in other words, scale the size of this video clip. Now there are two ways this can be done. The first is I can pick the selection tool and first select the layer and then scale it up here in the viewer by clicking and dragging on these little boxes on the side of my layer. Now it's important that you hold shift as you do this so the layer scales up evenly, otherwise you're just scaling on one axis. The other way is to come down to the layer, and by clicking this little drop down I can reveal what's known as the layer properties. Now the main ones are anchor point, position, scale, rotation and opacity, and you can adjust them however you want. Now another little quick tip here is that I can access any of these transform properties by hitting the respective key on my keyboard. So for position, I just need to hit P. For rotation, I can hit R. For opacity, I can hit T. And for scale, I can hit S. Now it's good to know that there are two ways to change anything inside of After Effects. One is to come up here to the viewer, as I've already shown you, and move and scale the image, but all of those changes are translated down here in the layer properties. Now any adjustments made up here in the viewer are reflected down here in the transform properties. Now vice versa, as I scale one of these up and down, we get a change visually up here in the viewer window. I can also hit this little icon here, and that allows me to scale each individual axis. Also note any effects you apply later will be added and reflected down here in the properties window. And I cover this in more detail in the effects and presets section. So that's all you need to know about layer properties at this point. And if you have any questions about this subject, please feel free to let me know. In this video, we're going to take a look at how to do basic layering and pre-composing. Now, layering is a very important concept to understand in After Effects. It is basically how the whole program works. If you can imagine, After Effects works by stacking video layers and effects on top of each other to build an effect. A good example is I have a video layer down here, and to add a title, I would create a text layer that sits on top of this in the timeline. As it is on top down here, it appears on top of my video up here in the viewer. You can also reorder the layers by simply dragging one on top of the other. I can also choose when I would like the clip to appear on the timeline by dragging my layer along the timeline like this. I can also turn off a layer by temporarily clicking the little eye icon over here on the left. To take this a step further, if I drag a video clip onto my timeline, and then with those layers selected, hit S on my keyboard to bring up the scale properties, I can scale these down and then select and reposition those videos into a simple split screen here. Now say I wanted to move all of those video layers all together as a group. I could do this by highlighting all of them and dragging them into a new position, or I could group them all into one layer. Now this is called a pre-composition. I do this by selecting those layers and then coming up here to layer and down to pre-compose. I then only have to adjust one layer and all of those layers are now grouped together. I could also just apply an effect just to that group to change it however I like. To access the original layers, I can simply double click to open up that pre-composition and make any adjustments as needed. Then when I come back to my main composition, the timeline has now been updated. So again, just think of this like putting files into a folder. I can have as many files and folders as I like. Now that's all you need to know about layers in After Effects. It's pretty basic. The most complicated projects I work on are just using these simple principles and applying them over and over again. You can have hundreds of folders within folders, but in the end, all it boils down to is one layer stacked on top of the next. So that's what you need to know about layering and pre-compositions. And if you have any questions about this subject, please just let me know. Okay, let's jump in with something a bit more exciting. In this video, I'm going to explain everything you need to know about keyframes, what they are, how they work, and run you through how to create a basic animation. Let's go. Say I wanted to move this layer from here to here. Now, the first step is to select our layer and then hit P on the keyboard for the position properties. Or I can use this little drop-down menu here. Now over here on the left, I can see this little stopwatch timer button, And if I click this, you'll notice I get a little blue diamond appear on this timeline. Now, this is what's called keyframe. And all it's saying, it has recorded the position data for this layer at this specific point in time. If I now move along my timeline to this point and drag my layer across, you can see it automatically creates another diamond or a keyframe. You can also adjust the position by using the numbers down here in the layer properties. Now, when I come back to the start here and play through my timeline by hitting spacebar, you will see the animation plays through. Now, you might be wondering why these keyframes here are either blue, yellow, or gray. Now, for older versions of After Effects, the main color for an activated keyframe would be yellow. Because I'm using a later version here, my keyframes that are active show up as blue. Now, the ones that are gray mean that they're not the ones that I've selected. So if I was to select this one, I can move it by itself like this, and it doesn't affect the gray one. If I select both of these and move them, it's going to move both those keyframes along my timeline. If I selected both of these keyframes and then made a change up here, it'll change both of those keyframes together. Now, I can also switch the order of these keyframes. So if I drag this back one to the start, you'll see that the keyframe will actually reverse the animation. Another thing is if I move my playhead into the middle of my keyframes, if I dragged my layer up or I made a change down here in the timeline, it'll automatically create a new keyframe at that position. So I can just delete the keyframe that I didn't want. Now, to change an individual keyframe, I need to make sure my playhead lines up with that keyframe. Then I can make the necessary adjustment over here. So just to recap, we started here and created a keyframe to record this position. We then moved along the timeline and created another keyframe here to mark the end position. And now we can play through our animation. Another interesting feature is you can select all of those keyframes, right click and come down to keyframe assist, and then make them easy ease. This will smooth out the motion of the animation, making it much more pleasing on the eye. You can see the difference of the standard linear and easy ease animation side by side. Now you will notice that pretty much everything in After Effects has a stopwatch next to it, meaning that you can animate pretty much anything you like. You can go through and experiment with any of the layer properties to try different combinations. But again, this is the basics of animation in After Effects. Larger and more complex animations are all built using these basic principles, so learn them now and future tutorials will make a lot more sense. So that's the basics of animation After Effects, and if you have any questions about this subject, please just let me know. Here's my 10 keyboard shortcuts you should know. Now, to split a layer, I can use Command-Shift-D or Control-Shift-D on a PC. I can also switch between layers by using Command-Up or Down. Now, to pre-compose a layer, I can use Command-Shift and C. And to replace a layer, I can firstly select that layer. I can hold Option or Alt on my keyboard and drag my new layer on top of that layer. Now, if I want to hide the masks and shape path, I can hit Command, Shift, and H to hide all of those masks. I can reset the position of my anchor point by using Command, Function, and left arrow, or by using Control Home on a PC. Now, to duplicate a layer, I can use Command and D or Control and D. Another set of useful keyboard shortcuts is the layer properties. I can hit P for position, S for scale, R for rotation, and T for opacity. I can also automatically create keyframes by holding Option and then hitting the corresponding key. I can reveal all the keyframes by hitting U or reveal all the changed values by double tapping U. If I'm on the timeline, I can hit B and N to create an in and out of my work start and end area. Now, another little bonus tip for you is to use the tilde key, which is this key here, and that'll expand the window that you currently have selected. So that's my top 10 keyboard shortcuts. Learn them, memorize them, and if you have any questions about this subject, please let me know. This video is all about how you can add drag and drop effects using the built-in presets all inside of After Effects. Now I have a clip here on the timeline and I want to be able to change the saturation of this clip or add an effect to this layer. This is where the effect and presets comes in. We can access these in two ways. The easiest is by coming over here on the right and clicking on the effects and presets. If yours is not there, come up to Window and make sure Effects and Presets is selected. You can also access the same list by coming up here to Effect and then choosing the effect you'd like to use. Now for this example, I'm just going to use the menu on the right hand side. Effects are organized into different categories and you can either dig through the drop downs manually or you can simply search in the bar for the effect you want. Now to change the saturation, we use the effect called hue and saturation. Now this can be found by simply searching here and there it is. Now we just drag this onto our layer you want to change, in this case our video layer. As soon as I do, you'll notice three things. First, up here on the left, we now see our project window has changed to Effects Controls. Effects Controls is where we can see and edit that particular layer's effects. If your Effects and Controls is not there, come up to Window and make sure Effects Controls is selected. Note that the project window is still there, it's just gone to its own tab. I can switch back and forth as needed. Okay, so let us adjust the saturation using the slider here. The second thing we notice is we can now see the change appear in the main viewer. The third thing you'll notice is that the effect now appears down here under the layer properties. I can also, again, like with our layering principle, I can drag and drop multiple effects on top of each other to create a layered effect. At any point, I can turn each of these effects on and off by clicking this little FX icon here. Next to the effect, I want to turn off to be able to see the results of that effect. An easy way to turn off all the effects at once is by going down to the layer and clicking the little FX icon for my main layer down here on the timeline. Taking this a step further, if you remembered when we covered keyframes, you can see all of these effects have stopwatches next to them. This means I can create keyframe adjustments for any of these layers to animate the changes over time. Okay, so now you know how to look up an effect and apply that effect to a layer. We also covered how to make adjustments to individual effects and then animate them over time as you like. Now, I recommend dragging and dropping multiple effects onto your timeline to experiment with different effects. And if you have any questions about this subject, please let me know. This video is all about how to create shapes, solids, and text. Let's go. Now, a simple way to create text is to click on the type tool here up in the top left of screen and then click anywhere in the viewer to create the text. Once I've typed my text out, I can double click on it to highlight it and come across to the character menu on the right hand side. If yours isn't there, come up to Window and make sure character is selected. Now you can edit the text color, size, and font, anything you like in this window. A good little tip here to animate a text layer is to use the text animation presets over here on the right hand side and click and drag them straight onto my text layer to create an easy animation. If I hit U, I can bring up those keyframes and reposition them to my desired time. Now solids work very similar to shapes, and I can create one by right-clicking on my timeline and clicking New Solid. Solids fill the entire screen and are really useful for when you want to create a new background for your animation. With the solid layer selected, I can come up to layer and down to solid settings, and I can customize the color how I would like. Now we've had a very brief look back in the tools. at this thing here called the anchor point. Now the anchor point is the point in which your layer positions, rotates, or scales around. Whenever you create a layer, by default the anchor point is always in the middle. As I scale up this video layer, it scales around this anchor point. But if I were to move this point using our pan behind tool and move it over here, we can now see the layer is scaling around this new point. Now it's a simple concept, but a really important concept to understand, and you should get into the habit of always knowing where that anchor point is for any layer. Now, when you first start dealing with multiple layers and more complex scenes, you might notice your animations aren't moving the way you want. This is simply because the anchor point has been moved or isn't where you need it to be. Here I have a simple scale text animation, and you can see the difference as I have 3 different anchor point positions. It can be used to get some interesting animations and effects. So that's a look at text solids and anchor points, and if you have any questions about this subject, please feel free to let me know. Now when it comes to creating shapes, I can come up here to the shape tool, and if I hold my mouse button down, I can choose between the different shapes I would like to create. In this case, I want a solid box, so I'm going to choose the rectangle tool. Now I want to make sure I don't have any layers selected down here on my timeline, and then I can just drag out my desired box, shape, and size on the screen. This has now created a new shape layer down here that I can control however I like. Up here on the center of screen, 2 controls have now appeared, the fill and the stroke options. Now these are pretty self-explanatory, but the stroke will allow me to create a custom stroke that goes around my shape. I can choose the color and size. To the left, I have the fill settings. If I click the colored box, I can choose my new color for the shape, or by clicking on the word fill, I can choose to have no fill option. This will just leave me with a stroke border around one of my layers with no fill in the middle. Now shapes are a great way to create a box for a title or for creating masks. Masks are when we essentially cut out or isolate a part of the video or image we want to keep. It's a really important concept to know, and it's something you're going to be doing a lot of inside of After Effects. If I first select my layer and then you use the shape tool, I will create a mask for that layer. Now note, this is different from creating a shape. We are cutting out that section and removing the rest. Now, if we wanted to create a shape that we don't have a tool for, this is when we use our pen tool or G on the keyboard. This will allow us to create a custom shape and custom masks for any layer. Let's look at a real world problem here, which is I have this image and I want to create a mask of this area. Now you can see this is quite a complex object, and to mask it out, all we need to do is follow the same principles that we've followed thus far. So I'm going to come up here and select my pen tool, and I'm using my mouse scroll wheel to zoom in and out here, and I'm just going to click somewhere on this layer. Now I'm making sure that I've selected this clip down here in the timeline. And what I'm doing is I'm clicking and dragging with my left clicker here to draw a line. Now, if I just clicked like this, we'd create straight lines. I can Control Z or Command Z to go back. And if I click and drag, I create these sort of curved shapes that I can move around the screen. Now this is really handy for when getting around edges that aren't easily defined. Now as I move around here, I'm just creating a rough mask that goes around my layer outline here. Again, I'm clicking and dragging as I move around just to get a rough mask going along the edge. And then when I bring it down here, I just need to join it up with the start of my mask. Now the outline makes it a little bit difficult to see what we're working on, but I could just hit this button here, which toggles that mask on and off. So it doesn't remove the mask, it just hides it from our view so we can see what we're working with here. Now, keep in mind, if I hold spacebar, I can move around using my hand tool. I'm just going to hit V on my keyboard to bring up my selection tool, and I can go back and re-edit any number of these individual keyframes. And I can even drag on one side of this. You can see these little lines that stick out. That allows me to have full control over one side. So say I just wanted a little adjustment on this side, I could move that one, shorten that up. And if I wanted a big adjustment on that side, I can create a longer edge here as well. So if I wanted, say, a really 90-degree bend here with a curve, that's when I drag in one of those edges like that. That's pretty much masking and drawing masks with the pen tool. Now, another thing to note is if I come down here and use the little drop down, I get a new menu where the masks have appeared. And I've got a few settings I can adjust here. The first is I can adjust a mask feather. I'm just going to turn off this mask so we can see what we're doing. And that's just going to create a feather on that edge. Now, a good little tip here is just to give it a little bit of a feather, maybe around 6 pixels. And if I use this mask expansion, I can actually draw that back slightly on the edge here. So I can basically move the position of that mask along my edge. Now I'm just going to delete that mask, and keep in mind that I can create multiple masks here. So if I just drew a really quick mask going around this layer, I've just masked out this hill here. But I could also create another mask. So if I click away and then click back on that layer, I could just hide that to none. I could create another mask around a different part of this image. Now, if I turn this one back on, what we've got is we've got the same thing that we basically had before, but now I have 2 separate masks, which means I have 2 separate controls. So if I feathered this mask up here, which is my main mountain shot, I can individually control this part of the mask. So that's another really helpful thing to know when it comes to masking. I can also control the opacity of that mask. And keep in mind, you can stack as many masks on top of each other as you like. Now that's one way to mask inside of After Effects. Another masking option is to come up here and use what we call the roto brush. Now the roto brush, I have to double click on my layer to open it up in the layer viewer, which basically allows us to edit this layer. I end up with this little green dot here. Now, just before we move on, I want to draw your attention over here to the effects control. Now, in After Effects version 17.5, After Effects introduced the Roto Brush 2.0. Now, if you're using a version of After Effects before this, all you'll see is basically what I'm seeing on screen here. You won't see this little box with a drop-down version. By default, any version of After Effects after 17.5 will have this option and be using 2.0. Now you can always come up to After Effects and go to About to read what version you are. This is 18.1 or 2021 version of After Effects. But over here, what you can do is always select 2.0 if it's available to you. Now the difference between version 2.0 and the prior version is simply just the speed and the accuracy of the rotoscope tool. Now it offers you all the same tools as the previous version and works in exactly the same way, but it'll just give you much better results and do it much faster. So the way we use the Roto Brush tool will stay exactly the same between the two versions, and there won't be any difference. It's just the speed and the accuracy in which the program works. The big difference is going to be that when I click on something, it's going to be much better at picking up edges and so forth versus the original version. Now, as I said, you can always switch back to the original classic if you have that option available to you. But if you can, I would always be using 2.0. And all you have to do is just drag on the area you want to mask. And it automatically goes through and does a really good job at masking that area. So if I wanted this little part here and that part, I can do that. And I can also just drag it over that person and it's going to mask it as best I can. Now here it's picked up an edge that I don't want. I want to keep that part off my mask. So what I can do is hold Option or Alt on my keyboard and it's going to change it to a red curve. And now I can draw a line to say I don't want this part of the mask. Now with this roto brush, you don't get the options down here. They present themselves up here in the effects controls. So up here, I can control the feather of the mask. Now to see these effects, we have to go back to the main composition here. And then we can adjust those settings essentially the same. So we've got the shifting edge, which is where do we want that mask to sit. And then we have the mask feather. Now you might think it's easier to use the roto brush, and that's true, but I really recommend getting used to using the pen tool because you will find in most cases, from my experience, that you'll end up using the pen tool and it will do a better overall job. Just for really complex masking like this, where you've got a lot of small jagged edges, the roto brush can help a lot just to get a better sort of edge on those things. But for most things, I would say that you'd be fine to use the pen tool for masking. So that's it for masking. I highly recommend messing around with these pen tools to help get your head around the concept as best you can. And if you have any questions on this subject, please feel free to let me know. This video is not about parenting advice if you were confused by the title. It's about how you get one layer to essentially mirror another or follow another layer. This is what I mean here. I'm moving one layer around the screen and my second layer is following exactly what my first layer is doing. Now note, this is different from grouping layers into a composition because I still have individual control over the second layer without having to move between the two compositions. Note, any adjustments I make on this second layer won't affect the parenting to my first layer. To parent the second layer to my first, all I need to do is come down here and make sure that the parent and link menu is available. If it's not, then right click here and go to columns and make sure parent and link is selected. Now I can choose the second layer, as in the layer I want to be the follower, and drag this little icon here called the pick whip across to the layer I want to follow. This is now pick whipped to that layer and it will follow that layer around my screen. You will see that the layer has now appeared in the box next to that layer to show which layer it is mirroring. Now you can always change this to another layer or even get rid of it entirely. Now it's handy to know that parenting will only mirror the transform properties. It won't mirror the effects of that layer, and there is no limit to how many layers you can parent together. In this example, I have a title with a border and a subheading. It's handy when I want to move this title around and both the border and the subheading are parented to that main title. As I move my header around the screen, the rest of the title will follow, but more importantly, I can still adjust any of those followers without affecting the others. You can also parent individual properties between layers. So say I just wanted it to follow the scale property of this layer and nothing else. I can come down to that layer and hit S to bring up the scale property. Now I can Alt or Option click on the stopwatch to reveal the expression controls. I need to make sure that the scale property for the layer I want to follow is also visible, and now I can pick whip my second layer's scale to that first layer. Now you can see that as I drag my main layer around, it doesn't affect the second layer until I scale it. Now from this point, I recommend just messing around with this tool to help get your head around the concept as best you can. And if you have any questions, just let me know. So what are track mattes and blending modes? Let's go. If I right click down here on the timeline menu bar, we can come down to columns and make sure modes is selected. This reveals the blending modes and track mattes menu. Blending modes are basically mini effects that can easily be applied to any layer in your composition to make it interact with the layers beneath. With just a few clips, you can radically stylize and change the look and feel of your composition. The best way to experiment is just drop in a video layer and apply a different blending mode to see how each one works. Now, the most common ones you'll end up using 99% of the time are screen, which gets rid of the black parts of your image. The screen blending mode allows you to composite elements onto a black background into your scene. Add, like screen, leaves only the highlights of the image while removing the dark parts. However, it also adds the color values to the image below, causing the image to greatly increase in brightness. Overlay changes the color of the midtones while preserving the light and dark parts of your image. Overlay is great for when you want to add a quick tint to your video with a lot of punch. Soft light is the same as overlay, but it's just not as intense. Soft light is the blending mode that I use most commonly. On the other side, we have track mattes, which basically turn your layer into a mask. A good example is I have a text layer here on top of my video layer. If I take my video layer and change the track matte to alpha matte, we end up with this masking effect of the top layer above. Now, there are 4 types of track mattes. Alpha basically uses the alpha channel of an image to create a mask. The alpha invert uses the opposite negative space around the alpha mask. The luma track matte uses the brightest part of a layer to create a mask, and the luma invert uses the darkest part of the image to create a mask. Again, the best way to learn is just to mess around with these different options to get different effects. And if you have any questions about this subject, please feel free to let me know. So what are null objects and adjustment layers? Let's go. Now, you might have seen these little red boxes on the screen before. These are null objects, and you can basically think of them like little physical controllers for a group of layers. I can create one by right-clicking on the timeline and creating a new null object. The great thing about a null is they are hidden or invisible, as in they won't appear in your final video or export. If I parent a group of layers to this null, it acts like a central controller for those layers. So if I move it around and scale its size, I can see that all the other layers now follow the null's commands. It's particularly handy for when we deal with lots of keyframe changes for a group of layers, but we still want to have individual control over each of those layers in the group. We deal with them a lot when we are creating 2D or 3D tracking data, which we will look at in a later video in this course. At this point, you should just be aware of what they are, and I recommend just adding a bunch to separate layers to become more comfortable using them in your projects. Another invisible layer is an adjustment layer. Think of this like a piece of glass sitting over your project. By itself, it's completely invisible, but if I add an effect to this adjustment layer, it will then affect all of the layers visible underneath. This is a super powerful tool, and it's something 100% you need to get into the habit of using in your projects. I pretty much never apply any effects to a layer in most of my work. I always use an adjustment layer to apply effects to layers underneath. The reason it's so helpful is I don't have to change multiple effects on different layers. I can edit one effect on one layer and all of the layers underneath will update. The other great thing is I can drag new layers underneath and it will automatically apply those effects for my adjustment layer to those new layers. It's also good to know that just like our layering principle, you can stack unlimited adjustment layers on top of each other, making organizing effects much easier. Another great tip is I can use the pen tool to create a custom mask So here, I just want to apply an effect to one part of my image and not to the rest. I first create an adjustment layer with the effect, and then I use my pen tool to localize that effect to a specific area. If I come down to the mask settings, I can feather the mask to help blend seamlessly into my background. Now again, the best way to learn is just to mess around with null objects and adjustment layers to get familiar with them. And if you need any help or clarification on anything, don't hesitate to ask. In this video, I'm going to be showing you how to do some cool techniques on slow motion or speed ramping. Now, when you're filming your own footage, it's a really good idea to actually shoot in a higher frame rate. Now, for instance, the clip I have here, I've shot in 60 frames per second. Now, filming in this higher frame rate will give us much better results. Now, with my clip on the timeline, the first thing I want to do is make sure my clip is selected. I'm then going to come up to layer and then down to time and enable time remapping. That's then going to open up the time remapping function. Now, all we need to do is just select the part in our video that we want to slow down or speed up. Now, once I've found a section, say I want this first part to be fast, then slow down here in the middle, I'm going to create a point here or a keyframe for my time remap. I then want it to be slow over this part of my video, and then it can speed up here towards the end of my clip. Now that we have 4 keyframes here on the timeline, the first one represents the start of the time remap and the last one represents the end of my clip. Now, if I drag this one closer to my first keyframe, or any 2 keyframes I drag closer together, it's going to speed up that part of the video. Now, vice versa, if I drag 2 keyframes apart from each other, I'm also now going to slow down that part of the video. Now you can see as I drag this right up, and so I drag my N1 in to speed it up, you can see that we have a slow part in our video. It goes fast and then slow. So that's how you create slow and fast motion. Now, one thing you may have noticed here is that it's not that smooth. It doesn't look, the video looks quite jittery when we slow it down quite a lot. Now, this is because After Effects is just slowing down or stretching out that video, and there's not enough frames there to make it play back smoothly. So one way we can get around this is by adding in frame blending. I can activate frame blending by activating it for the composition and then activating it for my layer. Now, when I click it once, we just get typical frame blending, which is where After Effects will just blur one frame into the next. And for a lot of cases, this will work quite well. You can see in this result, it's definitely better than what we had, but it's still creating a little bit of stutter. If I click this once more, it now creates an interpolated frame, which means that After Effects is filling in the frames that aren't there to make it smooth slow motion. Now, you might think this is the mode you'll want to have all the time because it gives you really good results, as you can see, but the downside is that it won't work in every case. The more you try and slow something down that was filmed in a lower frame rate, the harder the frame blending has to work to fill in those frames, and the worse the result. So you just want to keep that in mind when dealing with slow motion. Now again, remember, you can go back through and change any of the speed timings by dragging these closer together to speed them up, or further apart to slow it down. Now also, you can create more keyframes after you've already created those keyframes. So as I drag these closer together, I now create a faster bit and then a slower bit through here. So you can mess around and experiment creating different speed ramping effects. Now, another really good thing with the speed ramping inside of After Effects is that we can use the graph editor to create really smooth transitions. Now, a good example here is where we've sped up the front part and it transitions into the slow part. After Effects has done a pretty good job at transitioning, but say we wanted to really smooth that transition out, we can select all those keyframes on the timeline. I'm first going to right click and make them easy ease. Then I can hit this button here for the graph editor. Now, if you've never used the graph editor before, that's totally fine. It's really easy to use. It's just a visual representation of what we're seeing on the timeline with our Easy Ease keyframes. Now, if I come down here, I just want to make sure Edit Speed Graph is selected, and that's going to change our view to be represented as speed over time. You end up with these little shapes here, and that's because those keyframes are Easy Ease. So what's happening is it's creating a fast motion into a slow motion, and After Effects is trying to transition in between those. Now I can exaggerate this by dragging up on these points to create more of a spike. Now the way to read this graph is that it's going to play out faster the higher that graph is, or the point in that graph, and then it's going to be slower as it comes down here. So you can see just by looking at this, we're going to get more of a really fast ramp and a really nice smooth transition into the slow motion, which is what we want. So you can see already that we're getting something, if I make this even more, that's a really smooth transition here. So I recommend just messing around with that graph editor just to get comfortable with doing different speed ramping. It's not a necessity to be able to do speed ramping, but it's a good little tool to be able to understand and use. Now I've got another example here of a time lapse. And what I want to do is just slow this right down into a speed ramp. So another way I can do this is right click, come up to time, enable time remapping. I'm going to select a part here in the middle. I want to slow down. So I've got 4 keyframes. Then I'm just going to drag these apart and drag the end in here. So we end up with a transition going from really fast down to slow and then back out to fast again. And what I'm going to do is select those keyframes again, right click, come down to keyframe assist to make them Easy Ease. Then I'm going to go over to my graph editor here and I want to drag in on these points to create a speed ramp. Then I'm going to turn on frame blending for that layer to smooth out that entire video. So you can see we're getting an interesting effect here. Now another good little tip here is to add force motion blur to our layer to really help smooth out that effect. So the way I can do this is select my layer, come up to Effects and Presets, and I can just search for CC Force Motion Blur and add it to my layer. Now then you can just come up here and adjust the sample size, and just be aware the higher you drag this number, the slower the render is going to be. But without doing anything there, just rendering one frame, you can see what it's doing is it's adding a motion blur or blurring that motion in the video, and it's going to make it look a lot more realistic. So the faster the movement of the camera, like this, we're getting more motion blur, which is more natural to our eye. We like to see a lot of motion blur, so it just makes it look a lot more professional at the end of the day. Again, the best way to learn is just to mess around with the different settings, and if you need any help or clarification on anything, don't hesitate to let me know. So now you've finished editing your video and you want to save your video and share it with the world. This process is what's called exporting or rendering out a video into a standalone video file. Now After Effects has its own built-in renderer called the render queue. If I select the composition I want to render, I can come up to the composition and add to render queue. Now here we have 2 options to choose from. I'm going to show you the best export settings I recommend for most projects, but it's up to you if you want to mess around with these settings. For the first one, I always set to best settings, and that will make sure that you're using the full resolution of the project. If I click on the output module, I get this little pop-up window full of settings. I can go through and select format options on the right and choose the video codec. If you're on a Mac, I recommend using Apple ProRes 422 for the best all-round results. If you're on Windows, you can use H.264 or MP4 video for similar results. You can also adjust the audio settings if needed and then hit OK. Now I can select a destination and hit render, and that's it. Now if you have Adobe Cloud subscription, you'll have access to Adobe Media Encoder, and that gives us a more in-depth tool for exporting our videos. With Media Encoder already installed, I can select my composition, come up to composition, and add to Media Encoder queue. This will open Media Encoder in the background and bring my project across. After a few minutes, we will see your project appear in the right-hand panel. Now, if yours is not there, come back to After Effects and try adding it to the render queue again. Here, I want to select the left drop-down and change it to H.264. Then I can click on the match source text here, which will open this project window up. Now, most of these settings will already match to my After Effects composition, but it's a good idea just to go through and double check. Otherwise, you can click to open them up. The settings I recommend changing are render at maximum depth, and for the bitrate settings, change to be variable bitrate to pass. This will mean the renderer goes through the video twice, allowing more detail on each pass. Now you can leave the target at 10 and the maximum at 12 will be fine for YouTube and other video sharing services. The only other setting is to check use maximum render quality and then hit OK. Now you can choose your destination for your file and hit the green play arrow, and that's it. Again, the best way to learn is just to mess around with these different settings to get familiar with the different options available. If you need any help or clarification on anything, don't hesitate to let me know. Alright, so we're diving into our very first animation video. Now, in this particular video, we're going to have a look at 4 different animations. Now, I do not recommend skipping through just to the ones you want to make, because each one builds on the last, and each video teaches you a principle which is building on the last one. Now, I've also designed a bar along the bottom to help you navigate through this video to each of the different sections. So if you come back to this video at a later date, you can continue working where you left off. So this is the first animation we're going to be creating here. I'm going to start by creating a new composition here. These settings can be whatever you like, but I'm just going to make sure mine's 1080 pixels, and I'm using a frame rate here of 29.97, and I'll make sure my duration is 5 seconds. Okay, the first thing I did here was I'm going to right click and create a new background. Now the background color can be whatever you like. Then I'm going to right click and create some text. Now before I type out my text, I want to come over to the character menu here. If yours is not there, come up to window and make sure character's selected. Here I can change the color of the text that I'm going to use, and I can also choose the font that I'm going to use as well. None of that particularly matters for this video. It's really about the principle that I'm going to teach you. Now the next part is I want to animate this text, and the great thing about After Effects is it already has a bunch of preset animations, and we're going to be using them a lot throughout this course. And the main reason for that is just because they're so easy to use and they save you a lot of time. So it's really a good idea to get into the habit of using them. And we can access them by coming up to the effects and presets, and under animation presets, I come down to text. I can come down to the animate in, and all of these are different animation presets for animating my text in. In this case, I'm going to use the fade up characters and just drop it straight on there. Now, if I hit U on the keyboard, it'll bring up the keyframes for that animation, and I can adjust them by dragging them in or out. So that's going to speed up or slow down that animation. So that's how easy that effect is to use. There's lots on there. You don't have to use this particular one. I just recommend messing around with those until you find one that you maybe like. The next part is I want to draw a line. So what I'm going to do is come up to my pen tool, and I just want to draw a curved line. So I'm just holding my pen tool down here to draw something like this. Now I want to animate that as a stroke effect. Now one way we can do that is by coming up here and setting the fill to be none. So we don't want to create a shape, as I was showing you in the previous module. If you create a shape, it's going to color that box in. I don't want to fill, and I'm going to make sure the stroke is on, and I can drag this up and down to create more or less of that stroke effect. I can also change my color. I'm just going to use a blue here. It doesn't really matter. Then we want to animate that stroke coming on. So a way we can do that is come over to the shape layer settings, and under the shape settings, what I can do is hit this little button here. And now I can create a trims path. Now the trims path is basically just a way of trimming or animating that stroke line. So if I dragged in and out on this end, you can see it's animating that line, drawing on and off. If I do the same here, it's animating it basically from the start to the end. So what I want to do is I want to basically create a end keyframe here. Set this to be 0. Move along my timeline and drag this all the way to 100. So now when I play through that animation, you see we get that line animating. Another thing we can do is I can also go into the stroke settings under here and I can make that line thicker or thinner. It's up to you. Another thing I can do is also add a taper. So a taper will allow me to taper that line. Now what you need to do is if you drag up on the start length, that's going to create basically a thinner part at the start and a thicker part at the end. Now I can adjust the start width, and that's going to create that nice little tapered look to that curve that we want. Now if I come back up to my trim path, when it animates in, I can also set the start animation to animate out. So that creates, if I just play through that, creates a sort of animation on and then off. So that's something you might want to do with yours. I can separate these by dragging them in and out. Another thing I could do is if I just minimize this and toggle my modes here, is I can turn on the motion blur. Now, when I turn this on and off, you can see what it's doing here, but it creates a bit of motion blur for that line animation. So that's something else that you can do, which is kind of interesting. So if we play through that, you can see that we've got this interesting animation as it comes on and then comes off. If I hit U, I can also take all those and right click and make them easy ease. And that's going to smooth out that animation, right? So at the moment it's quite linear. It's going to start fast and then it's going to kind of move at the same pace the whole way through. This kind of eases that, so it makes it kind of ease the animation so it starts slower and then builds up momentum as it's going through. All right, so that's our first animation done, and you've learned a little bit about shape layers and shape paths. In the next animation, I'm going to show you another way of creating stroke paths inside of After Effects. So this is what we're going to be creating here. Now all the files for this I've already supplied in your download package, so you can import those files straight into After Effects. So I'm going to right click, create a new composition here. I'm going to set it to the same settings that we had in the previous video. Now I want to take my black and white map image and just drag that onto the back. I've already made that for you, so that's nice and simple. And the first thing I want to do is just draw some lines that kind of follow these streets here. So the way we can do that is if I select this pen tool up here, I'm going to right click and create a new solid. Now the solid can be whatever color you want at this point, it doesn't matter, but it's going to turn that off, but I need to make sure that I have it selected. Next, I want to draw a line, basically a mask line which follows those streets that I want to animate. So I'm trying to basically follow the lines as much as I want to animate in one go. I can then turn that layer back on, right? So we've got a mask on that layer. And under the effects and presets, I'm going to search for stroke, and under generate, I just want to drag this onto that layer. Now at first nothing's going to happen because we need to activate it. You want to make sure that that mask is selected that you just drew. If you have multiple masks, you can hit all. And under here, I want to make sure it's set to be on transparent. Now, when I scale up on this, we've got a line that follows that mask path. So I can adjust this however I want. I can give this a color. In this case, I'm just going to give it a bright sort of yellow color here, just so we can see what we're doing. I want to drag up on the brush hardness until we have our line. Another helpful little tip here is where you can see basically the mask line, I can hit this button here and that removes that mask line, or it hides it. So that's where you hide that mask path. So now I want to animate that line on and off. There's no animation at the moment. That's where we can come up here and create basically a keyframe for our end animation and drag all the way down. I can move along the timeline here and drag this all the way up. If I hit U, it reveals those keyframes. And now if I play through, I have that animation. I can drag these in or out to speed up that animation. So that's an even easier way of creating stroke paths inside of After Effects. Now there are some advantages and disadvantages to each, and in a lot of ways it's better to use the original method that I showed you. But as we go through this course, I'm going to dive into those a lot more detail. Another thing I'm going to do is also make these easy ease, and that just helps soften out that overall animation. Another thing I can do with those selected is come into the graph editor. And the graph editor is where we can make adjustments to speed ramping, like basically making it start slower and then faster as it goes through. Now to read the speed graph, we have speed going up basically on the vertical axis, and we have time over here. So this line is saying that as time goes on, it's getting faster to a point here, then it's going to start slowing down. If I drag out on one of these, what I'm sort of doing is starting slower, then it's getting faster, 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 really fast, and then coming down to a stop. So you can see that in our animation. So you can mess around with that, but that's just a basic understanding of the graph, but we're going to be using it a lot more in this course. Another interesting thing you can do here is I'm going to duplicate that layer, and I'm going to delete the masks on there. And I want to grab my pen tool, and I'm going to draw another set of lines here. And then I'm going to click away and then draw another one. So I'm drawing separate masks that aren't connected here. Now you'll notice that when I hit U on the keyboard, we still only have one animation for all of those masks. But you can see what's happening here is they're animating one after the other. So as one is finished animating, the next is starting, and then the third one's starting. Now to stop that from happening, I can hit stroke sequentially, and that's going to basically make them animate all together as one. So if you have multiple mask lines on one layer, that's how you can basically control them either one after the other or all together at the same time. A simpler way of doing that is just to duplicate the layer and draw one new line for each layer, and then you have full control over each of those lines. But that's how you would do that as an animation. Another thing that I did in my original composition was I wanted the lines to go underneath this bridge layer. So what I can do is take my background layer and duplicate it and drag it all the way to the top. Now with my pen tool and that layer selected, I'm going to draw a mask which goes over this bridge. Now that's created a mask over that bridge, and I can readjust that mask however I want. But because that layer is on top of those lines, it essentially hides those layers underneath and makes it look like the lines are going underneath the bridge. So that's another little interesting effect that you might want to do in your animation. Another thing I can do is use a null object to create a bit of scale on this image. So I can right click and create a null object. Then I can take all of those layers, I can select them and use the little pick whip here and parent them to that null object. Now, as you saw in the last module I was showing you about null objects, we now have a controller which controls all of those layers. If I hit S on the keyboard, I can create a scale keyframe here at the start. And if I scale in at the end, now when I play through, we have that nice little zoom effect, which just takes that animation to that next level, just makes it a bit more interesting. So there's another way of creating stroke lines inside of After Effects. And this technique is really useful for when you have images and things like this, where you just want to draw lines that go over certain areas. Now, the third animation, I want to show you how you can use the stroke effect to trace around objects. So I'm going to right click and create a new composition. These settings can be whatever you like. These are the ones I'm using here. Now I want to start by creating a new background. So I create a new solid here. This time I'm going for a bit of a gray background, but it can be whatever you like. I've given you this image of this bird, which you can just drop straight on top here. And then you can scale this up and down. Otherwise, you can use your own logo. It doesn't really matter. I'm also going to draw a shape which goes around the outside. I don't want a stroke on this. I want it to be a solid color. So maybe something like this. And I'm just laying that underneath. And this is a really cool effect, and I want to show you two different ways of creating this. Now, if I have an image like this, which is a PNG, which means that it's on a transparent background, so there's nothing in the background of this image, it's just basically an outline of this bird. And with that layer selected, if I come up to layer, I can come down to auto trace. Now the auto trace function basically allows me to trace or draw a mask going around the outside of this. Now this is where you can mess around with all of these to kind of get the best results depending on the image that you're using. I've found that this is probably the best settings, but these are the ones you want to mess around with when it comes to your own images. Now I'm just going to hit OK, and all this has done is just created basically a series of masks which go around my object. Now if I come back to the stroke and add that to that layer and reveal on transparent, I can hide those mask layers, and now we have an outline that goes around our image here. And I can animate this exactly the same that we did before. I can create animation keyframes here at the start. And I can go across to the end. And if I hit U to bring those keyframes up there, I can also create an end one here for the start animation. Now what I can do is if I off-center the end keyframes, you can see we've got this outline effect that kind of follows the object all the way around. If I select all of these and make them easy ease, we've now softened out that animation moving around. Now this can be really cool, and you can off-center this even more. If you want that animation to be even bigger or smaller, it's up to you. But you can also just come back up here and change the color to whatever you like. But this is like a really cool way of creating this outline effect that runs around your object using the drag and drop stroke setting that we were using in the previous animation. Now another cool thing is if I take this and duplicate it, then I can off-center this top one, and if I take my bottom one, I can basically change this to be a different color. And now we have two different colors running over the same animation. So this can be really interesting if you want two colors running around the object. Now the auto trace works well for when you have an image or an object that you need to trace around, but what about when you have text? So what I've got here is just some text laid out. And with text, what I can do is if I right click, I can come down to create and then just go create masks from text. And that straight away creates these masks that already run around my text layer. Now what I can do with this is then drop that stroke effect straight on top. I can change that color to be whatever I like. And then I can scale up on that size, up or down, however you want. I can also change the hardness like we did before, and then add a start and an end keyframe here. And I can make these 0 and then 100 here at the end. Now when I take that bottom layer and just off center it, we get that animation starting and following around the letters. Another thing I can do is if I want to make it to all the letters in my text, I can hit all masks, and that's going to create basically a sequential animation. And if I disable that, it's going to animate all the text at once. So you've got a few different options there of things you can do. The other thing I'm going to do is also take all of these, make them easy ease. And then with those selected, I can come into my graph editor. Now what I'm going to do with those first keyframes selected, I'm going to drag up on their velocity. Now what that does is it means they're going to start a lot quicker and then animate down to a slower point, right? We can see that represented in the graphs here. Another thing we can also do is like we did before, we could duplicate that layer and then off center it to create another color overlay. But another way of doing this is just taking that stroke effect and then just duplicating that stroke effect again inside that layer. Now when I hit U on the keyboard, we've got all of these keyframes. And what I can do is I can off-center this top layer. So that's just another way of creating this type of animation where we can layer them and off-center them all within the same layer. So that's a deeper look and a better understanding of how stroke effects work inside of After Effects. Stroke effects is something you're going to use a lot inside of After Effects if you're doing a lot of 2D animation. So it's good to kind of understand these techniques and get your head around it. Now in our last example, we're going to look at creating this moving map effect using another type of animation. So again, I'm going to start by creating a new composition here. I'm going to start by dragging my map straight into my layer here, and then I can reposition it however I want. Now to make this black and white, I can just either use the tint color correction by just dragging this straight on top. By default, it's going to be black and white. I can even make this darker by dragging up or down on this. And you can even adjust this even further by using the curves effect over the top and creating a bit of a darker or more contrasted look to that image. So that's just one way of creating black and white inside of After Effects. So now I want to create the dotted line that goes around the map. So I want to make sure that I have nothing selected here. I'm going to select the pen tool. And by default, when I start creating a mask inside After Effects with nothing selected, it creates a new shape layer for us. Now I want to make sure that this has no fill like we did in the original animation. I want to basically give this a stroke effect which goes over the top. So we have our stroke effect. Then I can come down to the shape layer settings, and under stroke effect, if I come down to dashes, I can hit this little plus arrow, and that will allow me to create basically these little dotted lines. So this is how we create dotted lines. If I use the offset, this is how we're going to animate them. So I can create an offset animation here at the start and then maybe one here a bit further on. So that just creates that movement for whatever we're trying to go for. Again, you can adjust how big or how small those dashes are. Also want to add a trims path like we did in the original animation. And then I can create an end keyframe here and an end keyframe somewhere down here. And that just creates that animation of that line. Again, I can smooth these out by making them easy ease, and that's just going to create a nice smooth animation of that line. So that's our finished animated line that we've done. You can basically continue that on by using the pen tool and drawing out your path exactly where you want it to go. And that's exactly how you would do that. But I want to create also the little dots that sort of pop up like I did in my original animation here. That when it gets to that destination, it sort of pops up. So what we can do is I'm going to basically make sure again that I don't have anything selected. I want to go to my ellipse tool, and this time I want to make sure that I don't have a stroke effect and that my fill is set to the color that I want to use. Then if I put my cursor wherever that point is, then I can hold shift and just draw out a little circle. So something like that. Now if I go down to the ellipse path size, you can see that I can scale this up or down. So now what I can do is create a keyframe here and make this 0, go across very slightly and scale this up. And if I basically select those and make them easy ease, we get this little sort of pop up little circle, so something like that. Again, I can go through and animate these even bigger or smaller. Just depends on the look that you're going for. Now I need to create more of them to line up with my animation. And to do that, all I have to do is take that ellipse and just duplicate it. Then I can off-center it and position the next one wherever I need it to be. If I hit U, I can bring up those keyframes. And with that second one selected, I can move this over so that it lines up with that next animation point. So we essentially get this little animation of these points. So I can do this again by selecting that ellipse, I can then duplicate it and just drag it down to my next location. Get you to bring up those keyframes. And now when that stroke path gets there, it now pops up for that location. So that's how you create those little pop-up dots using two different layers. One other thing that I did in my original composition was I added a bit of a glow effect over the top. Now you can do that by selecting that layer, coming up to effects and preset, and using the stylized glow effect over the top. Now if I go to the glow threshold and just drag down on this and up on the glow radius, you can see that we get that little glow effect happening over my layer. I can copy that effect and also paste it onto the white bubbles. And there you go, we have that sort of glow effect over the top. Just another little interesting effect to add over your animation. Just takes it to that next level and makes it look a little bit more interesting. Again, one last thing is I added a null object over the top and parented all those layers to that null, and that allows for that nice little scale in on that layer. All right, so there's quite a lot covered in this particular video. We've gone through quite a few different tips and techniques that you can use for creating stroke animations. Now, if you have any questions on this particular video or any of the other videos in this course, then don't hesitate to let me know. Hey guys, welcome back to the next animation video. In this video, I'm going to show you how to make 5 different lower third titles. Now, each of these are building on a new principle and following on from some of the principles that we learned in the previous video. So let's dive straight in. So this is the first animation that we're going to be making here. So what I'm going to do is just right click, create a new composition. These settings can be whatever you like to match your project, and then hit OK. So first I just want to create some new text. Now you can set up your character settings to be whatever you like. I've just typed out some text here. It doesn't really matter. I'm then going to take that layer, I'm just going to duplicate it, and I want to drag this second one down here and then add my second title. Generally with this one, we make it a little bit thinner and then we scale it down in size. So now that you've got your text position wherever you want, we want to animate the text. So to do this, again, I'm going to use one of the presets. I come up here down to text and then animate in. Now for this one, I'm going to use the typewriter effect, and I want to drag it straight onto both of these layers. If I select those, I can hit U, bring up those keyframes, and then drag in on these keyframes. And there you go, we have that animation. I can also right click, make these easy ease, and that just smooths that animation out. So that's really simple, and you can use any of those different basically presets just by dragging them straight onto your text. Next, I want to create that little box that goes around the outside. So we've done this before in the previous video. I just select my pen tool, make sure I have nothing selected down here. I want to make sure my fill is set to none, and then I can add a slight stroke effect here. Now I can adjust this later, but I'm just going to set it to be something like this. And then I can start by drawing out my basically path here that I want to follow. Now it's not perfect, and that's okay, we can readjust that. But then what I can do is I can come down under the shape settings here, and under the stroke settings I can also scale this up and down. Now if I select that, I can readjust these just to make them all evenly line up. It helps if I'm holding down Shift, because then I can basically get them into the right position. And now I'm ready to start animating. So like we did in the previous video with stroke effects, as you know, we're going to just add the trims path, and that will allow us to animate this. I can create an endpoint here, scale this all the way to 0, move across on my timeline, and then scale this up. If I make these easy ease, I can then go into my graph editor and then scale this like this, so we get that nice little animation. I can even drag out on this to slow that animation down. And we have that finished animation. So that's just reinforcing what we've learned in the previous video. Again, it's good to get your head around this because it's something you're going to be using a lot of inside of After Effects. Okay, so let's move on to our next example here. So this is when we start to use another really common effect, which is basically using shapes to reveal certain layers. And that could be text, it could be an image, it could be anything, but we're gonna have hidden layers. So I wanna show you a few different ways we can do this. So I'm going to start by creating a new composition. Again, the settings can be whatever you like. Then I'm just going to add my text to my scene. So I've just added those two texts that are not animated at all. And now I want to create the bars that go across. So I'm going to come up here to my rectangle tool. This time I want to have a fill. And I'm just going to choose a color here. Any color, it doesn't matter. And I don't want a stroke effect on this particular shape. Now I can draw out a shape which covers up my top title here. So just something that looks like this, right? So don't worry, it's covering the text at the moment. We're just focusing on creating this shape. Under the rectangle settings, what I can do is there's a few ways I can animate this. I can come down to the transform settings. Now you can use the transform settings for the entire layer, or you can use them for the rectangle path. Either way, they're going to have the same result. But as I scale up and down on these layers, you can see it animates from the anchor point of that layer. So in the previous module there was a video talking about anchor points. This is the point in which your layer is going to move around. So that could be scale, it could be position, whatever it is, it's going to move around that. And we want it to basically animate in from one side. So if I come up here and use my pan behind tool, which is Y on the keyboard, I can move that little point to the edge of my layer. Now, when I scale this up and down, it's scaling from that position. If I undo that little lock icon, now I can just control basically the X axis. So what I'm going to do is create a scale position here. I just want to scale this all the way to 0. I'll go across on my timeline and then just scale this back up to 100. So if we play through that, we get this animation. The other thing I can do is just right click on these and make them both easy ease just to smooth out that animation. Another thing I can do is also add motion blur for that layer and for that composition. So that's going to add a little bit of motion blur just to make it a bit more interesting. I can also take those again, go into my graph editor and bring these points in like this. So that just creates a bit more of a nice smooth animation. So what I want to do is I want to basically start by naming this layer. So I'm just going to call this one blue bar. This always is a good idea in doing anything inside of After Effects just to help you organize your layers. I can then duplicate that and then off center that layer. And if I off center that layer, it's now going to basically animate in another layer over the top, but we can't see that until I change the color. So with my background, what I'm going to do is change the color to be a gray or something, just a different color. And now we've got two different shape layers. I can even exaggerate that by moving that even further out. I can then duplicate that layer again. And with that middle one selected, I can now change that to be a white color. And there you go, we have that animation of all of those different shapes basically over the top of each other. So next what I want to do is take these layers and then just move them down to the bottom. So our text is now sitting on top. So at the moment we've got that bar, but we want to animate now the text layers moving in. So I'm going to do this one at a time. I'm just going to turn off that bottom layer and just focus on the top. And what I can do is when the layer starts coming on to about here, what I can do is I can hit P on my keyboard and create a position keyframe there. And then another one here. And if I move this one back and then down, we can basically create a nice little animation like this. If I grab both of these, make them easy ease, that just basically creates a smooth motion. Now at the moment we can see that layer, and this is a really common problem inside of After Effects. You want to basically animate things from a hidden layer. So where we can't see them, it looks like they're revealing out of nothing. Now remember, this is on a transparent background. So we can see that text, but when we hide it, we won't be able to see it until it moves into that shape path. So we only want it to reveal once it's inside this layer. Now there's a couple of ways we can do this, but in this particular example, I want to show you one of those ways. So with that text layer, I want to come up to Effect down to Channel, and I'm going to use the Set Matte. Now in the previous module in the Learn After Effects, there was a video talking about track mattes. This is exactly what this is. So we were using the track mattes down here. Now this is exactly the same, it's just applied up here. So what I want to do is it's saying I want to take the track matte from the layer and apply it to this. So I want to take the layer from the blue bar. So from this blue bar, which is the one down the bottom, I want to use that as my track matte. So you can see as we do that, it's now hidden that layer. I can turn this on and off and you can see that it's now only revealing. I can do the opposite. If I hit invert, it's now only revealing that layer as it's moving behind. So this is a really useful function inside of After Effects. And again, this is something you're going to be using a lot of. So let's do this again, but this time for our bottom layer. So I want them to animate at the same time. So I'm going to hit P, create a position keyframe, and then another one there, and then just drag up on this. Make these easy ease, and then come up here and apply that same set matte. And again, I want to apply the blue bar, but this time I want to hit the invert because I don't want it to be basically seen until it's coming out. Now at the start here, we can see that because the blue bar is not fully out yet. It's basically still animating in. So a way we can get around this is by dragging in so we don't see that layer until it's hidden. Right, so that's one way of doing that. I can add a bit of motion blur and there you go, we have that finished effect. So that's how you create that and use the set matte to do that. So this is the next title we're going to be creating here. I'm starting by creating a new composition. As always, these settings can be whatever you like. So in the previous example, we looked at using a shape to basically hide those layers. But what happens when you don't have a shape, right? So there's no box for us to hide our layer behind. It basically looks like it's coming out of a very thin line. So we're using similar principles, just slightly different again. So again, I've added my text in here. It's not animated, it's just sitting there. I want to start by creating the stroke line first. So I'm just going to grab my pen tool here and create a stroke line that goes through the middle. Again, I don't want this to have a fill and I want this to have a stroke effect. And you've done this before, you can come down to the shape path and then I want to add a trims path. And under the trims path, we're going to basically animate this line by creating keyframes. So we've got that line animating in. You've done this all before. It's just good to get into that habit of doing that. Okay, so now I want to animate the text. So let's just start with my top layer here. So as this is animating on, I want to basically create a position keyframe and then have this animate to that position. I want to drag this down so it's hidden and then it basically moves up like this. So another way of doing this when you don't have a shape layer is we can use masks to hide that layer. So what I can do is if I come up here and use my rectangle tool with that layer selected, what it will do is it'll create a mask that sits over the top, right? So this only happens when you select that layer, as we've seen in the previous module. And as I move this or play through, it's following that layer and we want it to basically animate as the layer's moving on. So we have to create an animation for that mask path. So we create a mask path keyframe. And then at the start here, what I can do is select that mask and drag it up. So as that plays through, you can see we get that it's following that animation. Basically, it's basically not moving as the layer is moving up inside. Now, if you've added easy ease to the position of that thing, then you'll have to also add that same movement to that layer. So that's one drawback with this method, is it can be a little bit tricky to get it to match to that position of the layer that you're basically trying to mask out, right? So if you've got a complex sort of graph movement of the bottom position, then you will have to add that exact same position to that mask. So this works really well if you just got a simple movement, right? But that's one way of doing this. It also works similar in the matte that if I hit invert, we can do the same thing again. Now let's just do that once more with this layer. So I'm going to hit P on the keyboard, create another position keyframe. Then I can grab my pen tool here and draw out a mask. I have to animate this mask here at the start. And if I select both of these, I can make them easy ease and then just make any fine-tune adjustments here to make that mask follow that line. So then one last thing is you can add a bit of motion blur to all those layers, and that just makes that a little bit more interesting. So that's another way of using masks to then hide layers. So in our next example, I want to show you another way of combining what we've done in the previous two steps, but then applying it in another way again. So I'm going to create a new composition. So I've just brought my new text layers in here and just position them next to each other in this sort of layout. Now I want to add a new little line that sits through the middle here. So I'm just going to create a new line that runs up through the middle. And then again, I can go through and animate this. I know it feels repetitive with these animations, but it's a good habit to get into of just practicing with these. And just make these easy ease just to get that nice little movement there. All right, so now we've got that. We want to animate these layers in. So previously we looked at using masks, but for these ones, what I want to do is just start with my main layer here, and I want to animate this in. So as the line animates up, I then want this to animate in. So I'm just going to create a nice animation here of this layer going across. Make this easy. Make this easy ease. Then we have that line animating across. So another way of doing this reveal is by drawing an invisible shape. So the way we do this is we come up here and just make sure we have nothing selected. I'm just going to draw out a shape layer. Now I need to make sure that this has a fill on it. It can be whatever color, we're not going to actually see it, so it doesn't actually matter. Then I need to drag this down so it sits above my text layer, right? So my text layer is hidden by this. Then if I go to the toggle modes, we're going to use the track matte setting. So this is exactly the same as what we were doing before with that effect, with the set matte, but this time we're using the track matte settings down here. So with that, now what I can do is I want to say, okay, use the alpha matte of that layer above. So that hides that layer. You can see that it's disappeared, but it's using that as a matte. So if I select that, you can see where that mask is, or that shape layer, and it's animating in that layer. I can also hit invert, and that's going to do the opposite, right? So this is quite a useful function, but keep in mind that we can't see that. It's a hidden layer, and that's really good because we don't want to see that in our final product. So this is a much easier way if you have more complex animations, because you don't have to animate this layer's movement or position or path or whatever it's going to be. It's always going to basically reveal when that text moves behind it. So let's just duplicate that layer and drag it above that same shape layer and move it over here this time, and then do the same thing with this layer. So I want to turn on this second layer here, animate the position, and then set my matte to be alpha matte of that shape path. So we basically have this hidden layer, something like this. Now keep in mind, you can only do this for the layer above, so I can't use that same shape and use it for all of these text layers at once. Whereas using the set map feature, which we had before, I can apply that to multiple layers. So it's basically a copy and paste effect over multiple layers. It doesn't work in every circumstance, as we're going to find out, but it does work really well for something like this where you can only draw one mask or one shape layer and then just copy and paste that onto the different layers. But that's another way of doing it. I tend to use this quite a lot for more complex animations. All right, so let's look at our final example here where we have a line and we're combining a few different techniques here together. So I'm going to start by creating a new composition, and I've positioned my two text layers here. They're not animated at all. So let's start by animating the text layers. So I can select that layer, I can come up here and add the effect that I want to add. For this top one, I'm going to use the typewriter effect. I'm just going to hit U to bring up those keyframes, drag in, make these easy ease, and go to the graph editor and just smooth out this entire animation. So that just makes it look a little bit more interesting. I can also add a bit of motion blur. And there we go. Now for the bottom one, I want to show you a different technique, and that's using the character drop down. Now something else to know here is that wherever your playhead is also where the animation is applied from. So if I want it here back at the beginning, then I have to drag these back or have my playhead here at the start. Now if I select these, I can make them easy ease and then add a little bit of animation to this just to help smooth out that effect. Now it looks okay, but at the moment it's animating in from the wrong position. Now with any animator, what you can do is if you come down to the animation settings, you can basically control it by using the offset. But if you come down to the position, you can control where it is animating in from. Now at the moment, I don't want it animating. I don't want to see the top part of this animation. I want it hidden. So again, like in the previous video, what I can do is draw a shape path over the top and then set this using the alpha matte settings to alpha invert, and that's going to hide that layer as it animates in. If I want to adjust that, I can just drag up or down on this layer here, or the shape layer, and then we end up with something slightly different. I can also adjust that animation position by dragging in on these points. So that's how you combine those two techniques to create an interesting sort of animation. And that's what really takes your animations to that next level. It's about taking different effects and layering them, right? So don't just look at just doing one drag and drop function. If you combine a couple of those functions together, you could get something quite interesting. But here we're using two different techniques, applying them together to get something a bit more interesting. For the shape, what I'm going to do is make sure I have nothing selected. And I want to draw a line that goes over the front here. And then I can give this one a bit of a stroke effect here. Rename this one to blue. And then basically come down here and again apply that trims path. And again, with those layers, what I can do is come into the graph editor and I want to make this a little bit more interesting here. So I'm just going to drag up on this and it just makes that a smoother animation. Now, if I duplicate this and offset it 3 times here, we've now got 3 layers that sit over the top of each other. With our bottom layer selected, I can come down here and change the colors. And there you go. If you want to offset this even more, you can see more of those shape layers or delays that effect. And there we go. We have something that's quite interesting. So that's it for this video. I've shown you a few new different techniques and principles, stuff that you're really going to use a lot of inside of After Effects. And really, I know it's quite basic and some of you may even think this is too basic, But what you'll find is when you get into more advanced sort of animations, or even some of the animations we're going to do later in this course, you're going to see a lot of these techniques being used again and again and again, but they're all layered. So you want to try and get your head around this, because what will happen otherwise is you'll just look at an animation and kind of be overwhelmed by all the different things going on. If you break it down, these are just simple techniques that are being used, but they're just being layered together to make interesting results. So that's it for this video. If you have any questions on this particular video or any of the other videos in this course, don't hesitate to let me know. All right, welcome back to our third animation video. Now in this video, we're gonna have a look at how to create a few different effects, mainly around wiggle and bounce effects. So the first effect we're going to create is this highlighter effect, and it also has this sort of jittery, what they call a posterized look over the top. Again, I've supplied all the files for you to download as part of your download package. So what I'm going to do is just right click, create a new composition here. You can set this to be whatever dimensions you want, and the duration is about 5 seconds. And I'm just going to grab my newspaper layer and drag it here underneath. Now what I can do is just resize this because it's not the right dimensions for this. So I just need to resize this so that we can get it into the right position. And now I want to actually create that highlighter effect over the top. So the way we can do this is by selecting the rectangle tool. I can choose the color of the highlight that I want. So I'm just going to have a yellow, and I don't want a stroke effect. Then I can just draw out a bar that kind of goes over like this. And then I need to reposition it. So what I'm going to do is just basically grab I'm just going to move my cursor here to rotate it like this. And then I can also resize this by holding shift, or I can just resize this to make it fit over my text. Now I actually want to see through that highlighter effect, and that's really easy to do. All we have to do is come down to the modes and then change the mode setting to be multiply. And what that does is allows us to see through that, but keep the detail of whatever it is in the background. So we've got this paper in the background, and it's allowing us to have a bit of that detail come through. So I can use my rotation tool here just to refine that shape a little bit, and then we've got that to where we need it. Now I want to animate this, so I can come down to the rectangle settings, and under the transform properties, I can create a scale keyframe here at the start. I want to turn off this little constraint, and that will allow us just to change one axis of this. So we want it starting in from this side. The other thing we also have to do, like we did before, was move the anchor point. So I come up to the pan behind tool, I reposition this over here. And now when we scale up and down on this, we get that effect. So what I can do is just create a keyframe here at the start. I move along, create another one. And with my first keyframe, I'm going to scale this first number down to 0. So now we have that effect. What I can also do is right click, make these easy ease, come into the graph editor here, and then just scale up on this. So we get that sort of smooth animation effect. I can even drag out on these if I want to make that slower or faster. It's up to you. With that layer selected, I can also come back up to the settings, and I can change the color to be whatever I like. So you don't have to use a yellow, you can use whatever. It just depends on the overall look that you're going for. Now to take that layer, if I wanted to highlight something else, I can just duplicate it. And now because we have a layer that's already animated, I can just move it to somewhere else on my timeline. So if I wanted to highlight a small part here, what I can do is if I hit U on the keyboard, I can now select those and then basically animate them and readjust to make it fit that text. So again, if I go back to the start, I've got to make this first one 0 again, just so it animates from the start. And there we go, we have that animation again that we've just duplicated. Now, one other thing that I see done in a lot of videos, it's quite popular now, is to have basically what looks like a slow frame rate effect. It's called a posterize, and you'll notice that it's used a lot in different types of animations. Now, it's really easy to do, but there's two ways you can apply it. You can either apply it directly to the layer that you want to affect. So if I just wanted to affect this animation, I can apply it to that. Otherwise, I can apply it to a adjustment layer. So I create an adjustment layer. I come up to effect, down to time, and I apply the posterized time effect. Now this, by default, should match the composition settings that you've set. But if not, all you have to do is just drop this down. So all this is doing is basically just allowing you to play back at a different frame rate. So if my composition here is set to 29.97 frames a second, I can say I want all these layers underneath to play back at 12. So it's not going to be as smooth in its playback. Now you might be thinking, why don't you want to make it smooth? Well, this is a look that has become very popularized through different videos. And if you want to apply it to your work, then this is how you apply it. Another thing we can do is also create a null object. Take all those layers underneath and parent them to the null. I'm not including the adjustment layer because the adjustment layer sits over the top. We don't want to affect that. And then I can create a scale and position keyframe. I can hit U to bring up those keyframes. And then I'm going to zoom in here and reposition this. And then I can also make these easy ease. And if I go into my graph editor, I can drag in on these points. And that's just going to make it look a lot more interesting by zooming in. Another thing I can also do is turn on motion blur for all those layers. And again, that just adds a more interesting look. So that's how you create the highlighter effect, and that's how you use the posterized time. We're going to be using the posterized time effect a lot through these different animations. So it's a good effect to get your head around. And now you know what it is, you'll start to see it used in a lot of different videos. In this next animation, I'm going to show you a few different techniques for highlighting text. This is something that has also become very popular through mainstream videos. And I want to show you a few different ways of doing this. So I'm just going to right click, create a new composition here. So all I've done here is just add a background and I've got my text laid out here. Then I just want to add an animation to this. Now for this, I'm going to use two. I'm using fade up words, which is one of them. So it does this fade up effect. And I also want to use this straight in by words as well. Now what I can do is I can come down to my second animator and I can change the position here of this. So I can make sure the first number is set to 0, and then I can off center this. And what this does is it just allows me to basically create a position for that second animation. If I bring this up, I can decrease this. And if I make sure those two are lined up, I can also right click on these and make them easy ease. So you can also drag out on this to control that overall speed. So there's a good example of where you can layer two of the animation presets to get some different results. And I recommend doing this because it'll just help take that animation to that next level. So to highlight, we're looking at two different examples here. One is I want to show you how to create a highlight effect around the outside. And the other one, I'm going to show you how to create a highlight effect of the text itself. So what I want to do is I want to just create my rectangle tool and just highlight the part that I want to basically, or the text that I want to highlight. If I move that anchor position, I can hit S on the keyboard and then scale this right down so that it starts at 0. Create a keyframe there, move across my timeline and then bring this up as far as I need it to be, so probably to there. I can also take these, right click, make them easy ease, and that just creates that highlighter effect. I can also add a bit of motion blur to that. At the moment, it's on top of the text, so we just want to create the first type. So with my layer selected, I'm going to come up to Effect, down to Channel, and I can apply the Set Matte. Then I can make sure that that is selected as the text. Now you'll see here that it's automatically now highlighting just the text that we need. So I can always go through and readjust this if I want it to go out further or less. And that's how you create that highlighter effect. So what I can do for the second one is if I duplicate this, I can off center it. And now what I'm going to do is move it down here. Hit U on the keyboard, I can bring up those animation keyframes and I can drag this out. So I want it to basically start as that text is coming in here. So maybe a little bit more here. So something like that. I can speed this up. And because we already have that set matte applied, if I hit invert matte, we now are basically creating that box which sits behind our text. Now, if you were just going for this straight effect, you could just create that effect and drag it underneath your text and not have a set matte, and it'll do pretty much the exact same thing. But if you do it this way, it just gives you a little bit more control. I can also come in here and just change the color. And now when I play through, there you go, we have that finished effect. So that's how you create those highlighting text effects. You see it all the time in various videos. Now you know how to do it and you can apply it to your own videos. So this is what we're going to be creating next, which is this wiggle text effect. And it's something that's also become very popular. So I'm going to start by creating a new composition. And then I'm going to right click and create a new background here. This can be whatever you want, it doesn't matter. And then I'm going to add some text that sits over the top. So I've just typed out some text here and just put it onto my timeline. Then I want to add an animation preset to that. So I come over here under the animation presets for text, and I'm going to use the fade up characters. I can hit U to bring up those keyframes and just move this in, and then we have that simple fade on effect. So now I want to create that wiggle look. So with my text selected, I'm going to come up to Effect, down to Distort, and add the Turbulent Displace. Now this is what a Turbulent Displace does. It basically creates this distorted look to your images. Now we can use this to create all sort of distortion effects. But here what I'm going to do is I'm going to scale the amount up, and then I'm going to bring the size right down. So something like that. So we get that little distortion effect. If you bring this up, you'll get more or less of that. So you can see it kind of applies this sort of distorted look to your text or your image, whatever you're applying it to. And now to animate it, we can use the evolution slider. Now, an easy way of animating the evolution slider is by using an expression. So what I can do is if I hold Option Alt on my keyboard, I can click the little stopwatch of the evolution, and that opens up what we call an expression. Now we're going to look at different expressions throughout this course, but a very basic expression that you can use is time times and then the number that you want to use. So in this case, I'm going to use 2000. And then when I hit enter, basically all that does, it cycles through that evolution slider at a set rate. So that's really handy. Instead of trying to animate multiple keyframes, if we want it to move at a set rate, that's where the time function or the expression comes in, and it's really handy for that particular effect. So that's how you create that wiggle style text. It's quite simple, but it does demonstrate a few things that we're going to use in this course. So in this next video, we're going to have a look at how to create bouncing text, or this sort of elastic style text. So there's lots of different ways you can create sort of bouncing or elastic text, but I want to show you one method that I use that is a little bit easier than the others. So I'm going to right click, create a new composition. So all I've done here is just add a background. It can be whatever you want, whatever color. And I've also added just a simple letter or whatever you're going to use here. You do have to apply this effect to an individual letter or number. So you can't just apply it to a whole word. You can, but it's not going to look anywhere near as good. So an easy way to do this is by using an effect called smear. So with that layer selected, I can come up to Effect, down to Distort, and I want to add the CC smear. Now there's two in here. There's one which is called smear, and then there's CC smear. The CC smear is the one that we're going to be using for this. Now you can see when I drag these little points around, it's already distorting my text. So this could be quite an interesting effect if you wanted to create some liquid style text. Again, this is why I use this, because it's just a really easy way to do this, and it's quite an effective way. So you could mess around with that to create some interesting look. So what I want to do first is start with both of mine in the middle, because the distortion is only applied when these are at different points. So if they're on top of each other in the middle, it won't apply any effect. So now what I want to do is create keyframes for my to and my from. I can bring those up by hitting U. And now I want to start moving the to up here. So what that does is it basically creates this movement like the letters being squished downward. Now at the same time, I also want to bring the radius up. So I can bring this right up, and that just kind of creates a bigger area, a bigger circle that this is affecting, right? So it gives it a bit more of that bounce that we're kind of going for. So I can bring this up. Then I want to create another sort of from point here, because I don't want this part to move. And at the end here, I want this one to kind of go down. I want my from to kind of come down, but I'm going to drag up on my to. So it kind of creates this reverse effect here. So you can see what we've kind of created is this sort of like it's compressing to get that energy, and then it's releasing it all to kind of fly upwards. So we're kind of getting that effect. What I can also do is take all of these and make them easy ease. And this is a really good tutorial to kind of get used to trying to animate real life. So you got to try and think about how a ball would bounce. That's what you're trying to replicate here. Now at the same time this is coming up, what I want to do is bring my position in. So I'm going to create a keyframe for my position, hit U to bring up all those keyframes. And I want to scale this up, right? And then bring it back down. So I can copy that keyframe, paste it over here, make these all easy ease. So that kind of creates this bounce, right? Because we want it to kind of go up in the air and then come back down. So what I can do is take those same keyframes, paste them in here, and then I'm basically going to reverse this. So I'm copying that keyframe like this, just pasting that in there, and then just copying these end keyframes, moving them down like that. I can also readjust these by bringing them in if I want to readjust that timing. The other thing I can do is also turn on motion blur for the layer and for the entire composition. And there you go, we've kind of got that bouncing effect. From this point, I recommend just messing around with this effect. And that's really where you're going to learn the most, by just kind of taking one of these effects and messing around with it to see what interesting things you can come up with. Another good tip here is to look at real life. So look at things you've seen in real life. Maybe grab a video clip of a ball bouncing, putting it in After Effects and trying to animate this over the top to try and follow that, because it'll teach you a lot of things about how to animate real world objects. You can also add just a simple fade on effect by creating an opacity keyframe here at the start and the end. That just creates that fade on effect. Now to create another one, all you have to do is just duplicate your layer. Now when you try and move this layer across, you're going to see that all the animation basically gets thrown out, right? So even if I take this and I basically turn this off, all of these are going to be thrown out, right? It's not going to sit in the same place. So one way we can get around that, because that is a problem that happens in After Effects, what you can do is if I duplicate the layer and come up to the effects controls, I can add the transform to that under the distort settings. And what that allows me to do is move that layer or off center it, and it moves all of those together. So it's an easy way of doing that. If I off center this now you've got the effect basically playing one after the other. So that's another way. And this is a really good function and an easy function to use. Whereas using the transform settings down here, it doesn't apply to the whole thing. It will affect the overall animation. So as I move this down, the original effect itself does not move with it. Whereas when I move this, it also moves these to make it basically match. So that's just something you want to be aware of. Now, the last part of this is I've also added a test yourself part into this course. So this is the animation that I would like you to go and have a go at trying to make. It uses all the same techniques that we've looked at in the previous videos, but it puts it all into one animation. Now, I'm not going to show you a tutorial on how to make this, but I will supply this project file here as a download. So if you want to follow along or you get stuck or you're not sure, then just use that as a reference. But I recommend just having a look at it first and then trying to animate it yourself. I've also supplied all the files you'll need in order to make this as part of your download pack as well. So that's it for this video. If you have any questions about this particular video or any of the other videos in this course, then don't hesitate to let me know. All right, welcome back to our fourth animation video here. In this video, I'm going to show you 3 very common techniques which are for textures and backgrounds. So our first effect here is this flickering background. Now, you would have seen this used a lot in various videos. It's something that's widely used across mainstream videos, and it's almost described as this sort of stop motion sort of effect. So it's really quite simple to make, but I've put it in its own video because it is a really popular effect and it's something we're going to be using throughout this course. So I'm just going to right click, create a new composition here. This can be whatever you like. And I've supplied this file for you, texture, which you can just drag and drop straight in. You can scale this up and down to fit your composition. It doesn't really matter. But what we're going to do is I want to basically apply that stop motion effect. So it's where it's kind of jumping around the screen. Now, the previous videos, we looked at doing the posterized time effect. Now we can also apply that, but in an expression to the position. So let me show you what I mean. If I bring up my position here, I can hold Option or Alt and then click the stopwatch. That brings up the expression editor. And if I type posterize time, open bracket, I can set the number in here that I want to use for that posterized time. So in this case, I'm using 4. Now by itself, it doesn't actually do anything. And that's because it's not posterizing anything, right? It needs something to posterize. Just like we used the posterize effect before, we want to apply it to something, an adjustment layer that's affecting something underneath. So what we want to do is basically add a wiggle expression. So if I type wiggle, open bracket, so I'm going to type 2, comma, and then 500. Now the first number is basically saying how fast or the speed in which I want to apply that effect. And the second number, 500, is the position. So what it's saying is I want to basically move this background layer 500 pixels at a speed of say 2. So if I dragged up on this or made this bigger, it would be moving it a lot further. And if I brought the front number up, it would be doing it a lot faster. So if I play through, you can see we're getting this effect. What we have to do here is we have to scale up on this layer so that when it moves around, it's moving within the frame that we've set. So for instance, if I doubled this, if I brought this number right up to say 20, it would be doing it a lot faster, right? And vice versa, if I brought this one up to 1,000, it would be moving that layer a lot more. Those numbers will be different depending on the background that you're using. So if you're using a different background, then those numbers will be different. But for this, I found that that's about right. The posterize is basically also giving it that sort of stop motion look. Now, another effect that I added over the top, which I've seen used a lot, is also a fractal noise. So what I can do is just create a new solid here. If I come up to effect, I can come down to noise and grain and I can add the fractal noise. Now the fractal noise is very similar, or it's pretty much the same as a turbulent displace, but with the fractal noise we can see it, so we can control the individual parameters. With the turbulent displace, you don't see this map, but it's essentially doing the same thing, right? So the only two numbers you want to mess around with here are these two, the contrast and the brightness. Now we would use the fractal noise for many different types of things, but in this case, I wanted to create a map that sort of sat over the top. So it kind of gives it this sort of cloudy look that sits over the top. And what I can do here is I can also set this to be multiply. So it makes it a bit more see-through, blends into the background. I can also scale this right up if I want more or less of that effect. And then again, we can use the evolution here to kind of create this interesting look over the top. I can alt click on this and then just add a little time function of time times 500. So then we've got this animation over the top. I can also hit T on the keyboard and dial this effect up or down. It just kind of gives this more interesting look to the background. It's something that I've seen used a lot in various videos. And now that you know how to do it, you'll start to see it a lot more in videos when you're watching them. All right, in the second effect, we're going to be creating this paper texture effect. This is very similar to that highlighter effect that we were using before. We're just doing it in a slightly different way. So I can start by creating a new composition. This time I want to add my paper background here, and I can scale this right down to fit my background. Then I can just create some new text here. And you can also apply that same background texture onto that layer. So if I take my background and duplicate and drag it above, then take that paper layer and set this to be the luma mat of that paper layer. What that's doing is it's basically giving us a texture of the background. So you can see the texture is coming through on that layer. So that's something that I tend to do a lot. If I've got a textured background, I'll try and get my text or whatever to fit into the background. You can use the modes to do that, but I find that this is just another way of doing that. What I can do here is grab my rectangle tool and then make sure that my fill is on here. I don't want a stroke on this, and I can just draw out a rectangle here. Then I can change this to be multiply, just like we did with the other effect. And now I've got this effect sitting over the top. I can reposition this to get it to sit however you want. Now I want to animate this, so I can come down to the transform properties, create a scale keyframe here. If I move this anchor point over, now when I scale this up, it'll basically follow that anchor point. Make sure this is set to 0. And there we go. If I also select this, I can make it easy ease. Select the graph editor here and also add this little, I can add this smooth animation to that. I can also hit T on my keyboard. I'm going to bring down the opacity here to around sort of 25%. Now with that layer that I've got that animated, I can just duplicate that and I can off-center that next layer. So I kind of get this doubling up of this effect. I can do it again, and then I have this triple layer happening over the top. If I hit T on those, I can also bring up the opacity of the next one, and then with the top one, I can bring this all the way up so we get that sort of, it's coming on at different layers basically. I can also bring my paper above that, so the highlighter now sits behind those layers. One other thing you can do here is also add an adjustment layer over the top. One other thing I can do is add the posterized time effect over the top. One other thing I can do is also bring this frame rate down like this. And now when I play through, I get this effect. I can even drag these out a little bit further. Now we have that sort of stop motion looking effect. One other thing I did over the top is I want to give this even more texture, or really bring that out. So you can add basically a noise effect over the top. So if I come up to effect, down to noise and grain, and I can add grain. Now the add grain, I have to change this to be final output to apply to my whole composition. And then I can scale up on the size and also the intensity here as well. So I can drag down on this to make it finer, or I can drag up to make it bigger. So that's something else that I also did in my original composition. The other thing with grain is that it is already pre-animated, so it starts animating. To stop that, you need to come down here to the animation settings and change this to be 0. So if you just want it to be solid and not animate, then that's how you do that. Otherwise, you can give it a small speed and it will animate that for you. All right, so the last effect we're going to make here is this dust and scratches effect. It's something that has also become very popular in mainstream media. So to do this, all I'm going to do is just right click, create a new composition. I'm going to create a new solid here, something quite dark. And then I want to add my transparent map over the top, which I've already supplied for you. I can hit S, scale this right down. Now this is just going to be my background, so it can be whatever you want. It doesn't have to be this. I've supplied these files for you. The other thing I can do is also come up to generate and down to fill. And now I can basically select a color of my map. So I like to just choose something a little bit lighter than my background here just to make it stand out. Now the way I made this dust effect, which sits over the top, is I generated it using a fractal noise. So I created a new solid here. It can be whatever color you want. So come up to effect, down to noise and grain, and then I add the fractal noise. Now at the moment it doesn't look like dust or scratches at all. So we need to go through and adjust the settings to really dial it down to a much smaller size. So the way we do this is we start dragging right up here on the contrast. I'm holding down Shift to really bring this up. Then I can bring the brightness right down. So now we've created those much finer little points. Another thing I can do is also scale this up or down. So this is a simple way of creating stars if I drag it all the way down. But if I could drag this up, maybe somewhere around here looks good. Then what I can do to animate it is I'm not going to use the evolution. I'm going to come down to the evolution options and I'm going to use the random seed. Now if I hit Option or Alt on the keyboard, I can create a function here or an expression. I'm going to use time times and then set this to be 4, and it creates this dust style effect. Now at the moment we can't see the background because it's black, so we want to basically only see the white parts. We don't want to see the black parts. So to do this, all I can do is just come down to the mode settings here and just change this to be screen. As you know from the original part of the course, we talk about blending modes. Screen is the one that removes the black and keeps everything else. So now we have that background. The other thing you can do is also come in here and just readjust anything. So if you want more or less of that effect, you can scale it up or down to get the effect that you're going for. The other thing you can do is also drag down on the contrast. So if you want less points or you want more or you want them more prominent, you can drag up and down on that and just mess around with that setting. But that's how you create it. It's a common effect used a lot in various videos. So that's it for this particular video. We've covered a few of the most popular techniques that you'll see in mainstream videos. If you have any questions on this particular video or any of the other videos in this course, then don't hesitate to let me know. Welcome back to our 5th animation video. In this video, I'm going to show you 3 different popular background effects. The first effect I'm going to show you is this paper tear effect. And this is something that we're also going to look at in a lot more detail later in the course with a much bigger effect. I'm going to show you how to make this paper tear effect. So what we're going to do here is just start by creating a new composition. And I want to start by creating a solid background. Now this can be whatever color you want. I'm just going to use a light gray here. Next, I want to create the paper cutout that sits over the top. So what I've supplied here for you is this newspaper, and you can just drag that straight in so it sits on top. Now to use this, we're going to have to basically zoom in here and reposition this. So what I'm going to do is grab my pen tool here, and I want to cut out a section of text. So something like this, and then just reposition it. I can even scale this up. Next, I want to remove that white part of the paper, and I just want to be able to see the text. So what I can do is come up to Effect, down to Keying, and I'm going to use the Extract tool. And what this allows us to do is just drag down on the white point, and that's going to remove the white part of the image and just leave the black part there. You can even go through and adjust the softness just to help refine that mask edge. But that's how you remove the background of that image. Now all I have to do is just basically create that wiggle effect of that layer. So to do this with the position selected, I can just hold Option or Alt on my keyboard and click the little stopwatch. And then we're going to reuse the wiggle expression. So I'm going to use wiggle bracket 2, 5 close bracket. Now, if you remember from the previous videos, the first number is the speed and the second number is how far it's going to move. So if you want to mess around with that, you can mess around with those numbers and see which results, to see how the results affect your image. Then it's just a matter of duplicating that once you've got that, moving it across. And you can even hit M on the keyboard and delete that mask. And then just find another section here. So I'm just basically going through and repeating this process again. I'm remasking a new part and then just moving it somewhere here and lining it up next to my image so that we get this effect. Now at this point, it's just a matter of copying and pasting this effect over and over and over again and just cutting out new parts of your newspaper article. For your particular video, you might be using a different clip, but the principle is exactly the same. You just keep cutting things out and moving them across. And this is the effect I've ended up with. I've even thrown in an image there. You can feel free to mess around with this effect and do whatever you want for your background, but that's how I created this effect here. All right, so the next part is I want to overlay the parts that I'm going to have over the top. So I'm going to have a logo and I'm also going to have some blue bars. So next I can just right click and create some text. This can be your logo. You could drag and drop a logo in here. I'm just using some text. And the other thing I want to do is have some blue bars in behind this. So I'm going to come up to my rectangle tool and then just create a blue bar that sits in behind this. Now this is all techniques that we've done before, so there's nothing necessarily new here. I'm just showing you how you can apply them in different ways. I'm going to drag this underneath my logo effect. And I'm also going to change the mode to be multiply so that we get that see-through effect. And then it's just a matter of repositioning that anchor point. And then I can create a scale keyframe here and one at this point. And with that second one selected, I can bring this all the way to 0. I can even right click on these and make them easy ease. And there you go, we have that effect. I can even apply motion blur to that layer and we have that sort of effect. It adds a little bit of color and just something interesting to the background. I can even take this layer, duplicate it, and then move it across. And what I'm going to do is if I hit W on the keyboard, I can rotate this down and now position it over here. Now, if I bring up those keyframes, I'm going to off center this. And I need to make sure that both of my keyframes are selected and my playhead lines up with at least one of those keyframes. Then I can make adjustments which will affect all of those keyframes. So if I don't do that with it lined up, if I make an adjustment, it'll create a new keyframe. So it's really important that you have all of them highlighted and your playhead is lined up with that keyframe. That is a really good tip because that is something you're going to have to deal with a lot inside of After Effects, and that's an easy way of affecting a lot of keyframes at once. Then it's just a matter of duplicating that. I off-center this and just drag it down. If I hit U, I can bring up those keyframes. And for this one, I'm just going to drag in a little bit and I'm just rinse and repeat. So I just keep moving these ones down and then scaling this back. Off centering this, hitting U and then bringing this one down until I end up with something kind of interesting like that. So adding colorful shapes like this is a great motion graphics technique to really draw the viewer in. It just makes it a bit more interesting. So now we've got our template laid out of the content. We now want to create that tear effect. So to do this, what I need to do is first take all of those layers. I'm just going to right click and then go pre-compose. I want to call this one content and then I can hit OK. So now that is in its own composition. right? So if you remember from earlier on in the course, once it's in a composition, we have control over all of those layers in that composition. The best way to think about compositions is as folders. So you've basically got all the files within one folder, so you can move that folder around and it follows, all those files will basically follow that. If I double click it, I can now edit anything within that composition. I'm going to right click and then create a new solid. And I want to make sure that this is set to black. So this is really important. I'll explain why in just a minute. I'm going to go up to my pen tool and I want to create a mask which is going to be the edge of my first tear here. So I'm just going to create something like this, right? So if you can imagine, this is going to be my tear line which runs across like this. Now I want to kind of animate that tear effect. So the way we can do this is if I come down to the mask path, I can create a keyframe here and then a keyframe here. And with my first keyframe, I want to basically move all of these points basically up here. Now, if I start them all from the same position, we'll get a much more interesting effect. So if I move all of these up like this, now when I play through, you can see those animations, or you can see the animation of those keyframes. I can even select both of these, right click, make them easy ease. That just helps smooth out that entire animation. Now, at the moment, it doesn't really look like a tear effect. It's kind of quite straight edge and we want to have that sort of rough look. So the way we can do this is if I select my layer, I can come up to Effect, down to Stylize, and there's an effect called Roughen Edges. If I apply this, I can now drag up and down on this border. Now, when I do, I can also turn off my mask to see what I'm doing. You can see what it's doing to the edge. It's creating this rough sort of edge. So it's no longer just a smooth edge. If you come down to the complexity, I can scale this up and you can see it also adds a bit more texture into that edge. I can basically just mess around with these two here. The other thing you can do is also adjust the scale. So if I drag this right down, it creates a very sort of fine edge. If I drag this up, it creates a bit more of that paper look that we're kind of going for. The other thing I want to do is also scale up on this, and that's going to just hide those edges there. So now when I play through, we have this effect which looks much more like a tear effect. I can also add a bit of motion blur to that, and that's how you create that first tear effect. So what we want to do is repeat this process until we've done the entire page. Now there's an easy way of doing this, and that is to basically take that layer and then duplicate it. I can then drag that in so that it sits just in from the edge of my previous layer. Now if I bring up those keyframes by hitting U for both of those layers, I want this layer to start as this layer ends. So as that one basically comes in, I want this second layer to start. So for this one, we want it tearing from the bottom up. So what I've got to do is if I come back to my first keyframe here, I'm just going to delete that one and create another keyframe. Then I can bring up those masks and I'm going to just repeat that process by dragging down on all of these mask points. So that it starts just off screen here. Now when I come back to that, you can see we get that effect in the opposite direction. Then it's just a matter of taking that first layer, duplicating it, bringing it up, and then just repeating that process, but this time I'm going to bring it across like this. I can even scale this layer up if I want more, and I can even angle it down on an angle and then scale it up like this to get something a little bit more interesting here. So as this comes up, it's kind of coming down on an angle. I can take this middle layer because we've already created one that's going up in the opposite direction, duplicate this, scale this like this, rotate it on an angle, and then you just keep repeating that process until you've completely covered your screen. So what we need to do is take all of those layers that we just created, not the content composition, just the black layers, right click and pre-compose those. I can call this one map or whatever, just so you know exactly what it is, and then hit OK. Now I want to take that content layer, which is underneath. I want to go to the toggle modes here, and I want to change this to be alpha matte of that map layer. Now, as soon as we do that, it then hides that layer and it creates that reveal that we were going for. So as the paper tear is now happening, it's revealing that layer. You can even do this the opposite by hitting invert, and that's going to remove that layer. So if you had one layer underneath and you wanted to have it remove and then have another layer come on, that's how you would do that. And you can reuse that map as many times as you like. One last thing that I did to this composition just to really kind of sell this effect, I right click, create a new adjustment layer. I come up to effect, down to time, and apply the posterized time. Now I can drag this down to about 12. And now when I play through, we get that effect that just looks a lot better, and it just makes the whole thing a lot more seamless. In this next animation, I'm going to show you how to create this dots background. Now, just a warning before you start this one can be very taxing on your system because we're going to be using a lot of expression. So After Effects doesn't really like using a lot of expressions layered on top of each other. So this can be quite taxing. So I recommend, if you're going to do this one, maybe use the quarter resolution, and that'll help with playback for this particular effect. So I'm going to start by creating a new composition here. I'm going to right click and create a new solid. I'm using this blue color here if you want to match exactly what I'm doing. Otherwise, you can use your own color. It doesn't matter. So what I want to do here is start by creating my first little dot. So I want to come up here and use the ellipse tool. And I'm just going to set this to be black. And I can just draw out a little dot here. I'm just holding shift. And that just creates a little dot like that. I can just rename this one to dot 1. Now, before we move on to duplicating this, because you're going to have to duplicate this and move it around on the screen, we want to create a map because we're going to use quite a complex expression in order to generate this effect. So the first thing I want to do is create the map that sits over the top. I'm going to right click, create a new solid here, and I want to set this to be black. Drag this underneath my dot here. I want to come up to effect, down to noise and grain, and apply the fractal noise. Now I'm going to drag down slightly on the contrast and then adjust the scale. Now you can mess around with this later, but I'm just kind of moving through so you can see exactly what I did for my original composition. And then I want to create a keyframe for the evolution. And at the end of my composition, I just want to drag this up. So something like this. That evolution and what this map is going to do is basically control the dots. So where you get that different size of the dots, that's what this map is doing. So by animating this, it's controlling the size, right? Because what we're going to do is tell the dot to look at the black and the white parts of this image. And when it's either black or white, it's going to change its scale size. So what I need to do is take that layer, and I'm first going to pre-compose it. I want to make sure that move all attributes is in my new composition, and then I can turn that layer off. So it's still there, it's just that we don't need to see it for this effect. Then I can take my dot layer and hit S. I'm going to hold Option or Alt on my keyboard and select the scale. Then I want to paste in this expression. Now the expression that I'm using here, I've basically typed that out in the description above. So you can just copy and paste that into your expression. And you need to make sure that this layer is set to that composition. So this has to match the same name. If it doesn't, then this is not going to work. So make sure that map is set to map. But basically what this is doing is it's saying we want to control the scale. We want to be set to our map composition. And we want to basically look at the contrast in that. So we're using the black and white, and then that's going to affect the scale of this dot. So when I click away, I can come down to that ellipse setting, and if I just come down here, I can even scale up on this. See how it's changing the size of that layer depending on what the map that we created is doing. So in this map layer, you can see it's moving around. If I create a larger or smaller, so if I create more of this and I even scale this up, it's going to affect that layer in a different way. So we're going to get more effect happening. Okay, so you can mess around with that to get different effects, but I find that those settings kind of give you just the right amount of movement. So that's essentially how you create this effect. From this point, what you need to do is duplicate that dot and then just move it. So you want to move it to another position here alongside, and then just keep doing that all the way through. Now, unfortunately, when using this expression, this is the only way to do this effect. So you have to basically go through and keep duplicating and moving this layer across. Now, because you're using quite intense, the more layers you create, the more it's going to slow down. What you can do is once you've got a couple going, you can just duplicate them and then just drag them all across in one go. So you have to just keep basically copying and pasting this one and repeating this until you have your entire background covered. So if I go back to my original composition here, I've now covered my entire background with dots. Now, like I did in my original composition here, was I created this reveal effect of these dots in the background. Now, to do that, what you need to do is create another solid, which sits in your map layer. Make sure this is black. And then I can grab my pen tool and just draw a mask that's something that looks like something like this. You can just readjust this out on the edge here. And what I did to this mask was I came down to my mask settings and I created an expansion keyframe here. So I dragged this all the way down like this, and then I dragged this all the way up until it had filled my screen. Also added a little bit of feather here just to help soften those edges. And then I just hit invert on that layer and that created that animation. If I go back to my dots layer, see how as the animation is now fading on, it's revealing those dot layers. So as the black is fading on, controlling the size of those dots. So that's how I created that effect of the dots basically being animated on. The last thing I did here was just create a shape layer, which was just a ellipse. I just drew out a circle and then I just created a scale keyframe for that. So it scales up and sits over the middle of my animation. And then I've just got some text which sits over the top like this, which is just colored to be the same as my background. So it's pretty straightforward. Now this is quite a taxing and complex tutorial, but it's also good to kind of get your head around using expressions in a more complex way. I have supplied this file for you to download if you wanted to use this for your own project so you don't have to make this entire thing, but it's still good to understand how this works. In this last animation, I'm going to show you how to create this abstract background animation. Okay, so the first thing I want to do is right click, create a new composition. I'm going to right click and create a new solid, and I want to set this to be a light gray here, something like this. Then I've supplied for you this image, which you can drag and drop straight over the top. And with this image, what I want to do is set the blending mode on this one to be overlay. So with that layer selected, I come up to effect, down to distort, and I'm going to use the wave warp. And then I can drag this up here. So this little thing here is the height of those wave lines. And then I can drag this up. I'm holding shift. I probably want to drag this right up here because I want it to be quite large. And by default, it automatically plays through the animation. I can even change this speed. If I set it to 0.5, it'll change that speed of that animation. So maybe half a second here is a good speed for this animation. But again, you can go through the height and the width there, just mess around with that, but it just kind of adds a nice little animation to our background. Now for this tutorial, I want to show you something new, which is using a repeater. So in the previous one, we looked at using a expression to create basically an effect, but we had to keep duplicating those layers. When it comes to shapes, we can use something called a repeater. So what I'm going to do is grab my pen tool here. I don't want to fill on these, and I want to make sure the stroke is set to white, and maybe drag down on this. I don't want something so big. Then I can just create basically a triangular shape here, something like this. And then I can come down to those settings and I can adjust anything that I need to. So I'm going to drag up on my stroke width, on the stroke width. Now, because I already have this layer, I can create a repeater. So if I click this little button here, I can select repeater. Now what the repeater does is basically duplicate that shape as many times as I want. So I can create as many copies as I like, and I can also off-center them if I don't want them to start in that position. Another thing I can do is under the transform properties is I can basically set the width or the spacing in between. I can even off-center these. So that's something that's really handy to know. The best thing about repeaters is that when I come in here and adjust one setting, it's automatically adjusting the setting for all of those shape layers. So it's a really fast way, and it's something that you'll use a lot inside of motion graphics. Another cool thing you can do with repeaters is I can also add a second repeater. Now with the second repeater, if I come down here to the transform properties, I can off-center these. And if I set this one just to be 2, I can then off-center these and then drag them underneath. So now we've got a shape which has been duplicated across and also duplicated down. Again, any adjustments I make to this layer will automatically be duplicated across all of those shape layers. So it's really handy to use this effect. Another thing I can do is also create a wiggle expression. 2,5, and that's just going to add a little bit of movement to those shape layers. So that's something that's really handy to know. Another cool thing you can do with repeaters, if I come down to the content and under the repeater settings, under the transform properties, I can even create a wiggle expression for that property itself. So that will just affect that second repeater and not the main repeater, if that makes sense. So just affecting whichever one you've applied it to. So that's also another little interesting thing if you wanted to create sort of more of a randomized look. So keep that in mind. You don't just have to use it for that main layer. So let's create another shape up here. So I'm just going to create a rectangle. This time I want to change the color to maybe something a little bit darker like this. And I'm just creating a square shape here. I can drag up like this. And I'm going to add a repeater to this. Maybe just adjust the color here. And for my second repeater, I'm also going to add another repeater and then just off-center this one so it sits underneath, just like we did before. So something like this here, maybe drop this number down. So we've got another repeater there. But for this one, I'm going to change the scale. So if I drag the scale down, now we have shapes which are slightly smaller in size. So this is another interesting effect you can do. You can mess around with that to get different looks that you're after. I can even apply a wiggle expression to that position, and then we've got a wiggle on that layer. Another thing I can also do is use a wiggle expression to control other things. So other things being like the opacity or something like that. So if I do the same thing again, I can create a wiggle here. This time I'm going to use 190 here. It's going to be a larger range, but at a slower speed. If I play through that, now you can see it's affecting the opacity of that layer. So that's another little interesting thing you can do with wiggle expressions. Wiggle expressions is something I use all the time. It's a really easy expression to use, but it can have really interesting effects when you apply it in different ways. One last thing I did here was also right click and created some text. Going back to our original videos, I want to create a solid which sits underneath, and then I want to hit P on the keyboard and create a position keyframe here at the start and the end, and that's going to reveal that layer from behind that shape. I can set this to be alpha matte invert, and now we have that layer being, or that text layer being revealed behind that shape. So that's going back to the original tutorial. Maybe you'd forgotten already how to do that. That's how you do that. And then one last thing I also did from my original composition was I created a little shape that went around this layer. So I can set that to be multiply. Reposition that anchor point, and then I can create a scale keyframe here at the end and at the start. Drag this back down to 0. And there you go, we have that animation. I can drag that underneath my text here. One last thing you should always be doing is adding motion blur to everything. That just helps soften out all your animations and just makes it look a lot better. So that's it for this video. I know it was quite a long video, but there was quite a few things that we covered. In the next module, we're going to look at 3D cameras, and I'm going to show you some things about 2D graphics. If you have any questions on this particular video or any of the other videos in this course, then don't hesitate to let me know. In this video, I'm going to show you 4 different techniques for creating dynamic camera movements. Now, our first example here is what we call animated typography. And the camera movement in this one is very sort of high impact. So we've got very sort of sharp movements. It's not very smooth. And the camera's kind of zooming in or zooming out throughout the sequence. Now, to make this, what we're going to do is we're just going to right click, create a new composition here. So I'm just going to right click, create a new solid here. This can be whatever color you like. I'm just using a light gray, and I've supplied the images you need in order to make this effect. And you could just drag that image straight into your composition here. I'm going to come up to effect, down to king, and apply the extract tool. And then I can just drag down on the white point to remove that background. So now I want to lay out some text here. So I'm just going to create some text here off to the side. And I'm just going to mess around with the scale here just to get everything in the right position. I can scale this text up or down, but all I've done here is I've just typed out some text. And to that text, what I can do is I can individually control the size. So I can layer the text to get this really bold text here and get it to line up nicely and sit on top of each other. You can mess around with all the character settings here to move the text up and down. So that's just up to you on the exact text that you want to use. And then to animate it, all I've done is I've just applied an animation preset. And all I've done is applied the typewriter effect to this. And to get it to animate as words, what I can do is come down to the animator, and under the advanced tab, it'll say here based on words. So that's how you get it to animate in words rather than letters. So you can create that high impact, sort of like bold impact text as it's basically coming on. Now, what I do to animate the camera movement is we're going to use a null. So I just right click and create a new null here. And I want to take all those layers except for the background and parent them to that null object. So now I have that null which controls the movement of all of those layers. Now I want to off center this text here, and I want the text to basically start coming in as this camera position gets to here. So what I can do is hit P on the keyboard to create a position keyframe and an S for a scale keyframe. I can hit U to bring those up. And at the start, I want to bring these back here, and I'm just going to zoom in. So I want to start, say, with a close-up here of this image, and then I want the camera to sort of snap to that position. I can even right-click on these and make them all easy ease. But we're not doing anything special here. We're basically just animating that position using the null. We are creating a camera movement, but we're not doing it using an actual camera. We're just using a null to position all of our text here. So I've brought in my next layer of text here. And what I want to do is now animate this camera's position. So I want it to basically start. So I don't want it to move during this. And then here, I want it to basically move across. And I also want it to zoom in slightly here. So I can use these position properties here to get that right. And then I want this text to animate in here. So I'm just going to move my text here into position. Speed this up a little bit here. And I also want to parent that text layer to my null so that we get that movement like this, right? So we're kind of creating a very snappy movement to our camera. Another thing you want to do is also turn on motion blur for all those layers, except for the background. And that's going to create a little bit of motion blur, which kind of makes it a bit more interesting. So basically at this point, it's just a matter of repeating this process all the way through until you've typed out all of your text. So I'm not doing anything different here in my original composition. Everything's exactly the same. We're just creating that sort of high impact movement. Now, when doing a lot of motion graphics and 2D animations, using a null as a controller is something that you would do a lot. It's something that I use a lot. The only other thing I would do is use a 3D camera, which I'm going to show you in the other examples. But just using a null and parenting layers to that null, you can create a lot of interesting camera movements. The other thing I added here was a dust layer over the top, and I've shown you how to create that in the last module, I think in video 4. So you can check that out if you want to learn how to create that. So we've used a null to create basic 2D movements, right? So we're only kind of panning the camera, moving it on an X-axis or a Y-axis. Now I want to show you how to create a 3D camera and create something a bit more dynamic. So we're moving a camera within a 3-dimensional space. So this is the example I've got here of this type of camera movement. Now this is something that has also become very popular when using map animations and things like that. You want to create that dynamic camera movement. So this is a really basic movement, and I want to show you how to create this. The animation itself, I'm not going to show you. So the map with the line and everything, I'm not going to show you how to create that because we're going to do all that later in this course. But just specifically in this video, I want to show you the camera movement. So I have my composition laid out here. Next, I want to create a new camera. So the camera can be whatever you like. I'm just using 35mm here, and that's okay. Now at the moment, you can control your camera using these 3 settings up here, or you can hit C on the keyboard to cycle through. Now at the moment, nothing happens when I move this because I need to make these layers 3D. Now as soon as I do that, it'll be controlled by that 3D camera. So that's really important to activate that. Now you can just control the entire camera animation using this just single camera and animating that. But another way of doing this, and a pro tip here, is to use a null object. Now in the next module, when we start making 3D map animations, this is going to become really important by creating a null, and you'll find it much easier to control your overall scene. So just to do this, what I'm going to do is create a new null object, and I can parent that camera to that null. So now we have it parented to that. I can make that 3D as well. I can control this camera using that null object. Next, what I can do is I can zoom into my scene here. So I want to zoom in using my camera. So I'm controlling my camera. Now what I can do is I can combine these two and move my camera into the right position here. So with one layer, what I can do here, I can just unparent this and then move this into that position there. Reparent that to my null. I can rotate this to get my camera into the right position and then go back to my camera tool here. Zoom in a little bit. Maybe rotate this around this axis again. So something like this. I'm going to create a orientation here and a position. I'm going to go across on my timeline, create another 2 keyframes here. and then just animate these up. Can move this one back like this, bring this up again. So I can create this sort of 3D camera movement, something like this. I can even take those, I can make them easy ease. That'll help smooth out that animation. I can even drag this out like this. And it's just a matter of then refining this animation. So I'm using this null as a controller, which I find is much easier than using the 3D camera to get that position correct. So I can use that to create that sort of dynamic camera movement. Something else you can also do is if you go into the graph editor, I can now control those by giving them, say, a slight curve on the graph. That's going to give this more of a speed ramp effect in the movement. I know a lot of people struggle to use 3D cameras because they struggle to get the movement. Using a null can be really helpful in this particular case. In this next example, we've got this 3D map animation and the camera is sort of gliding across our map. I'm going to show you how to make this exact map animation in the next module. So we're just focusing on the camera movement here. I've just got my layers set out here. I've got my animation playing out. I've made all the layers 3D and now I can create a camera. I can set this to be 35 is fine. And I can also create a new null. So in this case, I want to combine creating keyframes in both of the camera and the null object to create the movement. But I want to also show you how to create multiple keyframes and smooth them out. So this is another problem that I find that people run into all the time, is creating smooth camera movements when creating keyframe changes. So let's just start by hitting C to zoom in on our map here. And then I can pan across, and I want to start somewhere over here. I'm going to create a position and a point of interest keyframe that'll allow us to record the camera's position. I'm going to create another two about here. Now with the first ones, what I want to do is have a slow zoom here at the start. So I'm going to pan back and I'm going to pan across on my map. So all we've done is just create this movement, so something like this. Then I want my camera to basically pan across the map as it's moving. So what we can do is move our camera across here. So as this is moving across, I want it to follow. I'm just going to move this down like this. I'm also going to zoom in a little bit here. And if I go to this tool here, which is my sort of orbital around tool, I can give this a very slight, sort of create a very slight angle on this. So this creates a little bit of that dynamic sort of movement of the camera panning down and then going sort of on an angle, which can be really kind of interesting. And then as this is panning across, I want to continue my camera panning. And again, I can give this more. I can even zoom in more onto this animation. So something that looks like this. Now at the same time this is all going on, I also want to use my null to create a bit of rotation. So what I can do here is bring up my null, and I need to basically, I want to position this in the middle of my map and then make this a 3D layer. So I need to position it there, and I want to parent my camera to that null. And then under the transform properties, I can give this a little bit of Z rotation. So I'm going to create a keyframe there, go across on my composition, and then also add a little bit of Z rotation there. So this is showing you how I can double up to get more interesting camera movements. Now, if I just play through this, you can see that we've got that animation, but look closely at the movement of the camera. Notice how it's not very smooth. It kind of zooms in and then stops and starts. Now, this is a really common problem when dealing with 3D cameras, and it happens because you're creating different keyframes. Now, in the last example, we only created 2 keyframes, so there's no way in between that for it to be sort of stop and start. Whereas here we've created keyframes, we're going to have that stop and start motion. So the way we get around this is by using the graph editor. Now I have a great video which I've also put in the private Facebook group, and you can check that out, but it talks exactly about this problem and how to get around it. But I'm going to show you in this video, just demonstrate how to do it in this circumstance. So what I need to do is make these easy E's. Now if I go to the graph editor, this represents speed here over time. Now we can see that the velocity is what's happening is it's basically stopping and starting. So it's basically going down to 0 and then starting again. Now if I just took, say, the position here, I want to try and smooth these out. If I drag up, notice how we get that break in the line. We don't want that. So what I can do is I can basically select all these, go to my keyframe interpolation, and I need to make sure my temporal interpolation is set to continuous Bezier. Now what that does is back in the graph editor, when I select that layer, it joins those lines together so that it creates a smoother in and out animation. Now what I need to do is if I drag up and down on these, it'll help smooth out that entire animation. I need to do it for all of these by dragging up. I'm holding shift as well to make sure that they're always in the same position. It's something that's like this. Now when I play through, watch what happens to the animation before and after. So before we have that jittery motion, and after we have a very smooth continuous camera movement. So this is how you combat that problem. It's a problem that you're always going to run into when dealing with 3D cameras, or even just keyframing in general. And the way you get around it is you do this inside your graph editor. Now again, I recommend checking out that video. This is a very popular question that I get across all of my content on YouTube and in previous courses. So definitely watch that video to help better understand this problem. Now in the last example here, I want to show you how we can take our animation and then add depth of field. So depth of field again is something that you want to add to your animations when using 3D cameras, because it just makes it look much more realistic. Now you can see when I come down here under the camera options, you can see that we have depth of field is turned on. If I turn that off, you'll see what it looks like without depth of field and with depth of field on. It just makes your animation much more interesting and really draws the eye. It really draws the attention of the viewer to a specific point. Another thing you also want to do with your depth of field is if I turn this off, once you turn depth of field on, you can control the position of where that depth of field is on your map. So you're basically using this to pinpoint exactly where that is. And I can also control how much blur by dragging up or down on this aperture. So what you need to do is set the focal distance so that when your animation moves, you can control where that focal plane is. So you want to make sure it's always staying in that exact position as the camera is moving through your scene. So as we're moving through, you can create multiple points for this. We're just trying to keep that point always in focus. Now again, as you can see before and after, just how much difference using this effect can really make to your videos. So there's 4 different examples of how we can create camera movements inside of After Effects. Now throughout the remainder of this course, as we start diving more into animations, we're going to be using a lot more 3D cameras and using nulls to create camera movement. So we're going to be looking at all of these individually a lot more detail. Now the best way to learn is just to drop some footage in a timeline and then mess around using the keyframe editor for your camera and null. Now if you have any questions on this particular video or any of the other videos in this module, then don't hesitate to let me know. In this video, I'm going to show you how to make this animated slideshow using archived photos and a 3D camera. This is building on the last video where we talked about dynamic camera movements. In this video, I want to show you how you can apply that to an actual animation. So what I'm going to do is just right click and create a new composition here. Now I've also supplied all of these images ready for you to download. So you can just basically download those and import them straight in. But I'm just going to drag in my background image here, and then I can just drag in my first image. And these are not black and white when we first start. So we need to make them black and white. A simple way of doing that is just by using the black and white color correction. I can just drag it straight over the top, and there you go. We already have black and white. You can go through and adjust any of that to get the exact look that you're after. But I just want to take a few of these layers here and just position them on top of each other. So I'm just going to drag another image in here and also a third image. I'm just going to scale these right down and then just reposition these. Just so we kind of start the animation with something a little bit more interesting here. Now I want to move this one to the back, and then my second image here I also want to move to the back there as well. So we get something that looks like this. I can drag that black and white effect onto all those images, and we just have a nice starting point for our animation. Now I can make all of these 3D. Next, I want to create a camera and a null object, and I want to parent that camera to my null and make that a 3D layer. So now that null controls my camera, and I want to create a keyframe here for my position. I'm going to move across on the timeline, and I just want to basically control the position of this layer. I'm going to zoom in a little bit here, so we kind of get that movement. Also just want to reset. Just going to move this back a little bit here so that we kind of start somewhere like this. So we kind of get that movement right here at the start. The other thing I want to do is also come down here, and I'm going to add a little bit of the Z rotation. So I want to kind of bring this over here, and then at the start I want to bring this back to 0. So the camera is now twisting as it's zooming into my image, and I can bring this down even further and move it across something like this. I can hit U to bring up all those keyframes, right click on those, and I'm making them easy ease. And that just gives us that nice sort of starting animation. Now we're going to go through and refine the actual movement of the animation. The first stage to any animation is just to lay out your keyframes where you want your major sort of hitting points. The other thing I want to do is maybe also bring this animation in a little bit sooner. So I want to basically bring my animation in a little bit quicker here so that it kind of zooms into my timeline. Now I know there's a little bit of bounce there, and that's okay. We're going to fix that. But then when I get to about here, I'm just going to move across. I want to sort of pan up. And while I'm panning up, I want to bring in my next image. So I'm going to bring another image here and just drag it on top. I can make this image black and white and also make this 3D. And then I can also scale this image and then just rotate this image. So I'm only affecting the image here at the moment. I can zoom in on this image a little bit just to kind of give it that, just to get it into the right position. And what I want to do is if I hit P on the keyboard, I can create a position keyframe for this, and then also create another position keyframe there. And what I can do with this layer is just move it off screen because I want it to kind of ramp in on our scene like this, sort of drop in. The other thing I can do is add motion blur to this layer, and also for the composition there. So that just adds a little bit of motion blur to that layer. It just makes it a bit smoother. Now with this animation, what I can do is I can start to smooth out these first bits here. So what I can do is just take these, make them, come down to keyframe interpolation and make these continue Bezier. And if I go into the graph editor on these, I can start to smooth out these animations. Now if we play through that, notice how we're getting this bounce effect here, right? This is happening because of the Bezier. It's trying to smooth out that animation by creating these sort of big curves, and that's creating that bounce movement. So to get rid of that, what we can do is if I select just the position keyframes, I need to come into the keyframe interpolation and make sure this is set to linear. So this is the spatial interpolation, but the temporal interpolation is still continuous Bezier. And what that will do, it'll help get rid of that bouncing effect, right? So it'll make that movement much more precise. Now when I come into the graph editor, I can smooth out this animation. And straight away you can see just how much more of a difference we've got there. I can even drag all of these out to smooth out that whole animation. Just give it a little bit more time. If you're getting any problems like this where you can't see layers, then bring these layers forward. So if they're on top, you just need to stack them in order to see them properly. And then I'm just going through and refining that animation. And it's just about creating a balancing act when doing any of this sort of animation, right? So I'm adding in a new layer. I'm then working through creating new keyframes here, repositioning things, and just keep kind of playing it back to see what's working, right? If it's not working, I can scale things up and down just to make them fit or work better. So it's just a constant balancing act of going through, retiming things until you get the results you're happy with. So as I bring this next one in, what I'm going to do is create a bit of a rotation keyframe here. So I want to basically rotate the camera like this and maybe move the camera over here. And I'm going to bring in my next image, which I can drag on top. I can make black and white, scale this down, make it 3D. Now I need to bring this up so it sits on top of my other layer. I'm going to move this so it fills basically the screen like this, and then just scale this up so it sits in there nicely. And then I want to create a position keyframe for this one and have it animate in from the side of screen, so something like this. I'm also just going to give this a bit of motion blur. So we get this movement as the camera is rotating. We're also getting this next image then slide in. I can also take those layers there and go to the graph editor. The Z rotation, I'm just going to drag down on this, and that's just going to create a much smoother animation there. And for the position, I'm just going to drag up very slightly on this. And that's just going to help smooth out that animation as well at that point. So I'm always going through and refining the position, moving this up and maybe giving it a little bit more scale. So as this is moving in, what I want to do is then bring in my next image, or my last image here, which I can put on top, bring this across, make it 3D, also give it a bit of motion blur, make this one black and white, I can zoom out here because I just need to reposition this to get it into the right position to start with, and then just bring this forward and rotate this so that it sits in the right position. Scale this up here. So for this last one, it just kind of appears on the screen. I don't have any animation. It's kind of, as the animation zooming in, it just kind of cuts and appears. Now I can come back here at the start and turn on motion blur for all these layers. Now's the point to go through and refine any of those movements. So anything that doesn't look smooth, now's the time to go through and refine any of that in the graph editor. So again, all we have to do is come into the graph editor. Now, if you get a circumstance like this where you've moved your graph and then you get a bit of rotation in one direction and it's back the other, that's because your line is going over this 0 second mark. So this works the opposite way when you're looking at positions. It'll go down under that line. What it means is that this keyframe here has been pushed too far. So you need to drag this back so that that line sits underneath that, and that'll stop that change in direction. To understand more about why that happens and understanding how the graph editor works, definitely check out that video that I made about the graph editor, which is in the private Facebook group. But if some things are not working, then it's good just to delete a keyframe and then maybe look at creating another one and just kind of refining that position. Because it's not always that the keyframes are just in the wrong position. It could be that your movements are too drastic and After Effects is having a hard time trying to smooth out those really erratic movements. So that's one tip you can use there, is just basically delete a keyframe and start again. So that may help you get around that issue if you're also struggling with that. But it does take a little bit of effort to kind of get smooth animations, right? It doesn't just happen inside of After Effects. You kind of have to keep playing around with it. But they're the techniques that I've shown you on how to create this effect. And it will work if you spend time refining that graph editor. But the best way to learn is just to practice. It's like anything, you're not just going to be automatically good at these things. You just have to practice, and eventually you'll start understanding why certain things are happening, and you'll have a better understanding of how to smooth things out. Now, this is quite a difficult subject to get your head around. So to help get your head around this, you can download my original project file, and you can see exactly what I've done in my animations and keyframe positions. And that may help you better understand this effect. That's it for this video. If you have any questions on this video or any of the other videos in this course, then don't hesitate to let me know. All right, in this video, we're going to continue on using 3D cameras, and I'm going to show you how to create this flat animation. Now, what I'm going to show you is how to take 2D graphics, so where you have an image just like this, and turn it into a full animation. Now, I've supplied all the files you're going to need to follow along with this tutorial. And the first thing I want to do is just right click and create a new composition, about 5 seconds in length, and hit OK. So what I want to do is just right click, create a new solid, and I'm going to create a sky. This is the color I'm using here, and I hit OK. Next, I want to create a bit of an animation that sits over the top. So like I did in my original background, I created this stop motion effect. Just makes it a bit more interesting. So I've supplied this file here for you, this brush, which you can just drag straight in. Now, when I scale this up, this brush effect is an EPS file. Now, EPS basically means it's a vector, which means that it'll scale to any size without losing quality. Now, to activate this, you have to hit this little button here, and you can do this with any EPS file or any vector inside of After Effects, and it doesn't matter what size you scale it to, it won't lose quality. So another thing we can do to that is just come up to Effect, down to Generate, and add the fill. I can click this here and make this just a little bit darker than my background, so something like that. Now, what I'm going to do to get it to move around, I'm going to use an effect that we've used before in the previous module, and that's the posterized time effect with a wiggle. So what I can do is just paste this in. So I'm using posterized time for a wiggle 0.8, 800. Now when I click away, we get this effect of the background animation moving around. All right, so that's our sky pretty much done. And now what I want to do is slowly start building up the layers over the top. So I can add my power plant in and just drag this over the top. Now this is not a vector image, it's just a PNG, but you can scale up the quality. If you hit this little button here, it will create a slightly sharper look to your images. If you've got a problem where it's not very sharp, then you can just use that and it'll create a little bit more sharpness to your image. And what I want to add over the top of this is I want to add some bushes that sit over the top. So a way I can create that is by coming over to the ellipse tool. I want to make sure I don't have any layers selected, and I'm going to give this maybe a green color, something like this. It doesn't really matter, I can readjust that. And I'm going to draw out these circles here. Now with that same layer selected, I can create multiple layers here, all on the same layer. So I don't have to go and so I don't have to basically take that and keep moving all the way across. Now what I can do is I can add a repeater to that. So if I add a repeater, again, we've used the repeater, I can create as many layers as I want. And what I can also do is come down to the transform and also adjust these and then off center it here in the middle. Then what I could do is I could go into each of these. So say I didn't like the size of that one, I could just come and adjust. I could just go through and adjust each one of those. I could even move it. It's completely up to you. You have that full control. And this is the great thing about repeaters and using them. And you can create some really fast, easy effects very quickly using a repeater effect. We only want the top parts of this. We don't want the bottom. So I want to cover this up by creating some grass here. So I can create my rectangle tool. I'm going to create a lighter green here and then just create a layer which sits over the top. Now it's a good idea to rename these. Just so I can keep track of what is what here. Now the other thing I want to add onto the background is create some clouds. So I can do this by selecting my pen tool. I'm going to create a white solid here. And what I can do here is just draw out some rough sort of cloud shapes here. Doesn't have to be perfect, maybe just something like this, just nice and simple. I want to rename this to cloud 1. And I can move this and keep it layering over and keep them all ordered over the background. I can duplicate this one, maybe move one over here, shrink this down a little bit, duplicate this again, maybe move this off to the side. So maybe just something that looks like that. Now it's all about, at this point, it's just about layering all the animation before we start animating any sort of camera movement over the top. The other thing I can do is start to animate my power plant here. So I'm going to hit P on the keyboard and create a position keyframe, and I just want this to sort of animate up. So I'm just going to create a simple animation up like this, make this easy ease, and also I might hit S on the keyboard and create a little bit of a scale so it kind of looks like it's growing in size as it sort of goes up, and I think that looks pretty good. I can make these easy ease as well, and that's looking pretty good. The other thing I can do is also add some smoke coming out of these chimneys here. So what I could do is with my pen tool, I'm just going to select and draw a line, something very basic like this, just a straight line. Then with that layer, what I can do is I can come down to the shape settings. I'm going to go to the stroke width and just drag out on this. I want this stroke width to be white. And to make it wavy, so at the moment it's just a straight line, if I come down to the wave settings, I can also drag up on this and I can adjust how much or how big those layers are by adjusting that wave length And I can also animate this using the phase. So if I hit a keyframe there, I can draw another one here. And that's just going to create this animation that sits over the top. Also want to make sure there's no fill on this layer, and I can adjust that by dragging in and out on this point here. The other thing with that layer select, if I hit T, I can bring down the opacity. That's going to create that sort of transparent look. I can drag this down behind my power plant. If I hit U to bring up those keyframes, now we have those keyframes. And what I can do is as the power plant comes up, I can basically create an opacity keyframe here and sort of have it fade on. So I can create one there and one at the start, just fade this off so it sort of fades in, and there you go. Now what I can do with this is just rename this to smoke, and then I can just duplicate this and move it to my next position here. I can duplicate it again and even move one up here, and then just go in and readjust those settings. Now, if yours are not sitting in the right position, you can always just go through those layers and then just say shrink them down a little bit and then just reposition them here. Or just go back through and mess around with those settings. So that's how you create that smoke effect. Now the other part of this is I created some little pop-up things on the side. One of them I created here was this solar panel, which I added on top here. Then I could reposition this, scale it down. And for this one, I'm just going to create a scale and a position keyframe here. Hit U to bring up those keyframes, do the same thing again. Drag down on this as it animates in. The other thing is I'm going to scale this down here. Kind of creates an interesting look, make these easy ease. I can also add motion blur for all of these layers. That's again also just going to help soften out that whole animation, just make it a bit more interesting. I also added a wind turbine over this side, so I added this little turbine here. And what I did with this one is I got my pen tool and I basically just went through here and masked out the bottom of this pole. So I only wanted the wind turbine pole. So I'm just going to call this one pole. I can then basically duplicate that. And with the mask, if I hit M, I can invert this. And now I've got just the top of it. So I've just got the wind turbine part. If I grab that top part and I grab my pan behind tool, I can move the anchor point into the middle of that layer. And now when I hit R on the keyboard, I can create a rotation keyframe. Now when I rotate this, it'll create a rotation across my animation. Now if I add motion blur to that, we get that effect. I can speed this up even more by holding shift. And what I can do with that windmill is I can parent it to the pole layer underneath. And now I've got a controller. When I hit P, I can basically animate the position of that entire animation. So when I drag down, it also drags down on that layer. So I've basically got a controller with one whole layer. I can make this easy ease. And there you go. Now what I can do is I can take that, I can pre-compose that into its own layer. So I've got a finished turbine. Then what I can do is I can duplicate it and just off-center it and maybe scale this down slightly. And grab another one here and off-center that one. Now we have 3 wind turbines here. And what I can also do is as they're animating up, I can basically create position keyframes for this. And then when it's basically going up like this, I can drag this across. So I kind of get this movement of it moving across. I can do the same thing for this other one here as well. I can create a position keyframe, go across, move it across like this. And now we have this animation, so it all looks like they're animating out together. Make all these easy ease and add motion blur to all of these. And now we have that animation of the wind turbines popping up and coming out. Again, it's just kind of using the principles that we've already learned and just making it a bit more interesting. So that's how you take a graphic and turn it into an animation. Now what I want to do is basically animate this using a 3D camera to make it even more interesting. Then I'm going to take all those layers and make them 3D. Now when I do that, I might mess up some of the layers like you can see here, and that's okay, because in the next part, I'm going to show you how we need to start layering all of these effects. So what we need to do is we need to come over here and go to the 2 view. Now the 2 view will reveal basically what our 3D camera is seeing over here. So when I create my 3D camera and move this to the top, you can see that is represented by this graph here. All of these layers that we can see here are basically pinned on one single plane. So when I move my camera, for instance, it doesn't move any of these layers, right? It moves them all together except for this layer here, which is this brush stroke effect. And that's because it's on a different plane. Now what I can do is if I move this layer back, for instance, and I grab all of my, and I also grab my background and move this all the way back, you can notice it's moving into the background of our shot, and that's okay. What I can do is then I can scale this layer right up. I'm also going to grab that brush stroke layer and I'm going to move that back as well, so it sits just in front of that layer. Then I want to grab these clouds and I'm also going to move them back here into our frame. I can even reposition them here. You can do whatever you need to do. You can scale them up as well, because as you move them back, they're going to get smaller. So you can scale them up, that's totally fine. Then I want to make sure that all of these layers, so all the items that we have in the middle of our frame, need to stay in the middle of our frame. We've got our bushes, we've got our grass, we've got all our solar panels, we've got everything in the middle of our frame. Now, for instance, if I just grab my camera here by hitting C on the keyboard and I start to rotate this, you can see that what we've created here is what we call a 3D projection. We're taking 2D layers, but we're layering them in a 3-dimensional space that it projects them. So items in the background are going to be moving at a much different rate to items in the foreground. So we can see that demonstrated here when I move this camera around. Now what I can do is if I take, say, these 2 front layers, so I take these bushes and I duplicate them and drag them up, and then I move them towards the camera. So I'm moving them towards me from my perspective, and then move them down. I can move them even closer. Just to change it up even more, I'm going to change the color of these layers here just to show you. So this just helps demonstrate what I've done. Let's just go back to our 2 view so you can see what we've done here. So these 2 layers are now here, and these 2 grass layers that we've got are all the way back here. Now when I grab my camera, watch the camera, what it's doing here, and rotate it, we're now moving this foreground at a different rate. So you can see what our angle of view is here in our camera. we're getting a different perspective as I pan the camera left and right. So now all you need to do is if I go back to the start here, I can go to my camera settings, I can create a point of interest and a position. And if I go across here, I can create a very small movement. I can even zoom in slightly at the beginning here. Now when I play through this little demonstration here of what we've done, we've created that 3D movement of our camera, but using only 2D images. So this is going back to my original composition. This is exactly what I've done here. I've just created the exact same thing. So this video is building on a few of the techniques that we've looked at in the previous videos, and I've shown you how you can start to put it all together into an actual animation. So if you have any particular questions on this video or any of the other videos in this course, then don't hesitate to let me know. All right, we're powering through these videos now. We're into video 4. And in this video, we're going to have a look at ink maps. I've got 2 examples here. The first one is this slideshow effect where we have this ink map over the top. The first thing I'm going to do is just right click, create a new composition here. And I want to go back to using my archival photos. So I'm just going to drag my first photo in here and I can scale this up very slightly. I can also come over here and add the black and white preset. And for this effect, I want to create 2 of these layers. So I'm just going to duplicate that layer. Now for the one underneath, I'm just going to turn off that top one. I want to come up to effect down to color correction and add the hue and saturation. Now this kind of effect works when we drag up on the lightness, so that the bottom one is a lighter color. As you can see in the original example, we have this light color and then the reveal kind of reveals a darker color. If we don't differentiate these 2, we're not going to see that effect. Now with the top one turned back on, what I want to do is now drag in my ink map. This is the ink map here that I've supplied for you. Now to download this, it's part of your download package, but you have to download it via the link. So once you've downloaded that, you can bring it into After Effects and then just drag it on top of your footage. Now the way an ink map works is by having a black and white image. So part of the image is white and part of it is black. Now we can use that information as a luma matte, and this is something that we looked at in the very first module of this course when using After Effects. This also works with any kind of image that is black or white. So it doesn't have to just be an ink map. An ink map is just this type of effect where we get, it looks like ink drops are dropping onto the screen. To demonstrate this, I've dragged it on top of my image, and we need to make sure that it's scaled up here. I can hit S on the keyboard, and that it's going to fill my entire frame here. If we have part of it off, it's not going to work. And with that layer selected, if I come down to toggle modes, I can come to the track matte settings and make this the luma matte of the ink drops layer. So that's saying I want you to use that map that we have as that luma matte. Now at the moment it's doing the opposite to what we want. So we want to invert this map, and it's going to say, okay, to the dark part of the image we want to make it transparent, and to the light part we want to keep it. Now the good thing about this is once I've got that map, I can drag this layer up and down by scaling it, and that will allow us to reposition that effect however we want. Now it's quite soft, that effect. So you can see where we've got that background image, we've added that lighter version of that image. So we want to make this front image a bit darker. So I'm going to come up to effect down to color correction, and I can add the curves effect. And if I drag down on this and up on this, that's what we call an S-curve. So the lower part of this graph here represents the darker parts of the image, and this represents the brighter parts of the image. So if I drag up on this point, it makes those parts brighter, and then it makes this part darker. So it's basically just adding contrast is another way of looking at this curve, but it just gives you much more control. So there we go, we created that effect. Now to create the zoom, like I did in my original composition, I can just right click and create a null object. With this null here on top, I can parent all those layers to that null, And now I have a controller, which I can create a scale keyframe here and also a position keyframe. And then if I go across to the end, I can bring those keyframes up by hitting U and create 2 more. And I can just create a nice little zoom effect here into my image so we get that effect. The other thing I can also do, like we've done in all our compositions before, I can select all those layers, right click, make them easy ease, and then come into the graph editor. And I can just give these a slight curve here. And then I'll just make it a little bit more interesting. Now when it gets to about here, I can start dragging in my next image. So I'm just going to drag another image here on top. This one I also want to apply that black and white effect, and I'll scale up here. I want to parent this one to my null. And I want to drag in on the end here so that it basically appears in our shot. I can then duplicate that layer. Now with the original layer, what I can do is copy that lighten effect and put that on the bottom one. And with my top one, I can also take that curves and add the curves again. And then I can also take the ink map, drag that on top, and then set that layer to use that as the ink map. Also have to drag in on this layer so it controls the start of that ink map, and there we go, we have that finished effect. This effect is now widely used across mainstream media, and it's a great effect for doing this sort of thing where you have maybe archival photos or anything like that. It just kind of has that slight vintage look to it, and it works really well for doing this kind of effect. In this next example, I'm going to show you how to use this effect over a map. So I want to start by creating a new composition here and then hit OK. I want this effect to have a paper look, so I'm going to drag in this paper layer here and just drag it down or scale it down. Then I want to drag in my world map. We're going to be using a lot of maps in the next module of this course, but this is the first time that we're going to be using this map as a vector image. You also have to download this. I've put download links in your download folder for this file. It's an EPS file, so we have to now click this little button and that's going to scale it up. And with that layer, I can come up to Effect, down to King, and I can use the extract tool and just remove the white part of that image. I can then scale this right up because it's a vector, so I'm not going to lose any quality by zooming into this. And then I can just reposition it here on our screen. What I also did with this layer is I changed the color of the map. So I came up to Effect, down to Generate, and added the Fill effect, and you can make this whatever color you want. For mine, I'm using this blue color, but yours can be whatever you like. Now to get that paper texture of that layer behind, again, we've done this before. We can come into the modes and make this multiply, and that'll give us that paper texture of that layer in behind. And it's always good to do this with your animations because it just makes them a little bit more believable and just a bit more interesting. For the ink map, we're going to be using a different file here, and it's this one here. You can also download that via the link in your download folder. I just drag this here on top. Now for this one, what we want to do is we want to do the opposite that we did before. We basically want to use this map to reveal a map on top, if that makes sense. So to show you what I mean, I'm going to take my map layer and just duplicate that and drag it on top. So we've got two maps that are exactly the same, and that's really important. Then we can take that ink map layer and set this to be the ink map of that layer above. Now what I can do is if I come up to my layer down to color correction, I can add the tint effect, and I can start messing around with these colors here, which will affect the original colors here of this map. But this will basically just give you control over that image. You can mess around with this until you get the exact result that you're happy with. Now that we've got that map, we can basically scale this and move it however we want. Now you will see the edges here. One way around that is by drawing a mask and then feathering that mask. But I'm going to show you another little thing here. You can either just scale this up. Now the quality of that will deteriorate as you start dragging that up because that is not a vector map, that image. You can increase the quality by dragging by clicking this little button here, and that'll make it a little bit sharper. But you just got to be aware of that if you're dragging that up even higher. A good way around this is by using a high resolution ink map. So if you can find one that's like 4K or 8K resolution, then you're going to find that this is going to be a lot sharper. Now, to make the 3D effect, what we can do is we can create a camera. It can be 35mm here, that's fine. I can make all of these 3D. Now I can grab my camera tool here and just pan down. And I can also just scale in here by dragging in like this. Might just drag my camera over here. And then I can also always grab my background layer, my paper layer, and just scale this over to hide that. I can even scale this up. And all I want to do with this layer is if I come down to my camera settings, I can hit a point of interest and a position keyframe here. And I'm just going to basically move this up. And I can just scale out very slightly here. So we kind of get a little bit of movement there, just makes it look a little bit more interesting. Now your computer might start to slow down a little bit here because there's a lot going on. You can always adjust the resolution if playback becomes too slow, but you can see the effect that we're creating here. We're creating this drop of the ink on our map. Now at the moment we're seeing the entire map. So what you could do with that ink map selected, I could even go in here and create a mask that sort of goes around this layer. So I'm just doing a rough mask here. You could spend a lot more time masking this, but then you get that basically localized to that area. Now we have that effect localized to that map layer. Now we're going to have a look at maps a lot more in the next module. We're going to be making lots of different maps. Another thing you can do is it will depend on the ink map that you're using, but the effect is quite fast. That is because this clip or the ink drop is moving in really fast. So I could use another video clip that's a bit slower. I could even come in here and just go to time and go time remapping. If I create a point maybe halfway through the middle here and drag out, that'll slow down that animation a little bit there at the start. But for the best results, I'll just go and find another ink map that works a little bit better. All right, so that's it for this video. In the next video, we're going to start looking at 2D animation, and then you're ready to dive into the next module. If you have any questions on this particular video or any of the other videos in this course, then don't hesitate to let me know. Now I'm really excited for this video because we're going to be looking at how to do a full 2D graphic animation. Now I've picked this particular animation, which I've made from scratch, because it kind of encompasses a lot of the techniques that we've been looking at in the course up until this point. What I really want to teach you is how you would basically go from a concept, and it might just be a voiceover or a script, and then create a full animation out of that. And that's very similar to what I'm doing in module 5, where I give you voiceovers that are already complete and we have to make animations off that, because at home when you're creating videos, that's exactly what it's going to be like for you. You're going to basically have a script or a voiceover and you want to create an animation from that. Now all the files for this I've supplied for you, and we're going to start by just creating a new composition here. And I want to create a new background, so I can just basically create a color here. For this, I'm just using this sort of color here. And I'm just going to call this one background. And this is where naming things is going to be really important. So the next part of this is I want to create these little pop-up buildings for my video. Now, the first thing you'll notice about this overall animation is that I've created consistency in my design. So the first thing I mean by that is the color, right? The color choices, I've basically picked my colors, and we spoke about this in the very beginning. I've picked colors and then made my whole animation work around that. The other things that I've done is also pick similar style of animation. So by that I mean, look at the buildings, right? They're all of a similar design. I haven't just picked real pictures of buildings and then mix it in with cartoon buildings. I've kind of picked a style which works. Then I've built all the elements around that to kind of match that theme. Now this animation could be basically talking about anything, but for this particular thing, it could be talking about deserts and it could be talking about a dry theme, right? So Australia has a lot of deserts. So I've kind of picked this color palette that also kind of represents that, a lot of earthy colors. I've also kept it quite a simple sort of animation. I wanted it to be quite clean. I didn't want it to be cluttered. So that's just a style that I particularly like. It's really about looking at the information that you've got, whether it's a voiceover or a script, and then trying to pick elements based on that. So let's start by dragging in our first graphic here. And I want to start by adding a tint to this. So I can just add a tint onto this, and I want this to kind of match my theme. So I'm using this sort of earthy color here. Again, this can be whatever you like, but it needs to kind of match the theme that you're using for your video. So what I'm going to do is just basically drag this down and recenter it here. And what I did in my original composition was I created a backdrop. So the color can be whatever you like here. This is the color that I'm using here for mine. And I just dragged out a circle. I'm holding shift on my keyboard and I can reposition this here. I want to make sure it's behind my building because we want to, layering things is very important. And I can also just drag this down very slightly here. Now to hide the bottom, an easy way to do this, because our background is not going to be moving, I can just duplicate this, drag it above that layer and then just drag it down. Now when we're moving the camera around, because we're not going to be seeing that it's the exact same color and the background's not moving, we won't actually see that line there. Now I can just start animating my first image here. So I'm just going to create a position keyframe and I just want to create a nice little scale up of that building. I want to make sure that this is behind that background layer as well so that it pops up behind. And I can just right click on these, make them easy ease. And I'm just going to drag in on the graph editor here just so we kind of get a nice little animation. I can drag out on this to slow it down so we've got something like that. I can also add motion blur for that composition and also for that layer. So when designing this or the layout, what I'm really focusing on is I'm listening to the voiceover or I'm reading the script and listening or looking at what it's talking about and trying to basically give the screen that attention of that. Say in this example, it's talking about these buildings. Well, then these need to be the center point of that animation. So don't clutter it with other things. Don't make them really small. Bring them to the front. Make sure they're front and center. Now we could just drag in our next building here, but what I'm going to do is duplicate this, hit P on the keyboard. And with that one behind, right, with this one, I want to select both of those, make sure my playhead lines up, and just drag it or off center it here. Now a quick little tip here is if I drag that building with that layer selected here, if I drag it in holding Option or Alt on my keyboard and just select that, it now automatically replaces it and already has it pre-animated. So I can bring up those keyframes there and I can just off center this because I want it to kind of have a delay. And then I can just go in here and scale this layer up. I can even go to my position keyframes there, make sure they're all selected, and then just scale this down so that we kind of get that little animation. Let's just do that once more. I can duplicate that again, off center this, select those keyframes, drag them across, and then just holding Option or Alt on my keyboard, I'm going to replace it with this building. And then I can scale this up as well. And I can also bring up those keyframes and reposition that there. So now we've just created this whole animation in much less time. So we're looking at ways now to kind of speed up that animation. Now while they're animating in, I also added some text. So I put some text here, which I can just draw out. The exact font and everything, this is where you would basically work out, already have predetermined what that font is going to be. We talked about that in the very first video, and it needs to just kind of match the style. So don't use a completely different font that doesn't really work for the style that you're going for. And to animate it, again, I just use the animation presets. So with my playhead here at the start, I'm just going to drag in the typewriter effect and bring those keyframes up, and I can readjust those here. So we kind of get that animation. Then I can just copy that text, move it across here, and just duplicate it again, and then drag this one across as well. Again, it's just about using animations here, and then I can just off-center these animations, right? So the first one I want to come in first, then I want this one coming in here to line up with that, and then I've got my third one lining up with that animation. Again, this really helps when everything's ordered and nicely labeled, because we can just keep track of everything that's going on. The other thing I did was also draw out some little clouds here, just to add a little bit of interest and fill some of this negative space here. So I just drew some cloud designs here, and I just dragged up on this to give them a little bit of a stroke effect. So something like this. I can also create just a very slight animation for those. So I can create a position keyframe here, go to the end of my composition and have this move across. So something like that. So it's got a very slow sort of movement. Again, I can rename this to cloud and then just duplicate that. And if I'm going to move it, I need to select all those position keyframes and then just off center it here. So maybe something up here. And then we've got this little cloud effect going on here. Just something just to kind of draw your eye into this. Now, the other thing we can do that I did in my original comp is I started to basically create an animation of a camera. With using all of these layers, we could use the 3D camera tool. For this one, I'm going to use the null object because I find it just works easier when using this effect. I can basically parent all those layers except for the background layer, because we don't want that to move throughout our shot. And now we've got the controller which controls all of those positions of those layers. Now I created a position and a scale keyframe here, hit U to bring those up. And then I just kind of created a nice little movement here. And then here I just wanted to basically zoom in, bring this down slightly. So we kind of get that little movement there. I can even just reposition this now that I've got all those layers, and we kind of get that animation. I can also select all these, make them easy ease. Now we can go through and adjust the keyframe position and also add speed ramping and everything to the camera movement later. But right now I'm just focusing on kind of getting it all laid out so that we can animate it as we go. Now I went across maybe another second here, and then I want to start zooming out and moving my camera over here. Now we can already see one problem here, which is we've got this background. I can just simply scale this up and move this down just to hide that. But we've kind of got this movement here. Then I can bring in my transparent map here and just layer this on top. I can then scale this right down. And for this one, I just wanted to isolate Australia down here, so I can just create my mask that goes around this, and then we've just got that layer isolated. I can drag up on this, I can scale this up. And another cool little thing you can do with these layers is I can parent that to that null, but I can also make layers 3D even when we don't have a 3D camera. So if I make this 3D, what I also will have to do here is move the anchor point, because the anchor point's all the way over here. So I'm going to move this down into the center of my map. Then I can come over here, and with the x-axis, I can basically rotate this on an angle. Now I have a 3D map without using a 3D camera. So I can basically position it in a three-dimensional space. Now I want that layer to basically animate in here. So I'm going to create a position keyframe here, and then maybe a position keyframe there. And I can just animate this coming in from the side of screen. I can also give this a bit of motion blur. It's going to make it a little bit more interesting. And then just easy ease that keyframe in. Kind of adds a bit more of an interesting effect there. And then I can also add a fill, so I can come up to effect, down to generate, and add the fill effect. And I want to rename this to be my dark map. So Because I'm going to be layering these, I want to keep track of which maps are which here. So we've got this first map, and now I want to basically isolate this like I did in my original composition into sections. So where I've got 3 different sections here, I can just simply duplicate that. I can drag in on this. I don't need that opening part. With the mask, I just want to delete that. And now I can draw out a new mask. So for this part, I just wanted to isolate, say, Western Australia here. Then I can change the color of that map. I can then duplicate that. I can grab that mask, delete that one, and then just draw out another section here. And for that one, I can pick another color again. So now I've got 3 sections with 3 different map colors. Now to animate that, a simple way of doing that is under the mask, I can use the mask expansion. So if I create a keyframe here and a keyframe there, with my first one, I can basically scale this down and it creates that nice little fill effect. I'll just show you that again on this layer. If I come down and create a mask expansion, I can basically scale this up and create that little animation. Something else you can also do, which will add to that effect, is add some feather, and that'll give you a soft look rather than a hard edged look. But that's just up to you and the design that you're going for. I can also right click on those, again, make them easy ease, soften out that whole animation, and I can also off center these. That will then change the timing of that animation. Right, so I've got 3 different animations here. Then another little thing I did was also add these little pop-up houses on these layers. So what I can do here is I can come over here and grab my little house image, drag that on top here, scale that down, and just position that wherever I need it to be. I can also add the tint effect to this. So under color correction, I can come down here and add the tint effect. And if I change this color, I can basically make it a similar color to that layer that I'm just working on there. I can also animate this using the same technique we used in the last module. And that is, if I make sure no layers are selected, I can create a new little solid. I can also add a fill to this. I want to layer this now on top of that layer. And I can basically add a position keyframe and just move this down behind that layer. So it creates this little pop-up animation like this. Make those easy ease. And I need to set this, if I go back, if you remember, we set this, the alpha matte invert of that layer. So as it goes down behind that layer, we don't see it. Also make sure that these have motion blur on, and we need to make sure that these are attached to that null layer, right? So there's a lot of things that's just happened in that little sequence there of animation, but nothing that I haven't shown you already. So really I'm demonstrating how we've talked about these principles and now putting them into an actual animation. The other thing I did was also add a little line to basically come over here from the top. Now we've done this before. If I make sure I've got nothing selected, I don't want a fill effect, and I can basically take my pen tool and draw out a little animated line here from the section that I want. I can hide that mask there, and I can then come down and animate this, right? So under the shape path settings, I can add the trims path. We've done all this before. Just reposition this so I can keep track of where these layers are. And I want to create an end offset here so that we've got that animation. I might even scale up the thickness on that line. Now, if you remember, we can also add the dashes, make them bigger or smaller, and you can also animate that offset. So if I come back here, I can create an offset keyframe and also come down here and add that animation there as well. Now, if I just select that layer, hit U, I can bring up all those keyframes. And remember, now we have control over that position of that line, right? So we've got an animated line that we can use. I need to basically rename this so we can keep track of what all our layers are doing. And now you've got one complete animation here, which I can also make sure this is on the null. We can then basically duplicate that and just repeat that process over and over again. So I can take those 3 layers, duplicate them, drag them up, make sure they're on top of my next map here, and then I start moving them across one at a time. So I can grab these 2 layers, hit P on my keyboard, move this one across, make sure that this layer now is moved here as well. With that house layer, I can now change the color to kind of match that setting. I can even change this color here as well if I want to really make it match to that color. And the line, again, I can now go into the pen tool settings and then basically change this entire position of this line. So we've got that animation now playing out from a different point, but it's much faster because we've already done all that animation before. So let me show you how to do that once more. I take those layers, duplicate it, drag it up on my map layer, move it across, take that house layer, hit P. I'm going to make sure I line up with that playhead there and then just drag this whole thing across. I can change that color to a lighter color here. Also give this something a little bit lighter here as well. And then just make sure that this is also dragged across here. And for the line, again, I can come into my pen tool and then just basically reanimate this line so that it matches to that scene. So we've got lots of different lines animating here. I can even bring up those keyframes if it's too fast and just reanimate that. So you can always go through and retime that. It's completely up to you, and you have full control over once you've done all this animation. You can basically control any aspect of it you like. So we've done a lot of animation there. Let's just go back to animating our camera. I'm just going to add another 2 keyframes in here so we just get a very slight sort of movement of our camera moving back along this position. I can then come into my graph editor and I can start messing around with those positions. Now, where we're getting a little bit of that jerky movement, like we've discussed in this module, we're using cameras. I need to go in here and make sure that the under keyframe interpolation, that these are continuous Bezier. With those position ones, if I come in here, I can also make sure that these, for this spatial interpolation, are linear. And now we can basically control that animation a little bit better here. So I can just drag up on this just to kind of give it a little bit more movement. Maybe just bring this up slightly here, kind of continues that movement there. With this scale, maybe bring this up, maybe bring this one down a little bit here, just kind of adds a little bit more interesting movement to that. Again, if you struggle with using the graph editor, then check out that Facebook group video, which demonstrates how to use the graph editor in a lot more detail. A few last things that I added here into my original animation was I duplicated those clouds, which I had from the top layer. And then I just basically move them down here into that animation. Everything's working off that controller. Another thing I added up here at the top was this big text. I just did that by basically taking this text here, duplicating it, dragging it up. I added a slight position keyframe here from the start to the end. I added the typewriter effect to have it typewriting and also dragged it right down here so that it came out behind this circle. So nothing that I haven't shown you how to do in the previous module or up until this point in the course, but that's how we kind of take a lot of those techniques that we've been talking about and put it into a real animation. So hopefully that's given you a bit more understanding on how we would go from a blank page or a concept into a animated video. In module 5, as I discussed, we're going to give you voiceovers that you can animate videos to. So it's up to you to basically pick a style. I'm going to show you how to obviously do it all from scratch, but we're basically going or working off a voiceover from scratch and trying to time our animation to match those voiceovers. So that's it for this video. If you have any questions on this particular video or any of the other videos in this course, then don't hesitate to let me know. Well done for making it to module 4, and this is where the fun really begins with graph and map animations. In this module, we're not going to be focusing on backgrounds. In most cases, the idea is you'd be overlaying these animations over stock footage or different animated backgrounds. I just want to teach you the techniques that go into creating graphs and maps. I encourage you to take these animations and then combine them with different background animations to create different effects. That's really a massive part of animation, is layering different elements and effects to create something interesting. You can even test yourself by watching Vox videos and studying the different ways they layer their animations over footage, interviews, and backgrounds. We're diving straight into module 4 of this animation course. Now, this is the really exciting module because in this module, we're going to be looking at graphs and we're going to be looking at map animations. Both of these are the most requested stuff that I had for this entire course. So I'm really going to be diving into doing a lot of different animations throughout this module. In this video, we're going to be looking at bar graphs. I'm going to show you 2 different examples. So this is the animation that we're going to be making here on screen. So we can start by creating a new composition here. I've set mine to be 5 seconds in length. It can be whatever resolution you like. First thing, as always, we create just a background color just so we can see our animation. The background doesn't matter too much, but as I've already discussed, we're not focusing on backgrounds in this video. We're just looking at the animations themselves. And that's because you're probably going to be overlaying these animations over the top of various things. Now I'm just going to create some new text here, and I'm just going to type out a heading that I want for my project. I'm not doing anything special here. I've just typed out my text. The font can be whatever you like. It's just merely a demonstration. But if I hit enter and paste in my next layer of text here, you can create within the same text layer, you can create different fonts. So I can just highlight that and change the font, the style, the color, whatever, without having to create multiple layers of text. For something like this where we have multiple designs of text, this is going to be really handy because we don't have to create multiple layers for this. The other advantage is when you add an animation preset, it's going to affect all the text in that layer. So it's going to go from one layer to another, or we can even go through and adjust all of that. Now for animating the text, you can use any of these animation presets that we've used before. I've shown you how to do that, and you can mess around with any of the ones in there. For this, I'm just going to go with a simple fade effect because we haven't done that yet. I just create a keyframe here for my opacity, drag this all the way to 0. We've got a simple fade on effect, nothing special there. Then I want to start by drawing my first line here. So I'm going to select my pen tool, make sure there's no fill, and I want to basically give this a darker color here, something like that, and then I can just draw out a line here on the screen. Now, a common problem you might have already come across when using After Effects is drawing straight lines. People always ask, how do you do that? Now, if I make sure I've got no layers selected, if I come up to my view, there's this little thing here called Show Rulers. That brings up the ruler tab inside of After Effects. Now, when I drag my cursor over, we get these little arrows. I can drag this in, and that creates a blue line. It's important to note that that blue line is not in your animation. So when you export your video, you're not going to see that. It's merely just a ruler. I can always hide that or get rid of that by dragging it off screen, but it just sits there. I can also just go back up to my view setting and hide rulers, which will hide the outside, and I can also hide show guides. So it's not going to appear in the final video, it's just a guide. But what we can use it for is creating straight lines. So if I hold this and hold shift, see how it's snapping to that line. So what I can do is if I bring this in, also make sure that snap guides is on, so that will always snap your line to that guide there. So that's how you create that little guide. I can get rid of that and then just hide those rulers. So that's a simple way, if you ever run into that issue of creating straight lines, that's how you do it. I can come down here and start animating this line. So again, we're using the trims path. We've done this before. I can create an end keyframe here, create one back here, scale this up. We've done all this before. Create easy ease keyframes and then just animate that line. So I want it coming in a little bit slower here at the start and then speeding up. So something like that. I can also add motion blur to this layer. Just makes it a little bit more interesting. The next part is I want to draw a line coming out of this. So I'm going to create a rectangle box. Now this is where you can choose the color that is going to be your bar. In this case, I'm just going to use a yellow and I don't want a fill on the stroke layer. Then I can just drag this layer out. And we've got that graph sitting there. Again, I can hit Y on the keyboard, reposition this anchor point. We've done this before. Come down here under the transform properties, create a scale keyframe. Create one back here. If I make sure the constraints are off, I can drag this all the way down to 0. And then back up to 100 so we get that line animating out. You can also make sure that motion blur is on for that layer. Right click, easy ease. You can even go back into the graph editor and then just bring that up like that. So we've got that graph animating in. I can even just bring that underneath that shape layer so it just hides the path of that layer. Now, once that bar comes out, I want to basically then just create some new text here and just paste that over the top. This text can be whatever you like. You can mess around with the settings there. And I just want to bring the end of this in here, hit T on my keyboard, and I want to create an opacity keyframe there, and then just fade this on. So we kind of get that fade on effect of that text. And that text can be whatever you like. The great thing about these animations is once they're done, I can just reanimate the position. So say you first make it to be like 30% or whatever. So if I set this to be 50%, then I could be like, okay, the numbers have changed or whatever. I just need to go back in there, change the number, and it's done. So it's super simple once you've got it set up. It's just making it can be a little bit time consuming at the start. Now with those two layers, I just want to basically now duplicate those, bring them up here on top, off center them here, and just drag them down. And I can just basically go ahead and change the position of that second scale layer. I can even just drag in on this point here if I want it to be shorter. Reposition my text there exactly like we've done. Take that layer, change the color. And now we've got a second animation. So we've just duplicated that animation, creating another animation there. Another thing I did was also just add another little interesting layer down here of this line effect. So I just created this little line that ran up like this. Made sure that this had no fill. And just change the color of that. I can even just turn that off so we can see what we're doing. Come down here to those settings. Under the shape path, under the stroke, again, I can add dashes. I can scale this up or down. Depends on the look that you're going for. Then I can go in here and readjust anything that needs to be readjusted and then just reposition this. Also added a trims path to this one. Created an end there and then just dragged in on this first one. And that just created that little animation. With that text layer there, I can duplicate that, bring that down here, and just give this, say, another statistic here that we need. We can just drag that down. So now we've got another layer there ready to go. So there you go. We've got just this simple animation. It's using all the techniques and principles that we've used before. Nothing new there. We're just using them in a different way to create this graph. In our next example, we're going to basically take that a little bit further and we're going to be creating a bigger graph here. So I just want to start by creating a new composition. Again, I've just put a light gray background in here, nothing new. And I'm just going to add some new text here, paste in my text. I've laid it out in this particular design here. It doesn't really matter. For this one, I am going to add an animator to this one. And I want this one to basically fade up by lines. I'm also going to have it come in by words as well. If I drag in on these 2 points, I can control that overall speed of that animation. Now for that second animator, if I come in here, I can basically adjust that position now. So if I drag this down and then I drag this one down here, we basically create that little fade in effect, right? So we've got this sort of motion like this. You can even do this by lines. It doesn't have to be by just words, but it's up to you. You can mess around with that. That's layering 2 of those animation presets. Now what I'm also going to do here is I want to create the lines of the graph. So I'm just going to create a new line here. Something like this. And with that line, what I can do is I can add a little animation to it by adding a trims path. Again, I can animate the end of that position, come back to the start here. All of these ones we've done before. But what I can do with those is I can also add a repeater. So if I come up here like we've done before, if I add a repeater, I can now basically control where the position of those lines are going to be. So if I bring them back here down to 0, I can now have even spacing. I can even bring up more lines here. And I can even drag up and down on these. Again, as you know, we can drag down on these and that'll create different widths of lines. I can now just reposition this to wherever it needs to be, and we've got those lines for that graph. That's a really easy way and a sensible way of doing this effect. Now for the text, I want it to try and match to my graph. So we're looking for similar designs. I don't want to change everything up just for the sake of it. And then I can just start adding in my little line markers here. So if I put this one down here, I can just scale this down in size. And we kind of get that little scale line. If I go into the properties of that, I can even move this layer up here just to create less or more. I can even drag these in just to speed up that animation. But we get that effect. Then it's just a matter of duplicating those layers all the way up until you've filled that entire side screen, and then just going through and numbering all of those as well. So I've numbered all of those and duplicated them all the way across. Now what I also did is if I take one of these, I can just duplicate it and also move it down here. And we're going to use this for our first bit of data. Now these numbers obviously be different for real data that you're using, but for me, I'm just showing you an example here. So it could be data for anything. So I can just basically create whatever I need here. So maybe something like that. I can even scale this down a little bit and just reposition it here. So now we want to create the little bars that pop up over the top. So we do this by creating very similar to the bars that we created in the original video. I create a new little bar here. And I want to make sure that the fill is on here. The color can be whatever you like, and I don't want a stroke going around it. You might like a stroke, but I don't want one for this animation. Then again, we can just go in here and reposition that anchor point and then just create a scale keyframe. I'm going to move the start of it across, turn this off here, create another one there. And then with this one, just make it 0 so we get that animation popping up. I can then make these easy ease, go into my graph editor here, and then just drag in on these points to get that animation there. Now I can make sure that this is also called yellow bar. Now I want to create the bars that sit over the top. Now a simple way of doing this is just duplicating that layer, changing the color to be whatever you like. I can hit U on the keyboard, and with that second keyframe, all I have to do is just drag down to wherever that position of that bar is. Now, because they both start from the same point, they're going to end at the same time as well. And I can even do this again by hitting U and then just dragging down on this layer and creating another color change there as well. So we get all of these different colors. The beauty about this is that when I have to make changes now, I only need to go to those keyframes and adjust the individual parameters for that. So I don't have to go through and reanimate it all. It'll automatically then just readjust for that. Now I'll just show you, if I take all these and duplicate it and just drag them on top, I can off-center this animation here and just drag this whole group of layers across. And now when I select those, I hit U, we can now adjust those individual parameters all again. Now you can even do this manually. You don't have to use the numbers, but it may be more precise if you're using those numbers there. Again, we'll just duplicate this. We drag it up, move it across, drag the whole group across now, and now we have 3 different sets of data that we can refer to. That's how you create one little group of data sets there. So you've got one complete group of data. You can go through and rename those, which I haven't done there, but it's a good idea to rename those to those colors so you can always just come back through and readjust those. Another thing I did was also take one of those groups, just duplicate it, and just dragged it down here. And then just drag this across, and what I did was I just moved the whole thing up here, brought up those keyframes, and I just set all of these to be around sort of 2630 just to create these little blocks here. And then I can just start off-centering these so that I've got all of these different little boxes basically created here. Then I can take one of those text layers, I can duplicate it, drag it up here, and then just reposition it next to one of these layers. And then I've got now a little information key that people can refer to when looking at the graph. So I can just duplicate that again and move it across to name each of these data sets. And that's how you create that animation. Then it's just a matter of going back through, duplicating all those data sets until you have all of your layers laid out in one big composition. So there you go. That's how you create these 2 types of bar graph. Now, if you have any questions on this particular video or any of the other videos in this course, then don't hesitate to let me know. Let's dive straight into creating some circular graphs. So our first animation we're going to create is this circular graph here. So I can just right click, create a new composition and hit OK. Now, as always, I'm just going to start with a gray background here, but again, you can use whatever you like. You don't even need a background. You might be making this over some footage. It's up to you. Okay, for this title, what we're going to do is create some text here. I'm going to type out my text and just move it up here to the top of my screen. And for this animation, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to hit P on the keyboard, and we're going to use a slightly different animation, one that we've done before. I can select both of those, make them easy ease. And I can also just create a solid layer here. That can be whatever color you want, it doesn't matter. And then with that text layer, I can go to the track matte settings and set this to be alpha invert so that when it sits behind that layer, it'll disappear. Again, with that layer, I can also make sure that motion blur is turned on, and then we've got a little bit of motion blur on that layer. All right, so let's get started on the graph part. So we're going to create first a circle. So let's just come up here, grab the ellipse tool. I want to make sure that this has no fill, and I can give this a slight stroke effect. Then I can hold shift on my keyboard and I can draw out a circle here. Then I can just reposition this to be whatever I want. Now with this circle, what I can do is hit S on the keyboard and I can create a scale keyframe. So I'll create one here at the start, which is 0, and then it sort of basically goes like that. I can also make this easy ease, and you can even go into the graph editor and smooth all that out. Remember, if you're working with the scale function, you have to move the anchor point to the center or wherever you're going to be animating that layer from, so that we can basically choose where the center of that animation is going to play out from. Now what I can do to create the segment is duplicate that, and if I come down to the settings under the ellipse path, what I can do is basically scale up on this. And what I'm going to do is actually change the color, right? So I'm going to change this to be a yellow color. And what I can do is scale right up on this stroke effect. So something like that. If you want it even bigger, you can move that up even further. But now we already have that segment that's attached to that layer. I can make sure that both of these have motion blur on them, and that just creates a nice little animation. Now to animate this layer, what we can do is also add a trims path. So once I've got the trims path, I can create a end, drag across, create another one here, drag this all the way to 0. That just creates that nice little animation. I can always drag both of these keyframes out, and that's going to off-center that animation or delay it. I can create an easy ease for that, and we've basically got that little segment. Now what I want to do is take that segment, that yellow segment, and layer it, but I want to use an expression so that they're joined together. So let's just start by creating or duplicating that layer and just renaming these. Then I can take that layer, I'm going to choose my next color here, so something like that. I can hit U on the keyboard to bring up those keyframes, and now I can choose a new position here where I want that to end. Now what I want to do is I want the yellow part of my image, or the layer that we created underneath, I want it to basically follow the end of this layer here. So as this layer is coming out, there's a gap where this layer then starts. Now you might just like the look that we've got on screen at the moment. You might just want to layer multiple segments over the top, but I want to take this a step further and use an expression here. Now what I can do is, just to simplify this, I'm just going to minimize these here so I can see the trims path for both of these layers. Right, so the trims path is what's animating. So I've got my blue and I've got my yellow. Now for the start of the yellow, I want it to follow the end of my blue layer. So what I do is, if I hold down Option or Alt on my keyboard, I can hit the little stopwatch. Now I can drag this pick whip to the end layer of my other layer. Now when I click away, what that does is it's now following the outside of my blue layer. Now we can see this is if we off-center this. So if I create a small gap there, now we can see how that layer is now attached to that layer. I can then also off-center this endpoint here just to create or match that gap there we've got at the start. Now let's just do this once more again. I'm just going to minimize that one and basically create a duplicate of my blue layer. Bring this up here, and I want to change this to be, say, a green color like this. Now just to show you, I'm just going to off-center this front one here. For this one, I want the start of my blue layer to follow the end of my green layer. So I've got my green layer here and I've got my blue layer here. What I'm going to do is, with my blue layer, I'm going to hold down Option or Alt on my keyboard and click the stopwatch next to the start. And I want that to follow the end of my green layer. Now when I click away, we've got that animation, but what I can do is just also off-center that one. And you can see we've got that little gap. Now you might have to go through and just adjust that yellow layer again. If you double tap U, it'll bring up everything that you've altered for that layer. So that's a simple trick there. So I can basically off center this one and then just readjust this end position here. So now we get this little segmented areas of our circular graph. Now, if I want to alter the size of those, all then I have to do is just hit U to bring up those keyframes and just go through and adjust the end positions. So if I say want the green to go to there, and I want the blue, say to go to there, you can adjust that however you want, and it's automatically with the expression going to change the layout of that animation. So that's a really handy tool which saves you a lot of time. Instead of going back through and reanimating everything from scratch, you can just go through and make adjustments, and After Effects is automatically going to work out the position of all of those layers. Now, one last thing I also did was I took these layers over here, or my text layers, I bring up P on the keyboard, and then I can drag them all over here. And now you've got little text segments there wherever you need them. So you can duplicate that and create it as many times as you want. So that's something a little bit more complicated, using expressions and pick whips for very specific functions of a layer. So let's have a look at how to create this pie graph. So I'm going to right click, create a new composition here. I'm just creating a dark background. And I'm also just going to paste in my text here, and I'm using the exact same animation that we were using before in the last animation, but I've just made it white this time so we can see it. I'm just using some different colors here just to try and differentiate. So now we can create the animation. Now we're going to do this exactly the same way that we did before. I'm just going to create a yellow stroke here, and I don't want to fill. And I can just draw out, I'm holding shift on the keyboard to draw out my shape for my graph. Then I can come down to the stroke settings, and I can just drag right up on this if I want more or less. And I can also control the size by dragging this down or up. So something like that. So we've got our graph. So we've got our pie chart there. Then I can also add a trims path to this, and we can create an end start here, and then we've got that pie graph. So that's just a really simple way of creating a pie graph. Now you might start to see a pattern of reusing the same effects over and over and over again, but we're creating lots of different animations. So at this point in the course, for a lot of people, it should be that moment where you start to realize that a lot of animations that you're looking at online, they might be different, but they're using a lot of basic principles, right? So that's what I really want to try and demonstrate to you by using these same principles over and over again. Just because it does one function doesn't mean you can only create one type of animation. You can create lots of different things just by layering simple effects. So we've got this segment now, and what I can do is I can duplicate that. I'm just going to rename these. So I've got my yellow and I've got my blue, and now for the blue one, I can just go through and change this segment. So maybe something like this, and then just readjust that end position to wherever it needs to be. So that's how easy it is to create a pie graph. Now, again, I can also duplicate this, and I could create another color. And just like we did in our last example, I could parent the start and the end, say if I wanted to create a slight sort of gap in between. Another way of doing that is coming down here and manually doing it using keyframes. So I could create a start and then an end for my start position, so that I get that little segment there between those two. I can also just right click on these, make them easy ease. And then I've got basically a little segment there or a little piece that's missing in that chart. Now keep in mind, you might be trying to demonstrate data for a voiceover or whatever it's going to be. And with that data, it might be changing, or it might be using different statistics. So you could look at trying to animate from one position to the next. So say the voiceover was talking through here, I want to leave it as this segment. Then I could say move along here and change the segment again. So it might be that the statistics have changed. So what I could do is come in here, go to this layer here and create now an end position and say drag up on this one. So now we kind of get a change in those things. So you can use multiple keyframes there to create different effects. And then what you can do is take those text layers, duplicate them, bring up the position here. I can even take this text layer, parent it to my shape layer. And now when I move my shape layer around, I have that layer following my shape. So I can move this around here. Then I could just retype this to be whatever you like. And then I could just reposition this using that shape layer. Then I can just off center these. So if I need my text to come up at a certain point, you can do whatever you like. You've got a lot of control over that. So that's how you create these basic pie graphs. They're really easy to create. And you can start to take them to that next level by, like I showed you, by creating multiple keyframes, or you could start to stack graphs on top of each other to make them even more interesting. So that's it for this video. If you have any questions on this particular video or any of the other videos in this course, then don't hesitate to let me know. In this video, we're going to have a look at how to create this dot graph animation. So let's just start by creating a new composition here. And I've just created a new solid here and a dark background. It can be whatever you like. Now I've just typed out my text here on a new text layer. Now all I've done with my text layer is just drag and drop straight in by multiple line here. And then I've just put a simple opacity keyframe on it. I've shown you how to do this in one of the earlier graphs. It's a basic animation, but you can use whatever you like in these settings. Now let's start by creating a new line here. So I'm just going to have a line that goes across. I can scale right down on this line here, and I'm going to change this to be white. I don't want to fill on this. I just want something white like that. Then I can come into those settings, and under the stroke path, I can also add a dashes on there. I could drag up or down on this, and I can even change the color. I can maybe make it a darker color here to make it a little bit more transparent. Then again, I can add that trims path, which will help us create that animation. So we just create a basic animation there. I can right click on these, make them easy ease, and we've just created that nice animation. Now I can just take that like we did in one of the previous graph videos, and I can just add a repeater. Now with that repeater, I need to come down to the position properties here, drag this back to 0, and then off center this. Now I'm going to add, say, a couple, maybe 6 repeaters here, and then just off center this so it creates that nice animation. I can just reposition it there, and there we go, we have that animation. From this point, what I can do is take my text layer, duplicate it, move it down here, and then just type out my new text. I can make this, say, brighter. I can also just scale this down depending on what I'm after here, and then just duplicate that as many times as you need it. And there we go. So we've got that animation playing out like this. Now, another thing that we haven't looked at is how you can off-center these animations for these lines. So say I didn't have a repeater on there, I just deleted that repeater. What I could do is take that shape and just duplicate that shape and then just move it up. And now with the trims path, what I could do is come in here and change this to be individually. If I bring up those keyframes, what you could do then is basically then off center that animation, and that's going to basically bring one layer in after the other. So you could keep repeating that. Another way of doing that, if I take that layer, is basically just take that layer and duplicate it again and then just move it up and then off center it. So you essentially just end up with multiple lines here. So I could just keep taking that layer and duplicating it and moving it up until you have all of those layers off-centered. Right, so when I play through, we've got all these lines basically as a delayed animation. So that's another effect you could add into it just to make it look a little bit more interesting. What I also did was I took my bottom line and I basically just moved one down here. So I started basically with a solid line here at the bottom. So if I come down to those shape settings, I go down to the stroke. I want to remove that dotted line so it's just a solid now. And then you could just duplicate that text, move that layer down here, and then put whatever scale you wanted on the bottom. So you could have different numbers representing the different points. So now we want to create those little dots that sit over the top. So what I do is I come up to my ellipse tool and I just simply draw out a dot that sits over wherever I need it to be, right? So I'm holding down shifts so I can get a circle. And with that circle, if I come down to the ellipse path, I can create a little scale animation here. So I'm just going to create another point there, and just back in from the end, I'm going to create another one and scale this up slightly. With my first one, I want to bring this all the way to 0. That gives your animation a little bounce like that. If I bring this out and make this easy ease, we get that little sort of animation, something that looks like this. Now the easy part with this is because I've created one, I can just duplicate that layer and move it around the screen. Otherwise, I can take that ellipse and just duplicate the ellipse. And what that's going to do is allow me to now create a second point and a different location on my screen. And if I hit U to bring up those keyframes, I can off-center that second ellipse. So I can bring it in at a different point. So that's an easy way just to show you again. I come down to the ellipse, basically duplicate that ellipse, drag it out to another point here on my screen, hit U to bring up those keyframes and just drag it out like this. And now I've got one for each point. Then I can control how many points and where they're going to be on my animation. Again, if you don't want to do that, you can duplicate the whole layer and then just move a point over, and then you have another individual point. But you'll end up with multiple layers, and it can get quite a lot of layers in one composition. So if you're trying to minimize that, if you've got a lot of dots, it's always good to try and consolidate them all to one layer. So now it's just a matter of repeating that until you have your finished animation. Again, I can go back through and reposition any of these points as need be, depending on the information that I've got. But that's how you create a dot graph inside of After Effects. Now, if you have any questions on this particular video or any other videos in this course, then don't hesitate to let me know. In this video, we're going to have a look at 3 different line graph animations. Now, this is the first one that we're going to create here. And to create this, what I can do is just right click, create a new composition. Now, again, I'm just starting with a dark background, but your background color can be whatever you like. Now, I'm just also going to type out some new text here. And what I'm going to do is just move my text up here. And I want to animate this in by using the straight up character. So when I add this in, we get this effect coming in from the side. What I can do is go down to the text settings. I can change that position so it's underneath, and then I'm going to drag these up here. I can right click on these and make them easy ease. Now under the advanced tab under my animator, what I can also do is mess around with these settings here. So we haven't looked at these ones before. I can use a ramp up effect. That's going to create this little sort of ramp up effect like this. And I can also just create a keyframe for the opacity. I hit U to bring those up and then just add a fade on effect like this. So we kind of get this effect. I can even just make these easy ease. So we kind of get this bounce effect, something like that. It's just something a little bit more unique. And then I want to create the lines. So I'm going to grab my pen tool here, make sure that I got no fill. And then with my stroke, what I'm going to do is just drag this down a little bit so we get a darker gray, and then just make a straight line for the edge of my graph. Drag up on the stroke effect here, so we get something like that. Now I can come down to those settings and just make any adjustments. Just drag down again slightly on this, and I can also add a trims path, create an end point here and an end point there. And again, that's just going to animate that line coming in. Make these easy ease. So we get that smooth animation. And then I can also just take that layer, duplicate it. Then if I hit Y, I can move the anchor point down to the bottom here. And then if I hit R on the keyboard, I can rotate this down 90 degrees so it's flat. And then if I bring up my pen tool, I can also just move that point out like that. So we get that animation basically like that. I can use my arrow keys here just to reposition that, to fine tune that position here. So we get that animation like that. Now if I select both of these, I can hold shift, and if I use my arrow keys, I can move this around the screen. That's just another way of repositioning things on the screen. And another thing I can do here is if I duplicate my text and drag it down here, I'm just going to show you, if I create a number here, and then I create a little dash, so something like this, I can scale this down. I'm also going to change the color to be similar to my graph. And now if I just move this into this position here, we get this little line that's sort of sticking off the edge, and we get this animation, basically something like this. Now if that animation's too much, if there's too much movement, I can always come into the animation properties and then just bring this position up. That's just going to minimize the movement on that layer. So I can duplicate this and then just move it up. And I can just duplicate that as many times to create those little lines on the edge. Now another thing you can do here is also off-center those. So if I off-center that animation so that they come in one after the other, it sort of matches to that line and just kind of looks a little bit more interesting than we've had before. Now I can just take that bottom one, duplicate it, move it down the bottom, and to get that little line on the top, what I can do is just hit enter to bring that text down, and then I can just draw a little line by using that dash on my keyboard. I can then select both of those, bring them up underneath each other, and I can even select both these texts here, create a center point there. Even with this layer, what I can do is even go to the character menu and just shrink this down, and then just move it up into position so we get something like that. Then I can just take that layer, duplicate it, holding shift. I can just use my arrow keys to move it along, and then just repeat that as many times as you need until you've done the whole thing along. The next part is we want to create that line and then have the dots come up on that. So what I'm going to do is select my pen tool. I want to make sure there's no fill. I want to set the stroke to be white and make sure I've got no layers selected down here. Now when I create the points on my graph, now I can always go back through and readjust these points. But I'm just kind of creating the points or the line that's going to be on the graph. I can just scale this up. I can rename this one to graph. And then if I come down here, again, I can create the trims path. And if I off center this, then I can create that point by dragging in and out on these. Now the difference with this one is that when it gets to a point, we want it to stop and basically wait till that dots come up, and then we want it to move on afterwards. So what I can do is if I come along here, I can create another keyframe at that position. That's going to hold that position. Then I can bring my next point in by bringing it along like this, and then pause it there, and then obviously go again like this, create another one till we get to the top, create another freeze frame, and then all the way to the end like this. So we kind of get this stop and start motion. I can even take all those layers and make them easy ease. And then over the top, I want to basically have little circles that pop up. So what I can do is if I come to my ellipse tool, I want to create a yellow solid and I don't want to stroke. And what I'm going to do is just hold shift, just draw out a little circle here. I can just reposition it over that point there. And when it gets to this point, I want it to pop up. So what I can do is if I come down to the ellipse path, I can create a little size position there and then just kind of create an animation for that. Create a 0 point there and it just kind of creates that little animation. Now once I get to the next thing, what I can do is just duplicate that entire ellipse. If I bring up the keyframes for that, I can then move along where it gets to my next position and then just drag that point over and off center that. So the animation only now plays out once it gets to that point. Now what I also did was I created a cutout which went around that layer. And this is where we're going to use one of the original things that we did, which was using a matte. So before I do that, what I need to do is I need to basically add all my points in first. So I'm just going to go ahead and then just duplicate that one, bring it up here, off center that start position until we get all of those dots on our timeline. So again, just off center this one and then just bring it down here. So something like that. So we've got all of those points on our graph with the line as well. Now with that layer, what I can do is just rename that. I can duplicate that entire composition and I'm going to drag it down just so it sits above my graph. And I can just rename this one to blank so that I know this is going to be the blank points. I can just turn that off because we don't need that layer right now. But what I need to do to my graph layer is I want to apply the set matte. So I come up to effect, down to channel, and I apply the set matte. And what I want to do is I want to say to After Effects, I want to say to this layer that I want it to follow my blank layer and I'm going to invert that graph. Now at the moment we won't actually see anything, but if I just turned off these dots, you'll see it when we create that layer, right? So when we see all those points popping up, it's basically cutting them out. Now what I can do with that blank layer, if I just turn that layer on so we can see those dots, if I hit U, I can bring up all of those keyframes. What I want to do is delete all of those keyframes with my cursor here at the end so it doesn't affect the size, and then scale up all of those layers together. Now when I turn that layer off, notice how the line now basically creates those cutouts. And what I can do is when I turn on my little dots, we've now got positions for all of those dots already calculated. Now keep in mind that when you move a position, so if I went back through and repositioned something, like change the graph line or position or whatever, or the dots, you're going to have to do it for those dots as well. But generally speaking, when you're creating these sort of graphs, you would start from the front, so you'd have everything worked out, and then you would basically finish by adding this effect at the very end. Now one last thing that I also did in my original composition was I just added some pop-up text. So I just took these layers, just duplicated it, selected that text, made it a similar color to this yellow, drag this up. And then just positioned it here off to the side, and then I could just rescale this to be whatever you like. Now the other thing you can do is just make sure that that comes in by off-centering that animation, so just dragging in here. And that just creates that little animation there. Now again, if you want to go through and retime any of this, you'll need to go through those animation keyframes for all of those positions there. But because you've only got a few layers here, it does simplify that process a bit. So that's how you create that first animated line graph with the dots. Let's have a look at another example here, which is this curvy line graph. So I can right click, create a new composition, and then just create a new background color. I'm going to use a lighter color here. I've also just added some text into this composition, and I've just used one of the drag and drop transitions there, one that we've already done before, and just added some keyframe to the opacity so it fades in the position. Next, I want to create those graph lines. So I can come up here, make sure nothing's selected, basically come down here and just draw out a line, something like this. If I come down to those settings, I can come down to the stroke, make sure we've got a bit of a stroke width on that, and then just add some dotted lines. I can just turn this off so we can see what we're doing. I can scale this up or down, just depends on the look that you're going for, and then just scale this up or down as well. So maybe something like that. Then I can also add a repeater to this and maybe just duplicate this a couple of times, as many times as you want. And then just come down to those transform properties, bring the transform down to 0, and then just scale this up like this. So we get that graph line. You can create as many lines there as you need. One other thing I did to mine was I just created an opacity keyframe there at the start and then at the end, and then just drag this down so we get a nice fade on effect. Just like we've done before, I can take that text, duplicate it, drag it up, and then just reposition it here. And this can be whatever you like, and then just also duplicate this again. So I've just duplicated those letters there, and now we've got that animated graph. And down the bottom, what I'm going to do is just duplicate this and then just move it down here, and I'll just type out whatever my x-axis here is going to be. So we've just got a representation. Now what I'm going to do is create now that curvy line. So we've done this before. All I have to do is just come up to my pen tool and I can just select the color that I want my line to be. So a yellow or whatever it's going to be. And then I can just start by selecting a point here and I can just drag out. So I'm holding my mouse clicker down and dragging at the same time. And that just creates nice sort of curvy lines. I can then go up here and adjust the size of that and then just come down here and add a trims path. And I want to off center this and then just create a nice sort of long smooth animation like this. So it just kind of creates this line animation that runs through our graph. Now keep in mind, with the pen tool selected, you can go through and readjust any of these points again. So you've got control over that graph. Once you've made it, you can go through and adjust it however you need. So for my original one here, this is what I did. I just basically created a few more lines and I've got that smooth graph basically worked out. So this is actually a really simple graph to make. In the next one, what I'm going to do is take that graph and just make it a bit more interesting. So this is basically what I call a neon glow effect that's been put over the top of this graph. So instead of creating a new composition, I'm going to take that last graph and just duplicate it because we're going to reuse a lot of the same assets that we've had before. Now for the background, what I want to do is just change this to be a different color. So I can just come up here and make this, say, a dark color, so something like that. And what I want to do is come down to that line where we've got that line there. And with that layer, I'm going to delete the repeater and I want to come up here and change the color to be this yellow sort of color. Now yours doesn't have to be a dotted line. You can go through and remove those dashes from within those settings if you don't want that. I'm just going to leave mine like this. I'm going to change this to be X axes, and then I can duplicate this and I'm going to rotate it. So I hit R on the keyboard holding shift. I can basically bring this up to say -90. And then I can basically, using the position properties, I can just drag this over so that it lines up with the side of my thing. And if I select my pen tool, what I can do is drag down on this point. And if I drag up, I can also select this point here and drag up like this. this allows me to basically control the size of that y-axis. So we end up with something like that. Now it's already basically has a fade on effect, so we're just going to leave that as it is. Now at this point you can go through and adjust any of these axes, whatever you want to label those little labels as. You can go through and change those to match the data that you're trying to do. And you can also change this one down here. You can even change the colors. If you don't like this color up here, just go through and just change the color using the text. That's all pretty simple. Now to make the glow effect, what we can do is if I come up to effect with that layer selected, I can come down to stylize and add the glow. Now After Effects already has this function built in here, which is great. And all we have to do is I can just drag up on the radius and we get that sort of glow effect already. Another thing I can do is I can adjust the sort of intensity of that by dragging up and down on that threshold. I can also change this if you want less or more glow, so we can just drag up or down on this number as well. And that's pretty much how the glow function works. Another thing you can do with the glow function is at the moment it's only set to use the color of the line, but I can set it to use the A and B colors, and that's these colors here. So if I wanted my own custom glow color, I could go through and adjust these colors to be whatever you wanted, and it's going to make basically a different colored glow for that layer. So that's something else you can also do for your video if you wanted something different. Once I've got that glow effect, what I can do is take that and just paste it onto these lines as well. So we get that glow effect. Now you might have to go through and adjust the radius because these are a smaller line. So you might just have to go through and adjust the radius on those ones just to make it stand out a little bit more. Another thing I also did was add another line that went through the middle. So I just grabbed my pen tool here and I kind of made a line that was like the average of these by drawing a line like this through the middle. And I can just come up here and change the color. So I went for like an orange sort of color. And to that line, what I can do is just apply that same glow effect. So we've got that glow line running through the middle. Again, you can go through and adjust any of these settings here, and I can adjust the intensity there of that glow threshold. I can also drag that layer underneath my main graph, and then to that layer, I can also add a trims path, and I want that line to sort of come in at this point. So I can just create an endpoint here and then an endpoint there, and just drag down on this one. So we kind of get that animation after the main line has already been created. So that's just another effect that you can layer over the top of some of these graphs just to make it a little bit more interesting. Again, every different effect starts from a simple point. So if you start with a basic graph, you can then just layer things on top to make them completely different. So these two graphs here are pretty much the same. They're very similar, but they both have a very different look and feel about them. So that's just really from changing a few different things in there, like the colors and adding this glow effect. You've basically transformed the overall look of that graph. So try and think about different ways that you can make your graphs look better. Look at work that's already been done and maybe take some ideas from there and put them into your own designs. So that's it for this video. If you have any questions about this particular video or any of the other videos in this course, then don't hesitate to let me know. All right, in this video, we're gonna have a look at how to create this area graph. So I can start by creating a new composition here and then hit OK. So I've got my composition here with a light gray background, and I've just added some text here and just used one of the drag and drop presets. I've shown you how to make this in one of the other videos. Next, I want to create those lines. We've done this before, but just to show you again quickly, what I'm going to do is just change my color here. I don't want to fill. And then I can just draw out a line here. So something like this. And I'm also just going to draw a line that comes across like this on the same layer. And I've created this graph a little bit different by putting it on one layer. In the previous videos, I've shown you how to create that graph sort of coming out from the same point. For this one, what I'm going to do is just add a trims path, and then I can add that animator. And what it'll do, it'll create that line coming out from there. Now you can always offset this if you wanted it to go from a different position, but I'm just going to leave mine like this. And then I can just take my text, I'm going to duplicate that, bring it up here, and then just move it down here and use this as my axis marker. I can just move this over like this, maybe shrink this down a little bit, and then change the color here to something a little bit less. And then we have that animation sort of playing out like that. I can duplicate that, off center it, bring it up here, and then I've just repeated that, so I've got all of those layers going up there. On my original one, all I did was just have basically a fade on effect. So I just created an opacity keyframe to have that fade on. That's up to you. I'm just doing it slightly different for this one, but it's the same effect. I can then take that, duplicate that bottom layer, and then move this one down here, and then I can just put my bottom markers here, whatever that's going to be, duplicate that again, off center it, move it across, and there we go. I've got those lines basically drawn out like that. There's nothing new we've done in this graph. We've done this all before in the previous graphs. For the next part, what I want to do is create a grid that goes in behind. So what I can do is I can just right click, create a new solid here. This solid can be whatever we like. And what I'm going to do is just shrink this down, and I want to position it so it lines up basically with my layer here. So I can always scale this out. So it just kind of roughly sits in there. Then I can come over to my effects and presets, and if I search for the grid, I can add in the generate grid, and it generates this grid which sits in like this. If I drag this down so it's behind those lines, it then hides that. I'll just rename this to grid so we can keep track. And with the grid, what I can do is firstly change the color here. So I've got a lighter color. You have different options available to you. You can either go through here and adjust these to get sort of the grid scale that you like. An easier way is just by using the width slider. That'll create basically squares that you can drag up and down. So if you want it really fine, you could do that. And I might end up doing something like this. Otherwise, you can use width and height, and that'll give you individual control over the width and height. I can change the border width by dragging this down, and then maybe drag down on the opacity. The other thing I can do for that is I want that to basically fade in as the graph is then being drawn. So I hit T to create an opacity keyframe, and then drag this down to 0. That just gives us that light sort of fade on effect for that layer. Now to create the graph that sits in there, what I can do, an easy way to do this is select my pen tool, choose the color that I want as the fill, so maybe something like this, and I don't want a stroke on this one. And what I can do is start by drawing a grid which starts down here and then goes up here, and then I can draw out my line. So I want a line that basically sits like this. And then sort of draw it so it sits along that graph line. Might even just get rid of that point there, bring this one across, so something like that. Now I can drag this one also down behind that graph line so that it hides it behind the edges, so that we've got that sort of look to that graph. Another thing I can also do to that shape layer, if I just rename this one to graph, the next thing I want to do is add a gradient that sits over my layer. So I don't want it to be a solid color. You might like that, but I'm going to add a gradient. So I can just come over here and search for gradient, and I want to add a gradient ramp to this layer. Now if I just turn that off, I can basically select these colors first so that we've got those colors. Then I want my start of my ramp to sort of sit at the top part of my graph. and I want the bottom to sit down here. Now with that start color, what I can now do is change that by dragging up or down. So we can create that lighter sort of top part to our image. I can drag this one up, and I can also drag this one down to create a more harsher gradient. I can also drag this one down, that'll just smooth out that gradient line. So you can mess around with that, and that's up to you how you want to do that. The next part is I want to then animate this line. A simple way of doing that we've already done before is by coming up here and just drawing out a rectangle. So I'm just going to draw a rectangle that sits over that. I want it to sit underneath my graph. And if I go to the modes here, I want this to be the alpha matte of that layer. So now when we move that shape layer, it now controls that graph. So I can hit P on my keyboard to create a position there. And back here, I'm just going to drag this off screen and we get that animation. I can even drag this out further and we get that sort of gradual animation of that curve. Now, one thing I've noticed that by doing that with that alpha layer, because it's using that shape data underneath, it's also using the color. So all we have to do is we have to come in here and basically take that graph, that gradient ramp, and paste it onto that layer. And that way we retain that gradient ramp. Now when I play through, we have our finished graph. Now keep in mind, you can always go through and mess around with this even more. This doesn't have to be a straight box. You could create a shape and have it animate in. So you could even draw a custom shape or whatever. It doesn't have to just be a square. You could basically draw a custom shape or even a rectangle and then drag this in. So you've got a custom sort of shape. You could even add a mask over the top and add a feather to it so you could have a soft edge as it came in. And again, you can mess around with that gradient ramp to make it more or less. So you could even just change the colors completely. You could even have two completely different colors. You don't have to just have that graph, right? So think about how does it represent the data that you're trying to get across to your audience. So just by changing that color, it starts to look a little bit more like a temperature graph. So this could be a really good way of representing, say, a temperature. As the temperature's gone up, it's getting hotter. So start to think about little things you can do like that to your graphs to help really get that message across. And that's what animation is all about. You're not just trying to make pretty animations. You want animations that represent or best represent the script or the data that you're trying to get across. Remember, your script or your voiceover is key to your animation. So that's how you create this graph. If you have any questions on this particular video or any other videos in this course, then don't hesitate to let me know. Over the next few videos, I'm going to be showing you how to create different map animations. So in this video, I want to share with you a few different online resources for getting high quality maps and charts. Free vector maps by far is the best place for getting free high quality vector maps for your project. Pretty much all the maps on here are available for free download, and you can use them in personal and commercial projects. Now, attribution is required, which is really simple and easy using their guide. If you don't want to do that, then you can simply pay a small fee, which allows you to use them without attribution. I recommend that you check each of the map's terms and conditions and follow the guidelines they set for you. The best part is the files come as an editable vector map, which for those of you who don't know, this is what a .eps file is, and you can use it inside of After Effects and infinitely scale without losing any quality. They have a huge selection of different maps, so if you're into doing a lot of these different types of map animations, then it's definitely worth checking them out. This is probably the best selection of free high quality maps I've seen. Another technique I've used before is to jump on Google and search for different images online. The one catch is that most of these are not free to use. So what I like to do is go into Tools and then Advanced and select Creative Commons license. This means that the images now shown will most likely be covered under the Creative Commons license. There are lots of different Creative Commons licenses, and I've linked to a guide which explains what you can do with each of them. The one you want is CC0, which basically means you can use it in any way you like. Most sites will explain what licenses they offer and what you can or can't do. So always read through the website's terms and conditions. But this is a great way of searching through a lot of images really quickly from across multiple sites. This is another great free resource full of free images that you can use for pretty much anything. Again, always check the terms of the license, but they are mostly covered by this free license, which allows you to do a lot without attribution. The only reason I don't tend to use this site very often myself is it's tailored towards photos and not graphics. Photos are not something I often use, but definitely worth a mention as a good resource. This is one of my personal favorites and a site that I use a lot. Similar to Unsplash, pretty much everything is available for free and commercial use without attribution. The big difference is that they not only offer photos, but they offer illustrations, graphics, and vectors. This is a big deal when it comes to animation and design. For these types of animations, this is exactly what you want. They may not have as high a quality maps as, say, free vector maps, but definitely a strong contender just based on the range that they offer. Public domain websites are another great resource, and I've put a great link above to an article with lots of public domain websites. Again, always read through the terms and conditions of each website before diving straight in. But pickerel.com is an awesome site for anyone looking for old vintage maps. They have great detail on lots of historical old maps. Now, we've mainly looked at free options, but as for paid options, there's lots of different websites out there. Once you start paying for images, you're always going to get high quality. Personally, whenever I'm working on a project, I'll always go and pay for all the graphics and maps that I use. Even the free services cost money to run, so I feel that if my budget allows, it's always good to go and support some of those smaller services. Now, for some of the biggest sites out there, Graphic River, Envato, iStock Images, and Shutterstock are just a few. Each of these have a huge database of high quality media available for personal and paid projects. The truth is, if you're going to be doing a lot of these map animations, then I would just buy a plugin like GeoLayers, which pretty much allows you to create and do anything with a map. I've also put a link above to them if you want to go and check that out. We've mainly looked at graphics and images, but another resource that I use a lot in my videos is stock footage. I'm personally really picky about stock footage as I have high expectations about what footage I use in my videos. I've always felt that stock footage always looks exactly like that, cheap stock footage, and it's not very versatile in the way you can use it. Ultimately, for the past few years, I've personally only been using ArtGrid because it's super high quality and doesn't look like stock video. Also, each clip is a part of a group, which means you can recreate a scene or a story really easily because the clips all match and make sense. Now, trust me, stock video is something that you'll be using a lot of in these types of videos, and it's especially useful for illustrating talking points on screen. Eventually, after using them myself, I partnered with ArtGrid because I believe in what their platform is about. So if you're interested in checking them out, I've also put an affiliate link above, which will give you 2 extra free months added to your subscription. So there's my overview of free and paid websites where you can go and find maps and also images and graphics that you can use in your videos. In the next few videos, we're going to dive straight into making our map animations. If you have any questions about this video or any of the other videos in this course, don't hesitate to let me know. Alright guys, we're finally diving into our map animations. Now each of these videos has 2 map animations in them. So the first map that we're going to be creating is going to be this brush effect. So I can just right click, create a new composition. Now for the background, I'm just going to create a new solid, and then I can make this a sort of dark color like this. Not quite black, but a dark color like that. Now we're going to use our map, which is this EPS file here, which we can drag in. Now it is included in your downloads, but not the file itself. There's a link in the downloads. If you go to that, it'll take you to that map. You can download it and then import that EPS file. And then you can just scale this up, and we need to activate the vector. And then now that allows us to scale it up and down without losing any quality. And now I want to remove the white parts. A simple way of doing that is just going up to keying and then down to extract and just drag down on the white part of the image. and then we're just left with that map. Then with that layer selected, I can come back up to Effect, down to Generate, and add the Fill effect. And here, I want to make it also a dark color, but just slightly lighter. Maybe something like this. I can also make it just slightly lighter than that. We're just trying to create a little bit of contrast between those two layers. Now to animate all of this, we're going to be using a null as a controller. We've looked at this in the last module. So all we need to do is just right click, create a new null. And we're going to rename this one to controller so we can keep track of everything. Now what I can do is I can hit P on my keyboard, create a position keyframe, hit S, hit U to bring up those keyframes. Then I want these layers to follow that. So I need to parent them to that controller so that they're now locked to that controller. Then I can move my cursor along here and I'm going to zoom into my map here. So somewhere maybe like this. Now you can see that this map is slightly going off frame here. A simple way to fix that is if I just take those layers and unparent them, I can now move that layer into that position and then just rescale those where I want to basically zoom into. So now I can reposition that layer or that null to zoom wherever I need it to be, right? So I wanted to use these two countries here. So now we've got that centered in the middle of our animation. So the next part is I want to now create or cut out these countries. The great thing about this EPS file is it has no borders, which means that we can see basically through those borders, which makes it great for basically masking around. So what I want to do first is I'm going to duplicate my world map, and then I can rename this, and I want to call this one Libya. Now again, you can use any country you want. I'm just focusing here. And what I can do is then take my pen tool and I want to basically just roughly draw along the edge of this. I'm using my space bar to select my hand so I can move around, and then I'm just basically masking out along this line. You can always go back through and readjust these. It doesn't have to be perfect. I'm just trying to demonstrate here how this works. And once you get out here, it doesn't matter because there's nothing in this layer, so we don't have to worry about that. So now I've got basically Libya that's basically already masked out here. Now I want to create that highlight effect or the brush stroke that goes over the top. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to come up, select my pen tool here. I can choose the color that I want for the fill. Then I'm just going to draw basically a mask that sort of sits like this. Now this is just going to be the edge of basically my brush stroke effect. And I want to drag this down underneath my Libya cutout. And I can rename this to brush so I can keep track of this. And I want to make sure that this is set to alpha matte of that layer, right? We've done this hundreds of times before through this course in all the previous modules. There's nothing new here. We're just using it to basically isolate that cutout. And with that layer, what I can do, I want to basically have a brush stroke effect on the edge. So what I can do is I can come over here and just search for roughen edges and drag that onto that layer. Now, if I come over here, we can now start to drag up. I'm holding shift to get this kind of interesting edge here. If I drag right up on this, I can also drag up on the edge sharpness if I want more or less. We can create of a softer look by dragging this down. I'm going to drag this right up, and I can also mess around with these to get some really interesting different looks, right? So it doesn't have to just be that same thing. I'm using maybe a spiky edge here, kind of looks interesting, maybe something like this. And you can also scale this up and down. So if you want more or you want less of that effect, it's up to you. The other one to mess around with is complexity. And that kind of gives you a sort of softer edge look that you can go for. Now for mine, these are the settings that I use to get this look. The other thing we can see here is that we're getting cut off on the edge here. So I need to select my pen tool and just drag back, and that'll help hide those edges. Now what I can do is come down here and animate this edge basically coming in. So what I want to do is make sure that this is also connected to the controller so that it's zooming in and out. And once this camera gets to about that point, what I'm going to do is now create a position for that brush layer and then just bring this across here and have this layer sort of animate through like this. Now if you get cut off here, you'll have to just reposition or drag these layers, the edge of this layer out, but that's how you create that effect there. And then I just want to off center my layer here to come in a little bit earlier, and we've got that basically that animation. Now it's just a matter of repeating this process again to do the next country. I can take that Libya layer, I'm just going to duplicate it, just turn it on so we can see what we're doing here. And I want to come down to the mask and just delete that mask. I can grab my pen tool here and I can start drawing out my next outline of my next country. So I've just cut out my next country here, which is going to be Algeria. I'm going to take my brush layer from before, just duplicate that and bring that above my Libya layer. And if I just turn off Algeria, now you can see it's automatically already in position. What I can do with those layers, because we've already animated that, I can just bring that up, select both of those, bring them across. And then with that first one, I'm also just going to bring that back. So we have that animation for that layer as well. With this layer, what I can do with that brush layer is also come up here and change the color. So I don't have to use this. I can use a different shade. So I can use something like this, or I can even change the color very slightly here to something else, so that we have two different countries being highlighted. One last thing that I did to my original composition was I added some pop-up titles. I created some bold text here and just changed the color, dragged this underneath my controller, and I wanted it to basically pop up over this layer. I need to make sure that this is also connected to the controller so that it can pop up at the right time. And when the animation starts coming in here, I want it to basically animate. I hit P on the keyboard, I can create a position keyframe there, another position keyframe there, drag this one down, then I can create a shape layer, making sure that nothing's selected there, drag that above my Libya layer, and then with my Libya layer selected, I can basically create an alpha invert so that it basically is tracked to that. I can then bring this up and readjust this, make sure it's attached to my controller, and just drag down on this very slightly so we get that text sort of popping up. I can also add a little bit of motion blur there and also make these easy ease just to add a bit of a ramp to that layer. And I can also take this and then duplicate it, drag it above my Algeria layer here, bring up those position properties, select all those layers, and move them across. I'm making sure my playhead lines up with that second keyframe. And then we have that finished little pop-up there. What I can also do, I can just finish off my animation. I can then just create here a little bit more scale and move this layer across slightly so we get a bit of that ramping effect of the cut of the camera sort of flying into our scene and then having a little bit of movement in there. Take all those, make them easy ease. Then I can also come in here, we've done this before, and make sure that these are continuous Bezier. And with those position properties, also make sure that these are set to linear. Then we can go into the graph here and just edit this graph just to help smooth out that whole animation. I had a little bit of a bounce effect in there, so I'm just dragging down on my position, and that may help that animation just smooth out a little bit there. That seems to have worked, so that's just another little tip there. Just kind of mess around with that graph. If you're getting any sort of movements you don't like, if it's got a little bump or it's not sitting quite right, then just go in there and adjust that so you can get the results that you want. Two more things that I added to this map just to help give it a little bit more. I went down to my bottom layer here and I added the fractal noise effect. Now, if you remember from an earlier part of the course in the second module, we looked at fractal noise to create this little noise effect here. I'm not going to show you how to do that from scratch because I've already done that. You can go and check that out in one of the earlier videos. But I've just added this fractal noise effect. That's the settings I'm using there, and it just creates this nice little effect over the top. And one last thing is if I add over the very top, I can add an adjustment layer, drag that all the way to the top, and I can come over here and add the posterized time effect to that adjustment layer, and then just change this to be whatever I like. And that's just a creative choice if you want to have that sort of stop animation look to your animation, but it's up to you depending on the look that you're going for your video. But again, we're just using similar techniques that we've done earlier parts of the course and just combining them into our map animations to make them look a little bit more interesting. So there you go, that's how you create this map. The next map we're going to be creating here is this. I can right click, create another composition here. And what I can do is just right click and create a new solid. The color can be whatever you like, but what I'm going to do to mine is I'm going to come over here and add a gradient map or gradient ramp, add that on top. And the colors I'm using here is I'm using this lighter color here to start, and then I'm dragging it down to a darker color. And I've got my ramp here set on the top and the bottom of my map. Another thing that you need to do is also drag up on this ramp effect here. Now what that does is if you look very closely, you can see this banding effect, and you might see this when you export your video. So you just drag up on that and it just smooths out that banding effect. Next, what I want to do is right click and create a new solid. And to this, I'm going to add the grid effect. So I can generate a grid, add it on top, and I can just drag this down, say to a 1 border, and then just drag down on the opacity so we kind of get this look that we're going for here. Now I can add my map, which sits over the top. Now for this one, I'm using this transparent map image, which I can drag here on top, and then I can just reposition this and scale this down here. So I'm starting with something like this, and I can also just come up to effect, down to generate, and I can add the fill effect over the top. Now to that fill, I can add this lighter gray color here, and we've just got that effect like that. Like we did in the previous map, I can also add a controller which sits over the top. So I just right click, create a new null object, rename this one to be my controller, and then make sure that these 2 layers here are attached to that controller. I don't want it to affect my background. I only want it to affect the grid layer and my map animation here. Now what I did here is I then basically transitioned from this map to a sort of satellite image of the continent or of Africa. So what I can do is I've just got this map that I've already created here. And you can just go and get something like this from Google Images or wherever you get your maps from. You might be using a different continent, or you might even be using a different country. So it's up to you to kind of source that wherever you need. But for this example, I'm using Africa here. Now I want it to line up with my map that I have underneath. So I'm just going to hit T on the keyboard, drag down on the opacity, and I can just roughly line this up so it sits over that map. Now your 2 maps might be different, and that's okay. Like here we've got quite a bit of difference. That's okay, it doesn't have to be absolutely perfect. You can always just create a mask and then reanimate that and move that around to get it into the right position. But I'm just showing you an example here of how I did this. Now to remove the blue part of the image, what I'm going to do is come up to Effect, down to Keying. And for this, I'm going to be using the linear color key, and I can select the blue part of my image. And for you, that might work fine depending on the image you're using. If you're struggling with that, just try changing this match colors here. So you can see as I change that, it now works a lot better. So I can basically remove that entirely, and that's how I get that clean image. Now for this, what I'm also going to do is just cut out this section here, because I only want to keep this part of my map, or the Africa is the only part that I want. So I'm just going to isolate this from my animation. And I also want to make sure that this is attached to that controller, right? So as our camera zooming in and out, it's now stuck to that animation. Now I also did a little bit of color correction to my Africa layer here. I just added the curves, which you can find over here by dragging that in and adjusting the curve. And I also added the hue and saturation just to take off that saturation edge there. It just kind of matches a bit more to my scene, just looks a little bit better. But you might be using a completely different map, so your process might be different. But that step is basically what I would refer to as color correction, where you're just making some color adjustments to make it match to your scene. Next, what I'm going to do is basically draw out a solid here over the top. And then with my Africa layer, I want to make sure that this is set to alpha matte of that shape layer. And now I can basically draw out that animation. So I'm just going to hit P on the keyboard, create an animation keyframe there for that shape layer, and then just drag this off screen so we get that animation like that. To get that soft edge, what I can do is just turn on motion blur, and that's just going to create that soft sort of animation as it's animating in. The other thing I did is you can see, because we've got a difference in these two layers, I can see that map underneath. So what I can do is I can remove the map as that layer is animating in. So what I can do is take that, duplicate it, and drag that on top of my transparent map layer. With that transparent map layer, I also want to set that to be alpha invert. So as this layer is animating in, I want this layer to basically animate out. Now I can see where the edge of that other layer is there, and I just want to line up roughly with that, so that we kind of line up with the edge of that previous animation. So they kind of match. So as one's fading on, the other one is fading off. So that's how I create that map animation on and off. Now I can just basically make sure that those two shape layers are also attached to that controller. And now we can move our controller to basically animate that layer in or out. What I can do here is I'm just going to create a position and a scale property for that. Hit U to bring up those keyframes, and then about here I'm just going to create another two. And at the beginning here I just want to create a very slight animation, so something like this. And I can bring this animation here if I want to speed that up or down. I can also select these and make them easy ease. And again, like we've done before, I can go down here and make sure that these are continuous Bezier and linear. And for the scale, what I'm going to do is add a bit of a scale ramp on this layer so that it kind of has a bit more impact. Another thing I did was also add these little yellow pop-up dots on my original composition. So to create those, I can come up here, go to the ellipse tool. I can select the color that I want for those dots. And I can also add a stroke. You don't have to add a stroke. For mine, I just want to add this little sort of stroke layer. And I'm holding Shift and I can just draw out these little dots here over the parts that I want. I'm going to bring this underneath my controller here, make sure that this is parented to my controller, come down here to the ellipse path and draw some little, or animate these little shapes. In the middle here, I'm just going to create a larger one, and that's just going to create this little sort of pop-up effect. I can select all those and make them easy ease so we get that little pop-up animation, so something like that. Bring this back here and just rename this to circle 1 so I can keep track. Now I can just duplicate that layer, off center it, and then just reposition it however I want here. So I can create another little pop-up over here, and I could duplicate that again, create say another little pop-up down here. So I've got these little circles now popping up on my map. You can create them anywhere you want to create as many as you like, and also adjust the size and the shape and do whatever you like. Next, what I did with my camera layer, I'm just going to create another little keyframe here for the scale. And I want this to be relatively close to that. Kind of gets that position. It then has a little punch in. And then here, create another keyframe, which is the same. And then here I can create another little punch in again. And the other thing I'm going to do to that layer is if I hit R, I can also create a rotation keyframe across the whole thing. And that just creates an interesting little rotation. Just adds another little bit of interest to that map layer. A nice little animation there. You can also add position properties in here if you want to change the animation layout or whatever you like, but that's how I did that little punch in on my original animation. The next thing is I want to basically create a highlight which goes around that country. We've done that in the previous animation. All I have to do for this one is just select my pen tool, make sure I have nothing selected here, and I'm just going to draw out a shape here which is following the border of that country. Again, I'm just doing this very quickly so you can see what I'm doing here, but you'll obviously spend more time doing it exactly to that border of that country. So I got something like that. I can drag that underneath those circle layers, and what I did with that layer is I came down to the contents, and I can also add a little stroke effect around the outside. I can maybe make this white. With the fill, what I can do is also drag down on the opacity to create maybe that animated sort of outline effect. I need to make sure that this layer is also connected to the controller so that it follows that layer. And for this one, all I did was just simply have a fade on effect. So I hit T, create an opacity keyframe there, and just had a simple fade on effect. So something like this. Then it's just a matter of going through that animation and fixing or adding anything else that you want. Some other things I did was I just took these little dots here, duplicated them again, dragged them up, moved them across so they came in after that second little animation. And then I can just reposition these to maybe somewhere else in my scene. So add some more little dots. So maybe your video is talking about certain points on the map. This is how you could do that. I can also go in if you need to and just adjust those two end keyframes. So I can drag down on these just with those last two because we want them to always start from 0 and animate up. So you might want to have smaller parts on your map versus having larger points. That's how you would do that. So that's another type of map animation that we've just created there. We're using a few old techniques, and we're also looking at combining a few new techniques, but that's how you create that animation. Now, if you have any questions on this video or any of the other videos in the course, then don't hesitate to let me know. All right, in this video, we're going to have a look at two different 3D map animations. The first one, I've already shown you how to do part of this, but I'm going to walk you through the whole thing again anyway. So what I'm going to do is just right click, create a new composition here. Now for this one, I've already supplied this high quality map here, which you can just drag straight in, but you might already have your own map that you want to use for this effect. Now, one thing I did with mine is I just added a bit of a saturation and hue effect over the top. That just gives it a little bit more saturation. I added the curves, which gave it a little bit of contrast. So something like this. And I also added a sharpen effect. So if your map is low quality, you can feel free to add a little bit of sharpen, but you want to go easy on the sharpen because it will basically make it look a little unrealistic. So you want to basically just drag this down and only apply a little bit of sharpen, but you can always readjust that later. The great thing about working with a 3D camera is that I can work with flat layers first and then add my animation over the top. So what I'm going to do is grab my pen tool and I can zoom in on my map here and using spacebar to basically move around the screen. And I can create my path that I want my line to follow, right? So I'm just creating a simple path animation here. Nothing that we haven't done before. Just something that, say, follows the edge of this river or whatever that animation line is going to be for you. Now just also come up here and turn off the fill because we don't want that. And I can drag up on this to create that line. Now you know exactly what we're going to do next. We're going to come down here and I'm going to add the trims path. And I can create that trims path animation here and here. and that creates that animated line. The other thing I can also do is when I come down to the stroke, I can add a dotted line effect, and I can drag up or down on these dots here, and that creates that dotted line that sits over the top, right? So pretty simple. We've done this before. That's how you do that. Something else that I also added to this layer was I just came up here with that layer selected and drew a little circle that sat over the top. Now with that ellipse, I want to change it so that it has a solid fill and I can get rid of the stroke on that layer. Then I can come down here and adjust the size of that by dragging up or down. Now I can animate that little dot to basically come on as it gets to that point in my animation. Bring this back, bring this down to 0 here, and then that's just going to create that little pop-up. With the trims path, what I can do is also create a keyframe there. And if I drag across, I can copy that keyframe and paste it, and that's going to hold that animation there until I'm ready to move on again. So I can just drag this second part back, create that little animation there, maybe drag these keyframes across. So it animates on, we're holding, and then it's going to animate that rest of that line on like that. I can take all of those layers and I can make them easy ease. That's just going to help smooth out that animation. I can even drag out on this if I want to slow down that animation there. And then just mess around with that keyframe position to slow or speed up that animation. Next, we can start to create that 3D camera and then position our camera better so we can see what's going on here. So let's just right click, create a new camera. This can be 35mm, that's fine. And then I want to take that layer, I'm going to hit toggle modes and make sure that that layer is also 3D and my map layer is also 3D. And now with that camera, what we're going to do is I'm going to basically zoom in on my animation here. And then I'm just rotating around using C, and then I can go to this orbital camera tool and I can basically zoom in here so that we kind of get that animation on an angle. I can zoom in even more here. And I want to rotate around this center point. So the way that we do this, I looked at this in the previous module. I can basically right click and create a null object. And this is a very smart way of doing this type of animation because it's much more precise and gives us much more control over that position. I can make this 3D. Now what I can do is if I just turn off my camera, I need to position that point so that it lines up with that dot. Then when I turn on my camera layer again, I can parent that to that null. And now we have a point that rotates around that anchor point of that null object. So let me show you what you can do here. If I bring up the rotation for that layer, so I can basically create a Z rotation about here, a keyframe. And then I'm going to just add a little bit of rotation here. Maybe bring this back around like this. So it's a very basic rotation keyframe that we've created, but we're rotating around that center point there. Now with that camera, what I can do is come down to those properties. I can create a point of interest and a position property somewhere about here. And back at the start, what I'm going to do is just animate that camera back slightly. And I want to rotate it even more down. Maybe just drag down on this so we don't see the edge of that map. And that's going to create this little animation, so something like this. So we just go a little lift and then it's rotating. What I can do with those is also right click, make them all easy ease, and drag out on this edge here. That's just going to create a soften between those two keyframes there. So it just kind of makes it a little bit more interesting. We can also take those two Z rotations and also make them easy ease. That's going to help soften that out even more. You can even add a little bit more rotation here in the camera layer, and that's going to create a little bit more of an interesting animation, right? So we're just always looking for ways of combining that camera movement. A lot of people struggle with 3D cameras, probably because they really can't get their head around the movement. The best way to learn 3D cameras and 3D camera movement is by practice, All right, so it all starts at this simple level where you're just kind of moving from one point to the other. And this is how you become better at it. And once you become more comfortable at it, you'll be able to do more complicated moves. Now, what I can do with this layer is I can come over here and add a drop shadow under the perspective. And I can basically give this a bit of distance here and adjust the position of that. You can drag down on the opacity and also maybe add a little bit of softness there, just to kind of give it this effect. And what it does is it makes it look like it's a three-dimensional effect sitting over the top of our map. What you can also do is if you take that layer and drag up on the Z axis, what that does is it gives you a 3D perspective of that layer. So it looks like it's hovering above that map. So that's maybe another effect you want to add. You don't have to do that, but that's how you do it if you wanted to add that effect to yours. The other thing I also did to that layer is I added a depth of field. I showed you exactly how to do this in the last module, but what we do is we come in here, we turn on depth of field, and we can drag up on the aperture to make that more blurry. And then I need to set my focal distance here. So I keep dragging until I basically get that focal point on that area. Another thing you can do is if I come over to the 2 view, this here basically demonstrates or represents that as a 3D object. So just to show you, if I move the position of that focal distance, see how this is moving as well? Now it's a little hard to see from that angle, but that is basically what that line represents. It is the 3D or the focal point of that layer. So back at the start, I can create a position keyframe. I can create a focal distance keyframe. And then maybe somewhere in the middle, I'm also just going to create another keyframe. And then at the end, I can also create another one. So if your camera's moving in and out, then you'll need to basically animate the position of that in order to get that effect. Now, once you've done that, you can just turn that off if you don't like that effect. It's just another thing that just adds a little bit more interest to your map animations. And that's how you do it if you want to know exactly how it's done. One last thing I did to mine was also add some text which popped up above my animation here. So I just create some text here. I can call this whatever. I'm just going to scale up on this and then just reposition this here. I can make this a 3D layer. And then I just need to position this in 3D space. Again, if you struggle with this, then just turn that off and then it might be a bit easier to reposition this without the 3D camera turned on. Now I want to rotate this up. So with that X rotation, I can rotate this up and then just rotate it down like this. And I can just add a simple scale keyframe to this. So maybe something like that, drag up. And as this point or that dot is created, what I'm going to do is also animate that text. So I'm just going to create a scale keyframe there. And then one like that, just make this 0. Also turn on motion blur for that text. And now you have 3D text in or over your map, right? You can even animate the position to rotate around so that it's always facing the camera. As your camera is rotating around, you can do that by just creating position keyframes for that. But that's how easy that is to do. It's really simple, but an effective little addition to your 3D maps. All right, so that's the first example. Let's have a look at creating another 3D map and create these trade routes between countries. So I want to start by creating another composition here. For this, I'm just going to create a new solid. This is the color that I'm using for mine. And just hit OK. So we've got this new solid. Next, I want to create these little wave lines that go over the top. So what I do is I just grab my pen tool and I can come over to the stroke settings. This is the color I'm going to be using for mine. And I don't want a fill on these layers. Next, I can just draw out a simple line that sits through the middle. So we've got a stroke line. I can drag up on this stroke effect as big or as small as you want to make it. And now I can come down to those settings and I want to add a repeater to this. Under the repeater settings, I'm going to drag this right up and I need to come down here and adjust the position. I want this to be 0. And now I can adjust the position of this and then off center this so that it fills my entire screen. So I get something looks like this. I can go through and readjust that later. Then I want to come over here and add the wave warp effect. So I add the wave warp to that layer, and I'm leaving this open because I might want to adjust some of these in a minute. Now there's different options you can use for this. These just change the look that you can go for or the line that is creating. For me, I'm just going to change the height to be 13, and this one I can drag all the way out to create those sort of wiggly lines like that. And by default, it animates already. All we need to do is just go in here and change the speed. For me, I'm using 0.3, and that seems to be about right. You can always speed this up or slow that down by using and adjusting that wave speed. Again, with these settings open, you can go through and make adjustments if you want less or more of those waves. That's how you do that. Next, I want to grab my world map. I'm going to drag this on top, and then I can scale this right up here. I can turn on the vector to activate that, and I'm just going to reposition my anchor point to wherever I want it to animate. So I want to focus on the UK up here. Now when I scale in, we can basically focus in on that point there. And notice how we're not losing any quality, which is great. I come over here and search for keying extract and drag that onto my layer. Now I can just drag down on the white point and that removes that image. The other thing I can also do is come up to effect, down to generate, and add the fill effect. Now for the color, I'm using this color here. Again, this can be whatever you like, but that's the color that I'm using for my animation. Now that we've got a few layers already worked out, what I can do is make these all 3D, and now we can create that 3D camera. So I'm just going to leave this as 35mm, hit OK. Now we can control that animation however we like. One thing that we can do here is just grab our background layer and just scale right up on this, and also with the wave layer. Then when we adjust this, it means that we're basically not going to see the edges of that. Again, you might want to go through and adjust the wave settings if it's mucked up your scale. So you can always come down to those settings and then just basically scale this up and down depending on the look that you're going for in yours. I'm just going to reset this camera here so we can see what we're doing. Now for this map, what I want to do is isolate this to be another color. So I'm just going to duplicate that map. I can call this one UK. And for this one, I can just draw a mask that sits around the outside. And now with that layer, what we can do is change the color. So I can just drag up on my fill color, and that's how you change the color of that layout. So we've got the same map, but it's just a different color there. Now I can create those little lines that go over the top. So with my camera, I can move my camera over here just to reposition this. We're going to animate that camera in a minute. I just want to draw out the lines first. So the first thing I did was I just came up to my ellipse tool with nothing selected, and I just chose a color that I was going to use, which is going to be white with no stroke. Then I can just draw out a little dot here, and this is going to be my marker, which is going to sit on my map. I can just drag this down, just rename this to dot 1. And then with that dot, what I can do is come down here and animate it. So I want it to sort of pop up maybe about here. So we're just doing a simple scale animation here on the size, and that just kind of pops up. I can also make this 3D, and I may have to hit Y on the keyboard and reposition this anchor point there. And then with that layer, I can just use Y to reposition this here over my map, right? Because it's a 3D layer, so we need to position it correctly. Then I can draw out my little line. I'm going to grab my pen tool. I don't want a fill on this layer. And for the stroke, I'm just going to use this blue color here. That's the number that I'm using for mine. Drag down on this because I don't want it to be that thick. And then basically just select a starting point here, and I'm drawing a little animated line, something like this, right, with a curve in the middle. bring that layer down and then basically change the settings. So come down to the stroke. I can increase this. I can also add the dashes. Maybe you want to add dashes to yours. I did to mine. That's how I did it. And again, I want to off center this and I want it to animate out. So I create a trims path, create an end position here, an endpoint there, drag back. So we've got that animation basically coming out like that. The other thing with that dashes, I can basically create an offset. So if I go all the way across and drag backwards, it basically creates this little slow animation going in the direction that you want those trade routes to go. So you might want some going back the other way, you might want some going that way. That's how you can create that little animation. I can take all of those, I can right click and make them easy ease, and we've just smoothed out that animation like that. One other thing I did in my original one was I added a little drop shadow effect, and that's to kind of make it look like it's 3D. So what I did was I just renamed that layer. I then duplicated that layer and dragged it underneath and just renamed this to Route 1 Shadow. And then with my pen tool selected, I can basically draw or move that line into a different position and then just change the color. So I'm going to set this to be black. And over here, what I want to do is add a little bit of blur. I'm using the Gaussian blur for this one. I add a little bit of Gaussian blur there, maybe up to around 15. And then I hit T and bring up the opacity and drop this down to about 10%. So it adds that sort of drop shadow effect, or it makes it look like that line is kind of is sitting in a three-dimensional space. So now let's start to animate our camera a little bit here. So what I want to do is just create a position and a point of interest. I'm going to select my camera tool here, drag backwards on my animation, and then it sort of comes in like this. And I also want it to have a little bit of an angle on this and maybe move this across. I might have to readjust this beginning animation here just to match that, but we've kind of got that animation that looks like that. And then I'm kind of readjusting this to kind of follow, to kind of create a more interesting dynamic camera movement. So I'm kind of tilting the camera as it's going over. Now you'll notice those trade routes have also moved, and that's because they're not 3D. So we need to make them 3D. That's going to lock them to that 3D camera. And probably what you'll need to do is then just reposition these by moving them up like this. And now when I play through, we have that finished animation. Now it's just a matter of going through and repeating that process of that line to create as many different points as you like. So I just go back to my original composition and just show you all I've done with this is basically just repeat that process again to create another circle here. So it's exactly like we did before. I've just changed the color by changing the fill. And these lines I've just created exactly the same way. I've created new trade routes by drawing out with the pen tool, make sure they're 3D, and then also draw a drop shadow underneath and animate them. I've got 3 lines coming out of this. They're all just separate lines, but I've done them exactly like we did before. So I'm not going to show you how to do each one of those again because they're exactly the same. Just go back to the earlier part in the tutorial, re-watch that if you're not sure about that until you understand that concept, and then you can repeat that and put it into your own animation. So that's it for this video. If you have any questions on this particular video or any of the other videos in this course, then don't hesitate to let me know. All right, in this video, we're going to have a look at 2 different types of conflict maps. So the first map that we're looking at is this animation here. So to start, I'm just going to right click, create a new composition here. Now for my background, I'm just going to create a solid, and I want the color to be this dark sort of black here, something like this. And over the top of this, I've also included this map animation, which you can just drag over the top. Now, this could be a screenshot you've taken of a map, and it could be anywhere in the world. I'm just using this part here. So what I want to do is first remove the blue from this. So I'm going to add the extract tool to this. I can just drag up on the black point, and that's going to remove the dark part of the dark blue of my image here. Next, I want to add a tint. So I can add this tint effect over the top. And to the white, what I want to do is bring this down. So it's kind of something like this. And I can exaggerate that even further by adding the curves effect over the top. So I'm just going to drag the curves on and give this an S curve, so something like this. Now you can adjust those settings to get a different look. It may also be different depending on the image that you're using. If you've gotten your map from somewhere else, then you might be using different settings. But for mine, this works for this particular image if you want to follow along with the tutorial. Now next I want to take this and I want to duplicate it, and I'm just going to rename this one to Area 1, and I can delete everything except for the extract, and then I can grab my pen tool and I want to draw out the country or the area on the map that I want to basically highlight. So for me, that's going to be this area of the map. Now if you're trying to line up with a border, what you could do, a tip here, is drag in a map, a world map which has the borders shown, and then you could overlay that over the top, use that to trace out where that, roughly where that border is, and then just get rid of that layer above. So you essentially just end up with the same mask, but it just is exactly following those border lines. For me, I'm just going to draw out an area because I don't need to follow exactly the border. I just need to show a generalized area. And I want to basically turn this into an ink map effect. So I want it to fade on with the ink map. Now this is the ink map that I'm using here. I've also supplied this in your downloads, and with that I can just drag that underneath that area map. Now with that, what I need to do is make that the luma mat of that area, and that's going to reveal that layer. And then with that map, what I can do is scale that down and kind of reposition it here. And if I play through that animation, you can see we get that effect basically of it covering that part of the map that we need it to. Now what you can also do with this layer is if you right click on it and go to time and then enable time remapping, it'll create these keyframes at the beginning and the end. People always say they can't see those keyframes. Those keyframes are there, but they only apply to the very beginning of that clip and the very end. So where I've got this animation here, what I can do is if I drag all the way in this point, there's that other point, but we don't need that in order to make this work. What I can do is find where the animation sort of ends and then just create a point there and drag in to speed that animation up or drag out to slow it down. So that's how you adjust the timing of that animation. Something else you can also do to that is add a tint effect. So if I come over here and add the tint to that layer, now what I can do is if I map the black to be this red sort of color, so that's the color that it's going to fade into, I can change the white to be the color that it starts as. So if I want it as a, say, yellow, I can then have it turn into this red sort of color here. And you can just adjust those by going back through and readjusting those colors to get the look that you're going for. But that's how you create that effect, right? It fades from one color to another. And now that I've got that, I then want it to, after that's finished animating, I want to basically highlight a new area down here and have that be as lines. So what I can do is take my area 1 and duplicate that and just turn that on. I can come down to the mask properties and just delete that mask. Now if I just turn the opacity down on this layer, I can see where the edge of that border was. And if I bring up my pen tool, I can basically follow the edge of that layer and then continue to draw out my new border. So wherever that's going to be for you, you can just draw that out. You can always go back through and readjust this. It doesn't matter. Then I can scale up on this so we've got that area now lined up. And for this one, what I want to do is have a stroke effect over the top. So what I'm going to do is go to my pen tool up here with nothing selected And I want to just create some stroke lines. So I'm just going to change the color to be a yellow color, and then I can just draw basically a stroke line like this. Now, if I go into those settings, I can add the repeater, and under the repeater settings, I can scale this up, offset it here, and go down to the transform properties and just bring these down next to each other. I can even drag up on the width here and just duplicate the number of layers here to get the effect that I'm going for. So something like that. And to this one, I can drag it under that area too and do the same thing again. I can apply the Lumen Matte to that, and it's going to now isolate that area to that mask that we've got. If you want to adjust that, you go back in here, reposition that, and then there you go, you have that area already isolated. Now for this one, what I'm going to do is drag these two layers over here, and what I want to do is apply the trims path, and now we have that animation of that area. So we've got that animation that looks like that. Now another thing that I did was also add some arrows that sat over the top and added some text. So I can just right click and create some new text here. This can be whatever you like, any sort of text that you want. I can just scale this on an angle, reposition that here. Now, if you want to make that sit in even better, you can even change that to be soft light and that'll sit over the top. Otherwise, you can just leave it as a solid like that. Now, what I also did was come up to my pen tool. I don't want to fill, and I'm just going to make these white as well. And I just drew out some little arrows that sort of went like this, all right? So nothing special. What I did was just create a line up here and just position that one back there to get that arrow effect. I can then just drag up on that effect like that. I can just rename this one to arrow, and under the arrow settings, what I can do is I can apply a trims path again. And then just create a nice little animation, something like that. Right click on these, make them easy ease, come into those settings there. Can even just create a little ramp effect, something like this. And if need be, you can always just go through and make adjustments there to those layers to adjust those arrows. So something like that. You can even go through here and adjust the thickness of that. Another thing you can also do is just turn down the opacity, or you can even go in here and adjust the blending mode. So you might want it as a soft light, or you might want it as something else. That's up to you. But that's how you create that little arrow. I can then duplicate that as arrow 2, off-center this, drag it down. And with my pen tool selected, what I can do is go into those properties and make an adjustment here. So something like that. So we end up with another arrow just next to that one. Now with this text, what I can do is I can just have a simple fade on effect as that animation is playing out, and that just has that animated effect over the top as that area is now being highlighted, and then having those arrows sort of play out that animation as it's bringing in those lines. So that just has a nice little interesting animation there. Now the last part of this is making them all 3D and adding a 3D camera over the top. So I create my camera. Now I can make them all 3D except for my background. And what I can do is if I bring the camera up here, I can reposition it. Zoom in slightly here. Maybe position it like this. Create a position and a point of interest here. Hit U to bring those up, go to the end here, and then just create a movement animation, something like this. So we get a little bit of movement over the top of our map like this, just adds that nice sort of dynamic movement. And another thing you can do, which I did in my original composition, was I took the arrow and the conflict layer and I just moved them out in the Z space. So I dragged them up on the Z axis And that makes them a little bit 3D. So they're sitting actually above the map layer. And when the camera is rotating along, we're getting a bit of that parallax effect. Just adds another level of interest to your animation. What you can also do with those layers, if you hit S, you can scale them down, right? Because when you bring them forward in 3D space on the Z axis, you're scaling them up. So it's okay to scale them down. So now when I play through, we have our finished animation. So that's the first example of how you can use that 3D camera and create a nice, interesting animation or a map animation. Let's have a look at another example here. In this example, I want to show you how you can animate a moving line over time. So this is another common question that I've had before about how do you animate a line over time. It's really simple to do, and I'm going to show you how to do this. Let's right click, create a new composition here. For this one, I'm just going to right click, create a new solid, and I want the color to be a lighter color. Put that in the background. I'm also just going to duplicate that layer and come over here and add the grid effect, which I can generate and put in over the top. Now for the grid settings on this one, I changed the width slider and I just scaled it up. And then I dragged the border down and also dragged down the opacity and made this black so that we have that grid basically over the top. It just adds another level to your animation. Again, makes it look interesting. Next, I want to bring in that world map over the top, and I can rename this one to Allied or whatever you're going to use in your map. And I can scale this up and activate the vector. Then I can add the extract to this layer. Add the extract over the top and just drag down on the white point to remove that. And then you can also add a fill over the top to change the color to whatever you like. For me, I'm using this blue color here and it's going to represent the allies. Now what I can do with that layer, I want to basically just reposition the anchor point up here because I want to focus on this part of the map. And then what I want to do is just scale right into this layer, right? Because I just want to focus on the area that I'm working in. So again, you can scale this up as much as you like. It's not going to lose any quality. That's the great thing about vectors. And now that I've got that, now it's a lot easier to work in this area before we even add any 3D cameras or anything. Now what I did to this is I duplicated that allied map because we already had that. I can rename this. So this can be whatever you like. And to the color, what I'm going to do is change this to be red. So I've just changed the color to be this red color here. And now what I want to do is now start drawing out basically a line that's going to represent my front that I want to animate. So this is where you want to go through and just kind of draw out that line. You can always go through and readjust this, but I'm drawing out that line wherever that's going to be. Now with that, what I want to do is also add a stroke effect that sits over the top. Now you could just come and add the stroke effect, but it'll apply it to that line and we don't want it to be on there. We want it to basically follow the edge of our map. So what I have to do with my layer selected is come up to layer and down to layer styles. And under the layer styles, we can add the stroke. Now what that's going to do is create this outline which goes around our map. And we can come down to that setting and I can change the color. So I can change the color to be whatever I like. And I can also scale up or down on this. If I scale this to about 5, that looks about right for my map. But again, you can just scale this up and down to be whatever you like, whatever's going to work for your particular animation. Now the next part is I want to animate that mask. So all I have to do is create a mask path keyframe and I can go along my map and basically animate that mask however I like. So as it's moving along, I can move them individually or I can highlight multiple ones at the same time and move them like this. It's up to you. You can even mess around here with the edges. So if I want them more scaled or I want them basically have less or more of a curve. So obviously the front is not going to be perfectly the same all the way through. It's going to change a lot. Some parts are going to basically go like this and other parts are basically going to disappear like this. You can also bring up your pen tool by hitting G and just basically create new points there. But just remember, you'll have to animate those points if you make any changes again. So you can just add more points if need be. And basically what we're doing is creating a moving or an animating front on our map. So I can select those, move them across till I kind of end up with a point that I'm happy with. So you might want to follow historical lines here to make it accurate. And all you need to do is just overlay a map over the top of this, and then you could basically follow those lines over time. So if you wanted to represent different points over time, that's how you do that. You're just basically following a line or animating a line as it's moving. It's quite simple to do. The other thing you can do is also make all of these easy ease. And that's just going to help smooth out that animation as it's animating over time. Now also you can drag up on these points here, which we've done before, and that's just going to create a nice smooth movement overall. So it'll stop the map from sort of stopping and starting. We just kind of get that movement all the way through of our map. So that's how you do that moving map animation. A couple of other things you can add over the top here is I've also supplied these images which you can drag over the top. And I can drag that over, say, my allied part of my map. And I can set this one to be screen. That's going to make it a bit lighter. And I can also just drag down on the opacity. And I can even drag up on this there to make it stand out even more. And I can even rotate this around if I want it to kind of sit over that area. And I can also do the same on the other side by dragging this over the top here, scaling this down. And to this one, what I can do is I can try and make this one multiply, and then also just drag down on the opacity so you get kind of the look that you're going for. So you kind of get that effect like this. And then I also added some lines or arrows that went over the top. So with my pen tool selected, what I did was I just came down here, and at the start of this animation, what I did was just create basically a line that went like this, and just kind of create a shape of an arrow, something like that. Give this a fill color and get rid of the stroke. Then I can reposition that arrow. And for this, what I did was I also changed the color to be this. And I just brought up the opacity and just dragged down slightly on this to kind of give it that look, a little bit of a see-through look here. And what I wanted to do is animate this arrow as the map is animating forward. So to do that, you just have to come down here and animate the path of that layer. So I create a keyframe. So maybe here in the middle, it looks good there. At the beginning, what I want to do is basically take these front ones. So I'm just selecting these front ones here and just moving them back. So I'm just selecting these front ones again and just moving them back, making any adjustments here. So as the map is moving forward, that line is animating forward as well. Do the same here at the end. Make any adjustments needed. And there you go, we have that line sort of animating forward over time. So this is what I created here. I just renamed this one to arrow, and then I just created this line basically following these points as it's animating forward, right? So I just created this arrow moving forward. You could even use an image or an icon of an arrow and just animate that using a position property over the top. Then once you've got that, what you can do is then the last thing is to create your 3D camera over the top. So just right click, create a new camera here. I need to make these layers 3D, except for my background. I don't want that to be affected. And then I can basically bring my camera in. So I'm going to bring this down a little bit closer. Reposition this, go to my orbital tool here, maybe bring this even closer. And to this one, what I want to do is then just create that position and point of interest, and then just have it basically rotate over to the other side. So we kind of get that animation over the top. Even in the middle here, I can even scale out slightly if I want to create more of that sort of arch of the camera going over the top. So that's what that kind of looks like here in that animation. When I play through, we get that animation like this. What I can do is then also add a null object, make this 3D. Now I might have to reposition that here to fit in that, to fit that point, and I can basically then parent my camera to this layer, and I can add some Z rotation here. So I just add a rotation keyframe there and then one here at the end. And that just adds another level of sort of dynamic movement over the top of our map. At this point, you just go through and you can even readjust this even more. So I can zoom in even more here. I might even like to sort of bring this up on an angle, so we create a bit more of an interesting sort of look here. And also what you can do with those keyframes is also make them easy ease. Right click, go into keyframe interpolation, make this continue Bezier and linear. That'll help you smooth out that graph. And you can go through here and just mess around with that graph to see if that makes it any better or worse. So you just got to kind of mess around with that. I find in most cases, if you drag up and smooth out that curve, it'll really smooth out your whole animation. Again, that's where most people struggle, is with the graph editor. If you get stuck or you're not sure, or you want to learn more about that, then definitely check out that video that I've put in the private Facebook group, and that'll explain that in a lot more detail. But that's basically what you do. If you've got any sort of funny movements or parts in there, what you can do is just go through and look at these keyframes and try readjusting them. So make sure you apply that to the position and the point of interest. Now when I play through, we have our finished animation. And again, the best thing to do with 3D cameras is to just go through and mess around with them and just practice, because that's the only way you're going to get better at using them. So if you have any questions on 3D cameras or any of the other videos in this course, then don't hesitate to let me know. Welcome to Module 5. Up until this point in the course, each video has demonstrated how to make a specific title, effect, or animation. Every video has been consecutively building on the last, carefully developing your skills to a point you should now feel comfortable using After Effects. These new skills will certainly help you to create animations outside of this course. Out in the real world, as an animator and video creator, it's likely you'd be creating your own animations around a finished script or voiceover. In this module, I want to look at exactly this process and show you how I would take a finished voiceover and turn it into an animation using the information we have covered in this course. I will replicate this by giving you snippets of completed voiceovers for each video and show you how I go through this process. I've kept the voiceover short because I only want to demonstrate this principle and give you a variety of different styles. We'll talk about the target audience, the voiceover, music, and goal of each video. Then I'll show you how to create a complete animation inside of After Effects. Even though I show you the animations I have created, I strongly encourage you to take the voiceovers and practice by creating your own animations from these. The goal here is to help you understand more about this process of not just following a tutorial, but about the creative choices you should be making when creating animated videos. Now in this video, we're going to be making a paper graphic animation, so let's have a look at what we're going to be creating.
At least 8 million tonnes of plastic end up in our oceans every year, and half of all plastics ever manufactured have been made in the last 15 years.
Now in order to follow along with this video, you're going to need to access this plastic waste voiceover, which I've supplied as part of your downloads folder. Now, before we dive straight into this tutorial, I want to run through a few things that I look for when creating my animation, or the process of how I turn a voiceover into an animation. Now, just by listening to the voiceover, I can tell that the topic of this video is something about plastic waste ending up in the ocean. This is really important to know or understand because it's going to influence the type of animation that we're going to create. Now, one good example that comes to mind here is maybe using colors to match to that topic or that theme. So here I've used a blue and white color theme to kind of go in line with my theme or the ocean topic of the video. Another thing that I look for when I first start an animation is I want to understand the goal of the video. So that's different from the topic. So the goal of this video might be to spread awareness about plastic ending up in the ocean. Now, this is important because it gives me a better understanding of what we're trying to achieve with an animation. It's important to understand that animation is not just about looking visually great, it's about trying to get the message or the core idea of the video across, right? So that's your story. You're trying to basically tell that story through the animation. Another important thing that I want to understand about the video is the target audience. I always want to understand who the end viewer of that video is going to be. Now, the target audience could be a specific demographic. A demographic is a specific group of people that I'm trying to aim this video at. So it could be age is a good demographic. In this particular case, it'd be quite hard to narrow down that group because it's such a broad topic. Generally speaking, when I'm working on an animation, this is the point that I'd go to the client that I'm working for, and I generally ask these sort of questions to better understand that. So if you're making this video yourself, try and think about who would be most interested in watching this particular video. Now, based on what I've discussed, this is the paper graphic animation I've come up with. Now, I've gone for a very clean style, mainly because I like that style, and I felt for such a large target audience that simple and clean is better. I also felt trying to make a plastic theme would be probably a bit too difficult. So I've gone for this paper theme because I'm thinking of like paper waste and things like that. And I think it works nicely for the overall aesthetic of this video. Based on those things that I've discussed, I would then look online at various references. So Behance is another great site that we've already discussed. And I'd look for animations or things that kind of stand out that I think are going to work for my sort of theme or my video. So I'd use those as a reference point when building and designing my own animation. The other thing I'm always trying to work out right here at the start is what colors I'm going to use, the font choices and all of that sort of stuff. For this video, I've just picked one font and I've stuck with that because there's not much text in this video. So I've just stuck with this one font throughout. I've also picked my colors, which we discussed before. So I've gone for a white base, which I'm going to build my animation off. I decided on the blue tone, which I've kind of picked based on the ocean. And then I've also gone for a dark sort of gray, which in a lot of the cases I've tinted with a blue tint to it. And in other cases, I've just left it as a black color. I find this really useful to understand now because when I move on to my graphics and I'm trying to search for images that I'm going to use in the video, I now know the sort of things that I'm looking for, right? It needs to meet a certain criteria in order to make it into the animation. So I don't want to grab just pink bottles or something like that and put them into my video if the colors aren't really going to work. I'm also listening to the voiceover or I'm reading the script to pick out key terms of the sort of subject matter that I'm going to be using in the video. So waste is obviously the topic. So I'm looking for plastic bottles. I'm looking for, say, a trash can. I know I want to do some sort of ocean theme. So I'm looking for maybe a boat, something that's going to be in the ocean. I want a factory because it also talks about pumping out plastic waste or being produced. So I know there's going to be some sort of factory I'm going to tie into my animation. So already I've already picked out all of these elements before I've even spent the time going online and trying to find those items. This is going to save you a heap of time by doing this process. But that's a bit of that process of how I would kind of take a voiceover and then work out what I'm going to animate. The other thing you'll notice that I've added to the voiceover is music, and I've added sound effects. Now, generally speaking, this would be your last step in the process, but it's also a really important process as well. It's something that you don't want to overlook. Music and sound effects can have a massive impact on your final video, so you definitely want to add them in. As far as sound effects, you just really want to isolate select sounds through the video. So if one thing's popping up, like I've got a boat in the middle part, I have that sound effect of the boat playing over the top. So they're all things that you want to think about, but generally you do that at the end of the video just to really lift that whole animation to that next level. The next part is where I'd start my design and animation. Now, I'm not going to go through the entire design process in this video. Now, if you want to understand more about that design process, I recommend going back to the first module and watching that first video, which discusses a bit about those steps and how you would design and then go into an animation. If you want to learn more about that process in even more detail, I also have my Motion Hero short course, which shows you how to design more step by step. In this video, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to combine the design and the animating into one video. I firstly want to take my voiceover and just turn it into a new composition. I can go into the composition settings. So for me, I want a HDTV 1080 29.97 frame rate, and my duration will match the length of the voiceover. So that's your first starting point. Now you've got your voiceover in the timeline that you can start editing to. So this voiceover would only be a part of a much larger video. And obviously I don't want to show you how to animate minutes and minutes of video because it would just take hours. So I'm just showing you a small section. So generally the first thing I would do with this is I'd break it into sections. So if you listen to the voiceover, there's three distinctive sort of sections that I feel sort of stand out to me. There's one at the beginning which talks sort of like the introduction, talking about 8 million tons of plastic. There's a little bit talking about the ocean. And then at the end, it's talking about production of plastic waste. I feel that gives me three separate points to animate my video. Now I've included these torn paper edges here because I know I want to create some sort of paper tear effect, right? As a transition, I think that would look quite nice. What I'm going to do is I need to use this as a background. So I'm going to drop it in my timeline and then I can scale one of these right up. What I'm also going to do is just turn this on its side. Now I just have a background of this paper theme that I can work with. Next, I want to try and lay out my animation over the top. So for my first section, it talks about 8 million tons of plastic ending up in our ocean. So I got this little rubbish bin here. And I thought this would be quite a good representation of that to match the voiceover. So waste being piled up in a big pile here. Also added in a little cup here, and I kind of wanted this coming out the side here. So I kind of put this on an angle, and also had these two bottles, which I also dragged underneath, and I could reposition these ones here just to kind of make it look a bit more interesting, like it's kind of sticking out from this edge. The other thing I kind of liked with the paper theme was I saw a reference of brushstroke effects. So I also included this brushstroke EPS file, which you can drag on top there, and you can scale this up. Now this is a vector, so all I need to do is just activate the vector. And what you can do is you can just grab the pen tool and just roughly cut out one of these down the bottom. And I use this to kind of create a bit of a banner here in the background, just something a little bit more interesting. And at the moment, it's not really matching, right? So we talked about using colors to kind of tie a theme together. So at the moment you can see from my original to where we are now, it's really quite different. And that's mainly because the images look very different. There's lots of different colors going on. So a simple way of doing that is to just put some tint over the top and try and match it all to that color palette that we're using. So for the brush, what I can do is just add the fill effect right over the top. And for the fill color, what I did was I just used this blue color here. You can enter that one in if you want to use that color. So for the other stuff, what I did was I used the tint effect. This is a really handy effect to add on because it allows you to change the different colors without losing the detail. So what I did with mine is I mapped the black to be this dark blue color here. And I can also paste that straight onto those other layers. And now we have something that kind of matches. So where we were before to where we are now, it's much more uniform. So it looks much better. Now, what I also did in my original composition was I added a little bit of movement. Now, I thought this was quite interesting because I came up with this idea that with plastic bottles sort of floating in the ocean, they're moving around. So I thought it'd be an interesting idea to kind of tie this in. It also kind of ended up drawing the viewer or drawing my attention to those items on the screen. So I thought it was a nice little touch that I ended up doing in my original video. Now to do this, what I can do is just hit P on the keyboard and we're going to use a wiggle expression. Now the expression I'm using is this expression here. Now use this wiggle expression here, and what this does is allows us to control the X and Y individually. But what it also does here is it allows us, when we make this 3D, that it's only affecting the X and Y. So if you think about it as a 2-dimension, it's only moving like this. If it's a 3D layer and you put a wiggle expression, it's also controlling the Z axis, so it's moving it back and forth. You don't want that in a 3D space. I mean, you might, but in this case you don't, because it's going to interfere with the layers behind it. So this is a way of writing out an expression that will allow you to just affect that top and the bottom. Now for this, it won't matter if we make these layers 3D, because we're going to use this as a pre-comp. But for the other layers that we're going to use, we're going to be adding a 3D camera. It will matter. So this is why I'm doing it this particular way. So I've just applied that wiggle expression to all those layers there, except the background. Another thing I did was also just add some text here. And all I did with this layer was I just moved it down the bottom. I hit T, brought down the opacity of that layer, and I just created a simple position keyframe here at the start and then here at the end, and then just drag this across. So it just animates across like this. I also duplicated that and just added another piece of text up here up the top. You don't have to do that, but I did that in my original composition, and that's how I essentially laid out that animation. What I then did is I wanted to pre-compose those into one separate layer. So with all those layers except for my background selected, I can just right click and just pre-compose. I can call this section 1 or whatever you need to call it, just to help keep track of what's going on. Now I can also make this 3D because I want to be able to control it. So that's the first little section. At this point, you just want to go through, and this is where I start listening to the voiceover and just retiming everything to make sure that text is popping in at the right point, because it's really hard to go back and reanimate all of this later. So now's the time while you've got that voiceover there to kind of animate to that voiceover, getting all the positioning right. Now, I know that I wanted another section here, which is going to be a ocean theme sort of section. So I wanted like an ocean sort of view looking out of the ocean with like plastic bottles floating. And I needed a way of transitioning from that to my next scene. Now, one way is I could just slide the screen across and there we go. But a way I came up with was using that paper effect was to have a tear that went over the top. So I grabbed these torn paper and I repositioned this until I had a part up here on the top. And then I can just draw a mask which goes around this section, kind of isolate that layer, right? So now I have that section isolated. What I can do to that is I can add the extract tool. So I can use the extract tool over that and then just remove the black part of that image. That's just a simple way to remove that. Then what I did is I duplicated that and I shrunk it down here and just moved it to the bottom position, so that I had another paper section here ready to go. But then I just wanted this sort of window part in the middle that I'm looking through. I can make both of those 3D because we're going to add a 3D camera over the top. Then I can add a solid here. So I'm just going to create a new solid layer here and drag that under my paper layers here. And then to that I added a gradient. I added that over the top, and I basically used these two colors here to create a bit of a ramp over the top, and I can reposition the start of and the end point of that ramp. We've done that before in this course, but that's how I did that water. I just kind of gave it a gradient like it's moving into the distance. It's changing the hue. And behind that, I added a paper layer. So what I need to do is add that paper layer there. And to that, what I can do is add a bit of brightness and contrast onto that paper layer. I just added a little bit of brightness and contrast just to lighten that up. And then to my water layer, which I've just renamed here, I can also change that to be multiply. So what that's going to do is let that paper come through into the texture of that water. Again, it adds to that overall paper theme. I'm trying to create a uniform look. So I've created the basis of my section 2, which is going to be the ocean, and I want it to animate or transition from my section 1. And to do this, I created a paper tear effect. So I created this effect of the paper being torn across like this. So what it is, I took my section 1 and I dragged it to the top, and I wanted to create a cutout that went over the top. So what I could do is right click, create a new solid, and I'm just going to make it as close to that paper theme as I can. Now what I can do is just turn down the opacity, and with my pen tool, what I want to do is just draw out a mask that sort of goes along the edge of that paper tear. So we get something like this. I can scale this back up, and I want to make sure that's under my section 1 there. And I can always go down to the mask settings in that, and I can adjust by adding a bit of a feather, and I can also add a little bit of expansion if I want to cover up those edges a little bit better. At the moment, it doesn't really match. The texture's not looking right. So what I can do is if I come over here to texture, I can add the texturize to that layer. Then I can change this to be the paper background layer, which is that layer that we've got down here. And it's going to do this. And that's because that layer is not, the original layer is not a solid. So what I need to do is I need to pre-compose this and move all the attributes into a new layer. As soon as you do that, then you get that texture look over the top. And then to give it that effect of being peeled back, what I did was I added the CC page turn. So I added that onto that layer. Now what I want to do is just rename this to page front. And what I can do is I want this to be in the top left-hand corner. So I want it to basically be animating in as it animates down like this. Now I'm just going to turn off that top section there because I just want to focus on this. Now what I need to do is I need to come down here and make sure this is set to masks, right? So it's going to follow that mask line that we created. And I also want to set this to be the front page because at the moment, we just want to create that effect for the background layer. And when it flips over, so when the page is turning, we also want it to be textured on the back. Now, first what I want to do is drag up here on the fold radius. So that is how big this fold line is going to be here. You can also mess around with the light direction there if you want to get more or less shadow on that layer. And then I want to come across here to about the 1 second mark and I want to start that animation. So I'm going to create a keyframe here for the fold position. So I want it to start here up the top. I can hit U to bring up those keyframes and then drag this across and right down here. So you might need to zoom out here to basically get rid of that page entirely out of that shot. I can also take this and right click and make it easy ease, just helps smooth out that animation. And you can even drag this in and out to control the speed of that animation. So maybe something like this. Now to get the back part, so as the page is turning over, we want to see the back part of that image. What I can do is I can duplicate this and rename this to be back. And with the back part, what I want to do is make this back page, and with the front one I want to make this front page. So if I just bring up to about this section here and turn off the back page, you can see that we've got that part which is now animated as that section. And now if I grab my back page and I drag the texture underneath, it now texturizes that part. And then I can come in here and use the curves. And basically change just the back part of that image. The other thing I can also do is add a drop shadow. And now I've got two sections there, one for my front and one for my back that I can control individually. And now what I want to do is move my section 1 underneath that layer, and I want to copy the CC page turn from that and paste it onto that layer. Now if I hit U, I want to make sure that all of these keyframes now line up. I can also change this to be front page, and that's going to allow that layer, if I just turn off that back part, to have its own sort of page turn as well. So it gets rid of that page like that. Then when I turn the back layer back on, I can just go through and make sure that this back opacity here is also all the way up, just to avoid any issues there with transparency. But now we have that layer basically being taken away with that page turn. So that's how you create that animation. You might need to go through and just kind of go through that process once or twice just to kind of get your head around it. But just rewatch through that part of the video until you're comfortable with that. The next thing I wanted to do was start to add a camera over the top. So I just right click, create a new camera here. The camera can be 35mm and just hit OK. And I'm also going to right click, create a new null object and parent that camera to that null. So we now have a controller for that layer. And I want to make sure all of these layers are now 3D so that they're affected by that camera and its movement. And we can start to add a little bit of animation here on this. So for this one, what I did was I just came down here, add a little bit of position and scale, came back to the start here, and I just wanted to add a little bit of a zoom in here. So I zoomed in a little bit, even reposition this. And you can also make these easy ease. That's just going to help create a little bit of that soft animation. I also recommend going into the graph editor there if you want, and you can mess around with those to kind of smooth it out. But I felt that that was probably okay for mine. If you wanted a bit more of a speed ramp, you could even drag in on these points to give it a bit more of a fast paced sort of speed ramp. The next thing is I wanted to start adding the elements into my ocean. So the things that I wanted to add was I wanted to bring a cup here into this. So I just bring that down here on top and just scale this down. I can also make this 3D and just reposition it here to wherever I need. So something like this. And what I did with this layer is I just grabbed my pen tool and I just created a bit of a mask that went around like this. And I just created a cutout like it was floating in the water. And what I could also do is if I just grab my little brush here and just drag that on top of that cup, I can also just single out one of these. And then just scale this down to kind of hide the edge there of that line. And I can also add a fill to this and make it white just to hide the edge there. And again, by grabbing that tint from that original layer that we created, I could also paste that on top of that layer to create that sort of same color theme that we had before. And then I just want to try and organize a few of these layers here. So where we've got these layers from the first section, I don't need them anymore. So they're just creating sort of a few problems here with trying to keep track of all the layers. So I can basically get rid of those by just dragging in on the ends so that once the animation's clear, it's then gone. I don't need that part. For the tops and the bottoms, we need that there. And the brush, And then I can grab all of these layers and move them across to where we get the start of that animation. So that we kind of bring those in like that. So we're just trying to keep track or organize our layers. This is a really important step in any sort of animation process because it makes organizing a lot of layers a lot easier. So basically all I did then was I just repeated this process for another few items into my ocean, exactly like we did with the first one, and just added those little pieces. I then came up here and I added a boat which went over the top. So I added this little cutout here that I've supplied for you of this boat. Just kind of added that into the background and created a little bit of a position keyframe here by hitting P on the keyboard, and then basically just created a very slight animation of it moving forward. I can drag out on this to speed that up or slow it down, and there we go, we have that animation. I can also make that a 3D layer. So that's kind of the next section, or section 2. Now I wanted that to animate into a third section. So this is where I can create another position and scale keyframe there. I can even add a little bit of a zoom in on this layer, so we kind of get a little bit of a slight zoom. And then about another second along my timeline, what I can do is move the camera, or start to move this up until we kind of get out of that frame of that second section, right? So as it's coming up, we're kind of moving our camera away from that section. And to cover up this part, what we can do is, because we've already created this for our first section, what I'm going to do is take this front page, just duplicate it, drag it across here, move it up to where we get that animation sort of start like there. And what I can do is then move this up, and I'm just going to remove the mask on that layer, and I don't need the page turn, so I can also delete that. So we just end up with that texture. I can even drag this down slightly to line up with my original layer and scale this up. And then I can use my pen tool here. If I hit T, I can just bring down the opacity. I can also just create a mask which kind of goes up along the edge here, create a nice big mask that goes around like this. Turn up that opacity, come down to those mask settings, add a little bit of a feather. And there you go, we have basically a nice sort of filled in section here where you can't see. Now probably what you'll also need to do, because it's kind of coming on right there, what I can do is also drag this all the way back to the start, and that'll help sort of create an edge there from my original animation, which sits over the top, right up to that end animation up here. So I can drag this all the way to the end. So we kind of get a clean sort of hide line there where we can't really see that edge. Now something else that I also did to these layers was I added a little bit of a three-dimensional effect. So you can see as the camera is panning up, we're kind of getting a bit of a difference in the depth. We did this in an earlier video in this course. What we're essentially doing is layering all of these points, or all of these layers here, in a three-dimensional space. So if I just select my water and my paper background and move them right back into the background, I can scale them up again. What I can also do is just turn off my paper background layer, because we don't actually need that anymore. You still need the layer in there because it's being referenced for that texture layer, but we don't need to see it. So what I need to do is just scale up on these so that at least they're filling in the background and they're nice and far into the distance. And then with these two layers, what I'm going to do is move them back into the distance. With the boat layer, what you'll have to do is probably reanimate that one. So what you'll need to do is just select all of those and drag it back as one complete animation. So the start and the end will follow each other. I can delete that middle keyframe. So it's basically been pushed into the background as 3D space. those items are now moving in a different way depending on where they are in relation to the camera. So we looked at this in I think it was module 3. We looked at an animation where I was showing you how to animate doing exactly this, moving them into a 3D space. You can check that out if you want to learn more about that. So now onto the last section. What I wanted to do was add a bit of a power plant. And what I did here was I first basically selected my pen tool, and I wanted the color to be something like this. I didn't want it to have a stroke. And what I wanted to do was just kind of create a shape that kind of went something like this. I can drag this on top, also make it 3D. Probably need to just reposition it here. And also, if you can't see it, just move it forward in 3D space so you can see what you're working with. You can always go back and readjust that layer. So the next part is I wanted to have basically the animation of the factory sort of popping up. So I grabbed my factory and I dragged it here on top of my section 3 here, and I just reposition these further along the animation. So maybe to come in about here. Now with the factory, I also need to make this 3D. So what I did is I took my factory layer and just pre-composed this. I can then hit OK and just open this up. Just going to drag this back to the start, reposition this on that layer. If I come back to my composition, I can just make this 3D and then just reposition this. I can also just drag this back to the start here so that we've got a layer nicely positioned. Then what I wanted to do was just basically create a position keyframe for that and have that animate up. I can make these easy ease. And then what I can also do is if I take my pen tool, I want to duplicate this layer. And with that bottom layer, I'm going to off-center this. And I want to cut out a section of this image. So something like this, maybe from the side. And then I also wanted to duplicate that layer again, slightly off-center it. Bring up that mask, delete that, and I wanted to mask out the other side. So something like this, maybe this tank here. Something like that, and have that off-centered as well. So we've got all those layers coming in. With my top layer, what I want to do is create a mask which basically goes along the edge of this wall and takes out that building. So I don't want to see that building in that top layer. So we've kind of separated it into sections. I just need to go through and adjust those masks, anything that isn't sitting right, so it all kind of looks right when it animates up. If I bring up the position for those layers, what I can do is then animate them up. So I want this one sort of moving straight up after this one's basically coming up. I want this one to basically come in like this. And for this one, what I'm going to do is bring this one across. For the position, I'm basically going to delete this and I want to add a rotation. So I first need to bring up my pan behind tool, set the point in which I want it to rotate around. So I can set the orientation for that layer there. Then I can move across here and rotate this one out of frame. So it kind of pops up something like this. So we kind of get that animation of them all popping in like that. The other thing I can do is also hit P, and I'm going to create, by alt-clicking on the stopwatch, a wiggle keyframe of 1,5. That gives the whole thing a nice little movement. So I can do that to this other layer here as well. Add a wiggle expression that just kind of adds a nice little wiggle to that whole thing. Now if I come back to my main composition, we can see we end up with that animation, and we can readjust that as one complete animation to get it into the right position. What I can do is if I just hit T and bring down the opacity, I can create a mask which goes around here and kind of follows the edge of that layer that we created. Something like that. I can bring up the opacity. Now it kind of looks like it's part of that original thing. I can even move this layer out a little bit like this if I want more or less of that layer kind of coming through. So something like that. Another thing I did here was I added these little brush parts in. So I just basically created some little brush parts that we already had, those little brush strokes that we had done before for that original background in section 1. So this brush thing, I just duplicated that, dragged it up, and then I could create a wiggle expression by alt-clicking on the stopwatch for the position and pasting that expression in, exactly like we did before in the first section. And I can also dial down the opacity by hitting T. I can dial it down to make it a bit more opaque and add a fill color over the top. So then I've just positioned these by using a simple position keyframe to basically sort of come out behind that factory. You can even go through and just reposition these to whatever you like, but that's basically how I did that. For this bottom one here, what I did was I created a mask that went around the edge, and then I created mask path keyframes to animate that so that it kind of started in the middle and then grew out. So that's just a simple mask path keyframe. We've done that in the course, but that's how I created those little bits coming out from behind. A very simple little effect, and with the wiggle expressions over the top, just makes it look a lot more interesting. Now, another thing that I did in my original composition, I had the bottles sort of flying out from the background. So to do that, I took a bottle layer from earlier in the another section. You can even just drag a new one in. What I did was I applied to the position of that layer, I applied a wiggle expression. This is the wiggle expression that I pasted onto that layer. I've shown you how to do that already. And that's all I've done with that layer. Now to animate it, I had it animating sort of flying from around the back coming out to the front. To do that, what you need to do is you can just create a position and a scale keyframe. And I just basically off-centered these to sort of start back here. And then I created an endpoint here. And with the beginning one, what I did is I just scaled down on this, dragged it back. And if I drag out on this little point here, I can kind of create a bit of a movement of it flying around like this. Can even drag out on this one over here to create a bit more of that movement. So we kind of get that scale of it coming around like this. And to make it look like it's going behind that layer, because we want it to be sitting on top as well as be behind, what you can do is just create basically a mask that goes around the outside. So here at the start, what I'm going to do is just create a mask keyframe. I just want to set that to be subtract. I want to create a mask path keyframe there. Then I need to just reanimate the position of that mask so that it's following the edge as that bottle's flying out. So as it's coming out, it's basically following that edge, and then basically animate it out. If I don't create any keyframes, it'll do that automatically, and that just creates that sort of illusion like it's flying out from behind. The other thing I did was also add a line sort of flying out to give it this effect like this, of this line. So what I do here is I just grab my pen tool with no layers selected, and I basically just create a line that comes out like this. Now I don't want a fill on this layer, and I want to add a stroke, so I can drag up on the stroke, and the color can be whatever you like. For me, I'm just using a color to kind of match to my theme. I want to drag this down, reposition it here. I can also make this 3D. With that layer, I may have to reposition it here, but that's okay. I can always go through and do that. The other thing I want to do is also come down here and create a trims path and basically have it animate from the end, and then right here as it's basically coming out, I want it to animate on. So it kind of creates this animation, something like that. Under the stroke settings, what I can even do is also add a taper. So I can drag up on that start width there. That just kind of creates a bit more of a tapered look. If I select that layer and bring up my pen tool, I can even drag in on this position here. And I want to make sure that this is also below my bottle layer, because I want my bottle to be on top of that. And then I need to adjust any animation that isn't sitting right. So maybe I'm going to off-center this slightly, so as the bottle comes out, we have that layer then animating in. So something like that. So basically, as I play through that, you can see we get that animation of that line the way that we want. I can readjust this. I can even go through, adjust the overall thickness of that. You can mess around with that to get the look that you're going for. And then all I did was I just basically duplicated that and created another one on the other side with a different cup. So I did the exact same process just on the other side. And then I just created another one here, but this one didn't have a line. It just had basically a bottle flying out from behind. So that final animation is all of it sort of flying out as one. Another thing that I also did in my original composition was I created this smoke effect of it sort of bellowing out like this. I did that by using an exact method that I've shown you before in, I think it was module 3. I showed you an animation with the smoke coming out of the chimney. That's how I did that. I just created a line. I then animated that line with a wave effect, and I added a gradient ramp to it to give it that look. I duplicated that path within that layer and then pushed it across here to create 2 chimney stacks. And then I just had a simple fade on effect for that. If you want to know exactly how to do that step by step, I've shown you how to do that in module 3, and you can go and check that video out. The last thing I did to finish off the whole thing was just, again, add a little bit of animation here to the camera. So I just create a little bit of a scale here on this layer. So it kind of zooms in as those layers are like this. And then I wanted it just to kind of zoom out slightly, reposition this. And there you go. Then I've got that finished camera movement with all the animation. All right, so there was a lot going on in this video. There was a lot that we covered, and it's a very long video. But if you made it all the way to the end, then well done for following all the way through. And hopefully you've picked up a lot of different techniques throughout this video of how you would create this look, starting from a voiceover and then going all the way through. Now, if you have any questions about this particular video or any of the other videos in this course, then don't hesitate to let me know. All right, in this video, we're gonna have a look at 2 different timeline animations. Let's go.
This timeline depicts the greatest discoveries of our history, from the Great Delenio ruins in 1955, right through to the Falario arches discovered in 2012. Ancient discoveries continue to shape our past. Uncovering our past better helps us understand the development of the human race over tens of thousands of years.
Now, before we get started, I've included the 2 voiceovers that you can download. One's called Timeline Bar and one's called Timeline Line. Now, you can download those. They're part of your download package. Bring those into After Effects, and we're going to use those to create these 2 different animations. Now, before we dive into the animations, I've also put a bar at the bottom which will help you navigate throughout the video. But I want to just go through a bit of that process of how I got to these animations from the start. As far as goals and target audience for this one, I didn't have a particular audience or target in mind. It was pretty obvious just by listening to the voiceovers that they were talking about timelines. So then it was just a matter of trying to match a timeline that best sort of represented the information that I had to get across. So they were both sort of talking about discoveries. The first one was kind of talking about ruins. So I thought it'd be kind of interesting to have a sort of a solid bar that went along the whole animation. And I liked the idea of these sort of ruins popping up on either side of that bar as the animation was going on. Timeline's a really versatile tool that you can use to tell lots of different stories. So they're not only just great for getting lots of facts across, they're also good for sort of demonstrating a story or like visualizing a story from start to finish. So it doesn't just have to be items popping up on that timeline. You could do a timeline that sort of best represents or a snapshot of your entire story. As far as the designing aspects went, with these two different timelines, one, I wanted this solid bar. I also like the paper look that I did in the last video. The other thing I was thinking about was it needed to be very clear. I've used big bold text to really highlight the hierarchy of what's important. So the most important information is the dates. So I've really made them big and bold, and having that solid bar really allowed those numbers to stand out when viewing the video. The other thing I've done is I've gone with an orange in this first video, mainly because I felt it kind of matched the archaeology sort of, digging in the ground sort of thing. For the second one, I didn't really have an exact idea of what I wanted to do. So for this one, I was using a blue line, and I made sure that I had a color palette that worked. So whatever I was going to use with this, say these gray dots, and then a lighter sort of gray background, I wanted to make sure that my entire animation matched to those color choices. You can see that really clearly when I switch between these two animations. The colors really stand out. So it's something that I've tried to create a uniform look. I haven't gone with like a pink title here and then a red title over there. I've gone with the same color, and I've tried to match all of those together. It just makes your animation so much more interesting and also much more engaging if you use that uniform look across them. Again, for the music, I picked slightly different music cues for each one. For this first one, I kind of went for a bit more of that adventure sort of, uplifting music. For the second one, I went for more of a mysterious sort of choice in music. So something just kind of like we're discovering something. I don't know, I thought it worked quite well for that particular voiceover. The other thing I've tried to demonstrate to you is this is exactly the same voiceover, right? So it's the same actor doing the same voiceover for both, but just by changing the music and changing the beat in or the tone of his voice, you've essentially got two very different looks. So this is something that might help you with your own videos, because if you're creating, say, a tone or a specific direction that you want your video to go in, you can make sure that the voiceover sort of matches that, the music choice, all of those sort of things are lining up with that, and you'll end up with a much stronger animation or a product at the end of the day. All right, so let's just dive straight into animating. I've supplied all these files for you. I'm just going to grab my first voiceover here, right click, new composition. Again, I've just made sure that these settings are the ones that I'm using. You can use whatever you like, but that's the ones that I'm using there. So for this one, I'm just going to drag in my paper background, and I can also scale it down here just so it fills our composition. Next, I want to create that bar that goes over the top. So I'm just going to come up here to my rectangle tool. I can select the color that I'm going to use. I don't want to stroke, and then I can just draw out a bar that sits over the top. So something like this. I also want to set this to be multiply. So that's just going to make it sit into my background a little bit better. I can even adjust this bar down if I want it to be thicker or smaller. And I also, again, want to just rename this one to bar so I can keep track of everything that's going on. The other thing I want to do is also create a null object. I'm going to rename this one to controller, and I want to parent both of these layers to that controller. So now we can use that to zoom in and out of our timeline. Just before I animate that though, I want to come up here and grab my text tool and I can just draw out or type out my first layer of text. I can scale this up and the color can be whatever you like. It doesn't matter because we're going to make this see-through, but I want to make sure it's nice and bold and that it's roughly sitting in the right position. I can also take that, duplicate it, and just bring another layer up here. Rename this to whatever date you want. And then just create as many numbers as you like and just lay them out. I'm going to take all of those, right click and pre-compose them. And these are going to be my dates. I can just hit OK. And I want to drag that on top of my bar. And then with my bar layer, I want to change the track matte to be alpha matte invert. So that's going to create those cutouts for that. I can always go back into those dates, reposition that however I like, but that's how I create those cutout dates on the timeline. Now I want to make sure that that layer is also attached to my controller, and then I can zoom in here and start to basically position my camera however I need. If your dates are not very sharp, like they've got a little bit blurry, you can always just come here and hit that button and that will just sharpen them up. Now what I did is I came down to this ruins folder that I've supplied for you, and it's got all of these little cutouts already. I just dragged my first one in here and I can just scale this up, just rescale this like something like that. And I can even cut this layer out. So we end up with something like that. So it just kind of looks like it's interacting with the timeline. It just makes it look a little bit interesting. Now these layers that I've supplied for you, all I did was I just went online and I searched for the items that I wanted to include in my timeline. I found images that I could use. I then cut them out by just simply drawing a mask around them. And then I just dropped a black and white tint over the top to make them black and white. That's all I did. They're already transparent because I've saved them as PNGs. You can do all of that inside of After Effects. You don't have to do that in an external program like Photoshop, although it would be easier in Photoshop. You can just put them straight in and then just cut them out. But I've just supplied them already for you because chances are you're not going to be using the same ones as me. But if you wanted to follow along, that's what I've done. Now what I did here was I also added a little text box. So I just created some text like this. And I just simply pasted my text into this box. Now the great thing is, you know, about text, the text editor, is I can create different font sizes and colors all within the same layer of text. So I can just select the one I want to change and just scale it up and down. For this one, I'm using a capital title, and I've also just added the color to that. And for this down here, I've basically made this a smaller font using the same font, but I've just made it smaller and dragged the size right down just to get that effect. And the other thing I also did was I also added a little rectangle that sort of dropped down here, or a line. So I just created this little line drop down, something like this. I can also change this one to be multiply, so it sits into my background, and then just position these all underneath that controller layer. I can come down to the scale property of that layer, turn off the little stopwatch, turn off the little lock icon here, and then just scale this one back down to 0. What I also need to do is I need to grab my pan behind tool and just drag this anchor point up so that it creates that little animation. I need to just reverse these because I've done this in the wrong order. I can simply just select both of those, come down to keyframe assist and just time reverse. That's just going to reverse those two keyframes around. That's a nice little tip. And I also wanted this to kind of animate in. So I also repositioned this down here, created a nice scale keyframe there, and then just brought this one down to 0 and then just animated it up like that. Can also make these easy ease. Bring this one in if I want it to go a little bit faster. The other thing I can do is also add motion blur on for that layer and the composition. That just creates something a little bit more smoother and nice. And for the text, all you can do to the text is you can just come up here and add an animation preset. If I hit U to bring those up, I can just drag these keyframes back and we've got that animation of the text. I can even drag this out to slow it down, and that's how I created that little animation there. Then what I did was I just repeated this process all the way through my animation, so I had all of those layers on the timeline. Next, I wanted to bring that camera or animate it up. So I wanted the camera to start here. I can hit P to create a position keyframe there. So once that's in, I can then move it over to the next position. I'm going to make sure that all of these layers are following my controller, and then I can move my animation up, and then I can drag and repeat that process by dragging those next layers in. So just to show you on my original, this is what I've done. I've just repeated that process exactly like I've shown you here by dragging in those new layers, and there we go, created that second one. I've done it for the third one, and then right across to the end. Now then what I've done with that controller is I've just gone through and I've animated the position. So as the position's moving along, along my timeline, I've then moved the position of that to basically go up to the next one, down to the next one, and then up again. At this point, I wanted it to hold because it's talking about the Delenio ruins. So I'm listening to the voiceover. So I just basically created another keyframe, which was exactly the same as that, by copying and pasting it in. And then that holds my camera's position. Then as the timeline goes on, I can move it to my final position to have that animate in. And I've got a very slight position here of it animating across. So there's nothing new there that I haven't shown you how to do in this example here. It's all pretty much exactly the same. I've just basically just kept copying and pasting that effect over and over again, and then just animated that camera's position. So that's one way of creating this time or bar sort of timeline. In the next example, I've got this one here where we created this line. So I've got my next voicer in the next composition. I'm just going to right click, create a solid. This is going to be my background. I just created a gray sort of background, something like this. Again, I can create a null and call this one controller. Then I'm just going to right click, create some new text here, and then just paste in my text. So I've got my title basically typed out here on the timeline. Also want to make sure that this is attached to my controller. To animate this in, again, I can use any one of those effects. I'm just going to use the typewriter effect for this one and just drag in on these points to speed that up. Now what I'm going to do is zoom out on my timeline here. So this is a really easy way to kind of draw everything out on a large map first. So I can just grab my pen tool here. With nothing selected, I'm just going to draw out a square sort of box that or the direction that I want my line to follow. So something like this. Doesn't have to be perfect. I don't want to fill on this, and I do want a stroke. I can drag up on the stroke layer here. This can be whatever color you want. I'm just using this blue. Now I can grab that layer and make sure it's following my controller. I can rename this one to line. Now I can zoom in here on my animation, and I want to start animating this line here. So with this line, I'm just going to bring in the start here, and I want to come down here and use the trims path. Create an end offset here, drag this all the way to 0. And what I want to do is I also want to create a position and a scale. If I hit U, I can bring up those keyframes for my controller. And I'm going to drag this down like this. And while that's happening, I also want to start animating that line. So I can move this across. I can even drag in on this to slow that animation down. So I kind of want it to animate in like this. Another thing that I can do is these sort of corners are square. What I can do is I can also add around corners. That's going to round the corners of that animation. You can basically drag up or down on this. It creates rounded edges to your animation. I can also select all these, make them easy ease. And you can adjust anything that you need to adjust there. Now, when my line got to this position, I wanted to create a bubble. We've done this in one of the earlier videos. I just create basically a circle. Now, I don't want to stroke around this one, but I do want to fill. So I can just basically bring this down like that. Drag that on top of my line, just minimize this. And right as that line basically gets to that point, I just want it to animate up. So I can go down to the ellipse path. I can create a size keyframe there. And just have it sort of animate on something like that. What I also like to do is just add a larger sort of fade on effect like that. It just kind of gives it this bounce. Something like this. I can also just right click on those, make them easy ease, and there you go, we've got that little point. Another thing that I can do is I want to create that little cutout like we've done in one of the other videos. So what I can do, and an even easier way of doing this is just duplicating that layer, just turning off the size. I can just even drag this up even higher. And with the fill, what I want to do is I want to change the color to be the same as my background. So that's a really easy way of creating that little cutout. So it basically creates that little cutout there that we can't see. I can drag this in, and then I've got that little animation there like that. I can even bring this down even further to line up with that position. I can move these up so that they also line up with that line, and make sure that these are now following the controller so that it all follows nicely together. The other thing I can do is I can come back to that timeline bar that we created, and I can take those layers that we've already created in this one. So I'm just going to copy these two layers and just paste them in. Make sure that they also follow the controller as well. Off center those. And then I can just reposition these. I can roughly position my text there. I can select all that and copy in my next layer of text, and then just position this wherever I need it to be, something like that. I'm using the exact same animation that we've already created on that layer, and now it's stuck to that animation as well. I can make sure the motion blur is on for that layer and for that layer as well, so that we get that animation. And once that layer pops up, then all I need to do is just go back to my line and continue that animation. So I can hit U to bring up those keyframes, basically create a keyframe there which will hold that position. Then I can continue that line on to the next part. I can do the same for my camera's position. So where I get that start and that end, I can then bring that across. I can animate that. If I can't see that control, I can just animate that across and then just readjust the camera here to bring that down. So I can start that process again. I then take those shape layers or those little dots. I can then duplicate those and then paste them on over here, exactly like we've done for this layer, but just do it again for that layer. So just to show you what that looks like in my original animation, we've got that line coming down, I have that little pop up. It then has that layer animating in, the line continues on, and then we get that pop up again, and I've repositioned my text over here using the exact same principles that we've already done. I've just now got it following that, and then I've got a third one which follows that line down the bottom. So there's nothing different about those techniques that I've shown you. They're exactly the same. It's just that I've basically kept copying and pasting them onto the next section. And then I've just animated my camera doing the exact same thing. I've just animated it going down like this, and then across, and then down again. So you can see I've just created this zigzag here, exactly like I've shown you how to do on this one. I've just got it animating across. So there you go. That's how you create these two different types of timeline animations. Hopefully you've picked up a few little tips and techniques along the way. If you have any particular questions on this video or any of the other videos in this course, then don't hesitate to let me know. In this video, I'm going to show you how to make this isometric animation. Let's go.
With brand new major overhauls on our public utilities, we are better prepared to meet the needs of future generations.
Now, in order to properly complete this tutorial, you're going to need to access the VoiceOver Isometric, which I've supplied as part of your downloads folder. And I've also supplied a few images here, which we'll use as we go through. They are also supplied for you as part of that download folder. Before we dive straight into the tutorial, I also want to just walk through a few of the things about how I designed this animation. The topic of this video is pretty self-explanatory. I would say it's something to do with upgrades to services, in this case around transit and also the sewer systems. I would say the goal of this particular video is really to spread a message about those upgrades. Just from working out the goal and the topic, I can already tell that the rest of this video is going to be very information heavy. It's about getting a lot of information to a target audience. The target audience in this case is going to be anyone that these upgrades affect. So this is going to be quite a large population. So again, I know the animation needs to be simple, it needs to be clear, and it sounds like there's going to be a lot of information in this that I'll need to get across. So I need to make sure that I can do that in a way that's not only compelling, but easy for the end user to understand and read. This is the animation I've come up with. This type of animation is called isometric graphics. For this particular animation, I'm not going to show you how to design an isometric graphic. And that's because there's lots of isometric graphics already out there. Just from a simple Google search of isometric graphics, I can already find a whole heap of isometric images that I could use to create various graphics. I'm sure there's lots of tutorials out there if you wanted to learn how to actually draw an isometric graphic. I want to show you how to take a finished isometric graphic and turn it into an animation, because that's more likely the route that you're going to be going down in your video. For the background, I've gone for this very dark background here, mainly because I really want any text that I put on top that's going to be white to really stand out on my background. It's very readable and really stands out to that end user. So where I know that I'm going to be using a lot of text, I want to make sure that that text can be read very clearly by the end user. Ideally, it would be better if the isometric graphics that I've used also matched a color theme. So if I was designing my own ones, I would actually try and create a color that kind of matched over the whole thing. But in this case, I'm just showing you an example of this. So it's okay to kind of have a little bit of difference in color. That's another reason why I've kind of gone with that darker background, because I find then the only color is kind of the object itself, and there's no external colors kind of interfering with that. The text that I've gone with, I've just gone for a very basic text here. I wanted it to be read easily, and I've also used these lines which sort of highlight key areas of my graphic. And I just found it a really interesting way of getting a lot of information across in my animation. The music that I've picked for this is quite uplifting, because the video or the voiceover is talking about a lot of positive changes to various systems. So it's affecting people in a positive way. So I really want that to come across in the music. I'm going to start with my voiceover here and create a new composition. I can go to the composition settings, and I just want to make sure that these are set up correctly. For me, I'm using 1920 by 1080, 29.97, and the duration matches my timeline. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to create a background here, so just a new solid. This can be whatever color you want, it doesn't matter, because we're about to put a gradient over the top. I can come over here and add a gradient ramp. I can add that onto that layer. And I want to adjust these to be on either side here of my image. And for my first color, I'm going to make this sort of a dark gray like this. And for my second color, I'm also just going to make this a slightly lighter gray. You can even swap those colors around if you want to change that. I also need to add a scatter to that ramp, and that's going to get rid of that banding. So that's just a background that I've created. Over the top of that, I also added another background. So I just right click, create a new solid here. I'm going to change the color to be this lighter gray here and just hit OK. Then with my pen tool, what I'm going to do is just draw out an animation, something like this. And that's how I created that background. So it's pretty basic, but it just kind of gave it something a little bit more interesting than just having a solid background. What I did is I took that layer again, duplicated it, hit M to bring up the mask and delete that. And then I added the fractal noise over the top, and I changed the contrast to be 1000. I changed the brightness to be -440. And under the evolution options, under the random seed, I option or alt clicked on that stopwatch and I added an expression of time times 6. And that creates basically that flickering background. We've done this in an earlier part of the course. I'm not going to spend too much time going through it. And then I can just rename this one to dust. And to that layer, I want to change that to be screen. So that removes the black part. And there you go, we have that flickering dust background. You can also hit T on the keyboard and bring the opacity down if you want less or more of that effect. Again, if you want to understand more about that dust effect, go back. I've got a video which talks specifically about how to make that. That's back in the second module. You can check that out. Next, what I did is I drew a circle which went down the middle. So I kind of just drew out an ellipse, something like that. It's not a perfect circle, it's more an ellipse. For the color, I just use this light gray here. You can enter that number in there if you want to get exactly what I got. And I don't want to stroke. And I can also adjust the size of this up or down depending on how big I want that to be. Then I want to grab my bus stop EPS, which I've supplied for you, and drag that on top. So that's already a pre-drawn isometric graphic that I've supplied for you. Again, you can go on the internet and you can find lots of different already made isometric graphics that you can just drag in and use in this same way. So at the moment it's just one layer and I want to turn this or animate this into sections. So what I did was I first isolated parts of this. So I'm just going to isolate the road here as one. I can rename this one to road because it's really important that we keep track of what we're doing. What I can also do is come down to the mask settings by hitting M on my keyboard and I can animate that mask. So we have something like this. Then I want to take another section. So I'm going to duplicate that again, delete that mask, and draw another mask which sits over this middle line here. And I essentially repeat that process so I get that line coming out as that basically that background is animating in. You can even offset this slightly here. And then that's how I've done that road animation. I can take all of those keyframes, right click, make them easy ease. That'll help soften out that animation. What I did was I then took that layer, I duplicated it again, hit M to bring up those masks and delete those keyframes. Now I want to draw or isolate the roof part of this. Now I've got that animation that plays out like this. Also right click on these, make them easy ease. For this one, I want the position. I'm going to hit P, create a keyframe there and there. For the position, I want it to start down the bottom. So what it's going to do is it's going to animate on, then it's going to move up position. I've just renamed that one to roof. I'm going to duplicate that and drag that underneath. For that second layer, I'm going to delete the mask and reset the position. So we've got this original layer like this. And for this one, what I'm going to do is draw a line which follows the base of that roof. I've called this one building. And what I want to do is animate that mask. So I'm going to create a mask path keyframe here. And right as that basically finishes animating it, I'm going to create another one there. Now with my first one, I drag back on these position properties here. And I can animate this in so that it follows the edge of that building. So as the building starts, it's kind of following the building like this. I can also just right click on those and make them all easy ease, and then just refine that mask to follow that edge. For the beginning part, I want to drag in on this, and then we don't see that. We kind of get that line animating in. Now when I play through, we have that animation complete. So that's how I'd take a graphic and just basically cut it into sections and animate it. So if you've got a different graphic, try to think of interesting ways you could rebuild that graphic by moving parts to different spots and then animating it over time. Next, what I want to do is just create some text boxes here. So I'm just going to type out my text and just paste it straight in. And off-center that text. This can be whatever you like. I'm mainly just kind of looking for different parts that I can refer to with my lines and then have some text which is relevant to that. I'm going to add the typewriter effect onto this to get that coming in like that. I can also bring these points in to speed up that animation. And there you go. To create the line, what I'm going to do is animate it on that same layer. So I'm going to come up to my pen tool. And what I can do here is just draw a line with that layer selected to get something like that. Now with that mask, I can add the stroke effect. For this, I just entered in a brush stroke of 3. I had a hardness of 100, opacity I brought down to 70. Also brought this up to create those little dotted lines. You don't have to do that, but you can. I want it over my original image, and then all I need to do is just animate the end position. I can align all those keyframes there. I can then right click and make them easy ease to smooth out that animation. And there you go, we have that finished line. What I can then do is just duplicate that, bring it across slightly, and then just reposition this. I can type in my next layer of text. I can position this up here. And if I hit M to bring up that mask, then all I need to do is just reposition that mask line. And there you go. We have that finished effect of the text popping up, and it's really easy because I can just keep duplicating that as many times as I like. So that's how I created those little text pop-ups. You can just keep going through and repeating that process as many times as you like until you have your animation. Now for the next part, I want to start creating some animations. I'm going to right click, create a new null object. I can call this one controller and then parent all those layers, including my background, to that controller. So now we can control that animation zooming in and out. What I'm going to do is zoom in here at the start, create a position and a scale keyframe, hit U to bring those up, go across to my end, and now we've got a nice little smooth animation going all the way back. So now we've got that first part of that animation complete. I want to make another one, and I want to have it also flip over. Before we do that, I need to move all my layers so that I can start getting ready for that next layer. So with those two text layers, I want to drag in or split them and then delete the back end of that. And I want these to animate out. So if I hit U to bring up those keyframes, what I can do is copy those, paste them in, line them all up with that layer. And then what I can do is, because they're animating the wrong way, if you select all of those, you can right click and just go time reverse keyframes. Now it animates them all out. So that's a really handy tip. I can also split all those other layers for my bus stop there. And now I'm ready to add another layer in here over the top, then align it with the end of that other layer there. I can scale this up and position it however I need. I want to make sure that this is also attached to my controller, and now I'm ready to animate that next layer. For this one, I want to remove the trees. So what I can do is grab my pen tool here, just draw out a quick mask. Then to cover up that little bit there, I can grab my pen tool with nothing selected. I can set the fill to be the same at the top of that layer. And then draw out a little cover that sits over the top. So that's going to hide those trees there. I also want to drag this down and line it up with that layer. Make sure this is attached to my controller. For the tree, what I did is I duplicated this bottom layer, dragged it up. I deleted that mask, and then I just cut out this tree. So I just went in here and I just created a mask which went around the base of this tree. I hit S to create a scale keyframe. I moved across here, created another scale keyframe. I hit Y to reposition that anchor point down the bottom here, and then just dragged this down so it's set sort of flat, and then it just basically animates up like this. You can make this easy ease and also off center this slightly. Rename this one to tree, and then just duplicate this again, off center it, move it across. So I've got all my trees animating in like this, just a simple way of animating them in. Another thing I did was I make sure I didn't have any layers selected. I created a little water spout that basically came out like this, kind of created a little circle, something like that. Trying to replicate a water stream sort of coming out of that. I can change the color to be this darker blue water here. I can also hit T and bring down the opacity. Rename this one to water. Make sure that it also follows my controller, and then reposition it here over the top of all these layers. Also with that layer selected, what I did is I also select my ellipse tool, and I can draw two shapes that sit over the top. What I can do for that ellipse is also come down here and change the color to something a bit lighter, and then that just affects that ellipse. What I can also do is bring down the opacity, and there you go, I've kind of got that. Then I kind of have that effect of the water there. I can then take that and add a trims path, and if I animate the trims path in from the start, I can create an end keyframe there and then animate this all the way in. With that, what I can also do is if you change this, you can also change it to be individually, so it adds both of those layers one after another, or you can have them simultaneously. It's up to you. I can make them easy ease and then just duplicate them again and off center it slightly and move it across for that second tube there. So now we get that finished animation, something like this. At this point, all I need to do is then just add the text, which I can just duplicate from my original, drag it up, move it across, and then just reposition this to match to my animation. So I can create as many as I like there and just rename the text to whatever you like. The next part is I had an animation of it flipping over in the middle. The way I did this was I right click, create a new null. I can call this one flip or whatever you need to, just so you know which layer that is. And for this, I want to grab all those first layers except for the text and change these to be that flip layer, so they're following that flip layer. Also want to do the same with these layers. Change them to also follow that flip. And I need to make all these layers 3D. What this allows me to then do is if I take my flip layer and also make it 3D, I can now control that layer as one. So what I can do is if I find the part right as it's animating across, I can create an X rotation keyframe there and another one there. And with the second one, I want to change this to be 180 degrees. What that's doing is it's rotating basically over to the other side. So what happens is it rotates across and then that next animation comes in. What I can do is because that one has ended upside down, I can basically take this layer, if I move my playhead before so the orientation looks correct, I can basically take this and just say none for those layers or my second layers. As this rotates across, now I can basically set this to be that flip layer. So what happens is as it flips, this is actually upside down, but it's on the right orientation. So that's how you get that flip effect of it coming across like that. I can take that, I can right click, make it easy ease. That's going to create a bit more of that rotation effect. The other thing I like to do is also add motion blur on for all those layers, and that just makes it a lot more seamless, that whole animation. The other thing I also need to do is make sure the flip follows my controller, and there you go, you have that finished animation. So that's how you create this isometric animation. If you have any questions about this particular video or any other videos in this course, then don't hesitate to let me know. In this video, we're going to have a look at how to create this documentary style animation. Let's go.
In 1906, San Francisco was struck by an earthquake measuring 7.9 in magnitude. The earthquake was the biggest recorded at the time, devastating much of the city and leaving more than 300,000 people homeless. 8mm footage from the time shows the extent of the destruction of the main central street. This map shows how a great fire broke out and covered what area remained, quickly spreading out to the boundary areas.
Now, as always with these videos, the first thing you want to do is set up the files. You'll need to download this documentary voiceover, which I've included as part of the downloads package. The other thing I've also supplied is a folder with all the San Francisco images that you'll need to follow along with this tutorial. Now, the first thing I like to do is always work out what the topic of the video is. In this particular case, the topic of this video is about an earthquake that happened in 1906 in San Francisco. It's pretty clear and self-explanatory just by listening to the voiceover. Now, the main goal of any documentary style is always to present facts or educate a specific group or target audience. Just by listening to the voiceover, I can tell that the goal of this video is to educate people or present facts about an earthquake that happened in 1906. Now, it can massively help to understand who your target audience is. With documentary, it can be a little bit more vague because it's generally people who are interested in documentaries. And also for something that's based on history, they also kind of need to have an interest in history. So narrowing down that group can be a bit difficult, but it can help if you know exactly who those people are. Then you can tailor your animations and your style to that group or that specific target audience. Now, generally with documentary style, you're using a lot of stock photos or a lot of stock video to kind of tell your story. Because this is an event that happened a very long time ago, there's going to be a lot of archival footage and images. So if I had just been given this voiceover, I had nothing to work with, I already have a topic that I can go and research. So I'm looking for things around that. I'm trying to collect data. Now, as far as maps, I'm looking for maps that represent the place at that time. So I'm looking for maps from around 1906. Now, I've already made a video about places you can go to source maps. That's in the last module. You can go and check that out. I've also used a lot of these archival images, which are also sourced from some of those sites which I showed you in the previous module, and also found this 8mm stock footage. And I just basically went online and did a bit of research and found some places where I could get stock footage like this. Now, the style I've gone with is very much influenced by a documentary style, but it's also influenced by the time of the event that happened. So I know that there's going to be a lot of this black and white images being used throughout the video. So I'm trying to use a lot of that or incorporate that into my color design and choices and also my text layout. I don't want to be changing styles drastically too much, but I'm always trying to remember that the content is always king. So I'm always trying to tell that story in the best possible way that I can. For instance, here at the start, it talks about the earthquake happening. So I've basically tried to represent that by showing a map and then showing the area that's been affected, right? That made a lot of sense. For the next part, it's talking about damage. So this would be a really good point to then show some of those archival photos. There's even a section talking about 8mm footage, so that's a great spot for that. And the last part is talking about a fire that broke out. So I thought about using a map and showing how the fire had spread out from the middle, and I thought a map would be the best way of doing this to kind of show that boundary. Now I could have used photos in this last section as well, but because I already used photos, I wanted something a little bit different just to kind of keep that interest through the whole video. So the first thing I want to do here is I'm just going to right click, create a new composition from my documentary style. These are all the settings that I'm using here, and just hit OK. Now for the first section, I saw some of these satellite images of San Francisco, and I just took a few different screenshots here from different distances. So I got one that was quite close, and then I had one that was zoomed out quite far. And I thought about kind of like a satellite. As it was looking down, it was kind of changing lenses as it's zooming through. So instead of just having a straight zoom, I thought it'd be a bit more interesting if like the lens was changing and it was cutting to something a little bit closer. So what I did was I started with one that was quite far away here, and then I'm listening to the voiceover. So it talks about 1906. So I just right click and created some new text. I can type out my text here. I'm going to change this color to be white. These are the settings that I'm using over here, but you can just pick a font. Once you've picked your font, just try and use that all the way through. And then I added the typewriter effect. I hit U to bring up those keyframes, and then I can just drag this in like this. So I get that text typing on like this. Now the next bit is I want to bring in that next layer. So I'm just going to skip the second one and jump straight to my third image here. So I'm just bringing in that next image. So we got something like this. And I also want to line my cursor up with these two. I'm going to select both of those and just split those layers and delete the back end. So we don't need that anymore. So it kind of just does a straight cut. I'm moving across to maybe the 213 mark, and then just bringing in my next image. I can even split this layer here as well. So we just get a straight cut in the images here from one to the next. Now to make it look like the camera lens is changing, so I'm getting this blur effect, what I did was I just came up here to my pen tool and I just drew out basically a rounded edge here to represent a lens. Now it doesn't need to be perfect. I'm just drawing a line like this across the middle. Then I can come up here and change this to be black. And under the blur settings, I want to add the Gaussian blur and just drag this right up. So I'm just scaling this right up here. And what I can do is I can even scale this layer up, or I can even go back into my pen tool here and just readjust this layer and just drag right up on this animation. So something like that. So we just kind of get a really dark pattern like this. And I want to try and get this layer somewhere over the top of this transition point. And then again, split that layer, delete the back end of it. And I want to bring up that position by hitting P. And then I can move this layer off screen. So I don't need this. I can move this right off like that. And then at the end, I'm going to bring this across. So we get that sort of transition. So something that looks like this, right? I can then select those, make them both easy ease, and you get that little animation happening like that. I can even drag these in to speed that up, but we want basically the transition point right in the middle here. So we kind of get that effect like that. You can even speed that up, slow it down, whatever you prefer. So I'm going to rename this one to be lens. Then I can also right click and create a new adjustment layer. To this adjustment layer, I also want to add the Gaussian blur, and I want to line this up, and I want to bring this end in and line it up nicely with that lens layer there like this. Then I can create a keyframe here at the start and the end. Hit U to bring those up, and then in the middle, what I want to do is drag up on the blurriness, and also if I click this little button, it'll stop those edges. So it kind of gets like this blur effect. So something like this. I can even bring these in here and make these all easy ease. And that kind of gives it this blur effect when it's passing by the camera. If you want more or less of that effect, I can also hit T and just bring down the opacity of that layer slightly. So we kind of get this effect as the lens is sort of passing over the front. Once I've got that, I can then rename that layer and then just duplicate these two layers, drag them up on top, and then just reposition them. So line them up with this layer. So now when I play through, we get that text, it then wipes, it moves into the next one, and we get that animation. Over the top of this, I now want to create a controller that we can control the whole animation. I'm just going to right click, create a new null object. That's going to be above. I'm also just going to rename this one to controller 1, and then I can keep track. Now we're going to be creating multiple controllers, so it's important that you label this number 1. Then I want to attach all of these layers down the bottom to that controller. Now I don't want to affect these layers here because they're effects. So it doesn't matter if they're zooming in or not because they're just overlaid over the whole thing. Then I can create a scale keyframe here at the start, go across about 6 seconds and create another one. And I can create a little bit of a zoom in effect. So we've got that zooming in of the camera as it's transitioning through. Now, once we get to that third image, I then want to create some new text. So I'm just going to duplicate this text layer from down here and just drag it up. Just keep it on top here so we can keep track of where everything is. I'm going to scale this down, and all I've done is just type out my text here. So I've just pasted in a larger number here, and then I've just shrunk this text down at the back. And because it's already pre-animated from the original part, we've already got that text laid out. So I can just extend that out and we've got that. The next part is I want to create a line that comes off this pointing to the part in the map that we're going to refer to. We do this the exact same way that we did in the last tutorial. I create a line that comes out like this with that layer selected. When I got to this part, what I wanted to do was kind of create a pointed little line there. It's just a nice little touch to kind of represent the scale of that earthquake, and then bring the line down to this part. And when I got to this part, what I did is I just drew a nice little circle, something like this. I can just reposition this part there and just shrink this down to something like that. Then I can add a stroke effect to that line. I can drag up on this. I can even just turn off that mask so we can see what we're doing. Drag up on the brush hardness. I don't want any spacing. And then I can just animate this out by creating an endpoint and then just dragging this all the way up, something like this. We kind of get that line animating out. I can even then reposition this to be wherever I need it to be. And there we go. We've got that little animation of that line. I can readjust the timing by bringing this in. Now for the next part, I created those rings coming out. Back in the original composition, this is the rings that I created. One way to do this is just to basically create some shapes and then change the blending mode to make them sit over the top. I didn't want the rings to affect the water, so I thought it was more interesting if they were only affecting the land. So the way that I did this was a little bit different. I first grabbed my background layer and I duplicated it. And with that layer, I just drew out a circle or a mask that kind of sat over the middle part here. And then I just turned off my background layer because I just wanted to focus on this. The first thing I added was the key light. And I just used this to remove the water out of the image. So to kind of get that look like that. And then over the top of that, I added a tint effect. And I changed the black part of my image to be this dark sort of red color here. And I changed the white to be this sort of red color here. You can mess around with that to kind of get the different look that you're going for. Now I can turn on that background layer and I can animate this circle sort of moving out from the center. What I did was I created a keyframe for the mask expansion and then created another one here. And then I just drag this point all the way to 0. So I kind of get that line expanding out like this. I can move this one out, make these easy ease. Then I can go into the graph editor and then just smooth out this animation. So something like this. So it kind of gets that line growing like this. Now what I can do is also rename this one now to red. And then I can just duplicate that, drag that underneath, then hit U to bring up those keyframes and expand that mask out to that next layer. And then I just change the tint color. So I change my color to be this. Just the white color, and that just makes it, and then that just changes the color. I can call this one orange. And then I duplicated it once more, dragged this down, and then brought up those keyframes and expanded this right out. Change the color of this one and rename this one to yellow. So now I've got 3 lines that are all animating out from that center position. That's how I created that little expansion. The other thing I also did was just add a little bit of movement. Basically, as the earthquake is happening, I added a bit of shake just to emphasize that. Bring up my controller, I can hit P. I'm going to Alt click on the stopwatch and then type out a wiggle expression, 7,1 close bracket. Now what I did at the moment, that creates a wiggle expression for the whole thing, and I don't want it to be all the way through. I only want it to be for a select part. So we can isolate that by using what's called an expression slider. If I come up to effect, I can come down to expression controls, and these are all various expression controls. I can use the slider. Now if I grab that second number, just highlight it and use this little pick whip down here, not the main one, this one down here, and select that slider, it comes up with this. When I click away, now what happens is I can control that second number by this slider. So what that allows me to do is when I get to, say, about this position here, I can create a keyframe for that slider, set it to be around 1, and then drag this up to around, say, 34. So if I just play through that, we get that shake. Now to make it fade off, I can just bring this back down to 1. And there you go, we've got that kind of animation of it shaking, and then it kind of dies off. You can even take all of these, make them easy to smooth that out. Then we get that little bit of camera shake as the earthquake is then happening. So that's the first little section that we've completed. Now, for the next part, we're going to be using archival photos and video. So what I want to do is I've supplied these for you. I want to bring in my first image here, and I'm going to drag it so it starts about 620, and I can just scale up on this image here to make it fill my screen. Then I'm going to drag in my next image, slightly off center this. Do the same thing again, just drag up on this image. I'll drag in my next image. You don't have to use them in this order, but these are the 4 images that I've supplied for you if you wanted to follow along. So we kind of get just a basic sort of slideshow happening here. We can always retime these, but we've just got basically a straight cut. The next part is I want to basically zoom my camera in. So right here, I want it to start transitioning. So I'm going to hit U to bring up those keyframes, and I'm going to drag out on this second point that we created here. So I want this scale to start happening here, and then I want it to kind of end about here. So I'm just going to scale in on this slightly. And what I can do is then parent these layers to that controller after I've done that animation. And it's going to allow this little animation here without us having to go through and reposition them. The other thing I can do is also take those, make them easy ease. Then I can select those layers, come into my graph editor, and I can scale in on these points here. That's going to create that nice little animation, even drag out on this point. You can even bring this image in here just to speed up that transition and even scale up on this slightly. The other thing I also want to do is turn on motion blur for the composition, and then for all those layers underneath, that's going to create a nice bit of motion blur there over the top. And then it's just a matter of spacing out all these images just to give them a little bit of time each to be on screen. When my last image comes in here, I'm just going to keep scaling in very slightly on this. You can even go through and just reposition any of these images to kind of get them more into the position you want. And the other thing I did was right at this point, I created a position keyframe for this layer. Hit U to bring those up. Then I can position this down like this. Move this layer up. And we kind of get this nice little transition here between these two layers. I can even make both of these easy ease. And we kind of get more of that Ken Burns look, which is that panning effect over images. It can look interesting. You can always feel free to animate these individually. So even though you've got a main controller, you can animate these to have like a slow zoom or a slight pan up and down. They don't have to just be static zooms. The other thing I also had was I had some text because it talks about 300,000 homeless. So what I did was I selected my text from down here, duplicated it, brought that up, and just put that layer across. And then I can just type out my text. And I wanted this to be quite bold because I wanted to have a lot of impact. And because it's already attached to that controller, it'll automatically move with that camera. You can bring that in earlier. You can even speed that up. And we get that effect like this. Now right about here, I just created an endpoint and I went through and just split all of those layers and just deleted those to try and keep all of this nice and tidy. You can do that for those layers underneath as well. This helps just to keep track of all those layers and organize our entire animation. The next part is I wanted to bring in my vintage footage here. So I just brought that in here on top, and this is quite low quality 8mm footage. So you could make this full screen. I thought it might be more interesting if I put like a film effect over the top. What I did was I right clicked and created a new solid. I made this one black. Then if I just turn that layer off and select that layer, I can come up here to my rounded rectangle tool and I can draw out a path that covers that video footage. I'm using my mouse wheel here to control how rounded I want those corners, and then I can just select something like that. I can turn that layer back on now and then just come down here and invert. So I've got basically a black cover or a film cover that sits over the top of that footage. If I bring that down now over the top of my video clip, I want to drag these above that controller, and I want to drag the end of that controller in because that controller is only going to control the first part, and I want to create a separate controller to control this part. Now what I did was I just renamed this one to 8mm, and then with that selected I duplicated it, dragged it underneath, I added the fill effect, and I also added the Gaussian blur. Now I turned the blur up to around 14. And if I just turn this off here, we can see that you get an edge because we've added a fill effect over the top. And what I did to this color was I changed it to be a yellow sort of color like this. And what I wanted to do with that layer is have it basically flicker. So what I did is I hit T on the keyboard and just created a wiggle expression of 2,100. Now when I click away, what that's doing is it's adding a wiggle to the opacity. So it's making the opacity go up and down, right? Now you can even scale this layer up and down if you want more or less of that. And I'm just going to rename this one to be yellow. And then I want to take that layer, duplicate it again, drag it underneath. And for this one, I want to call it red, and I want to change that color back to red. So we kind of get this flickering edge effect that sits over the top. The other thing I can do is also copy that Gaussian blur and paste it onto that top layer. And now we have more of an 8mm look that sits over the top. If I turn all of those off, you can see that just by having that video and then turning those on, just how much of a difference it adds to that overall effect. Another thing I can do is also add a null object, line this up there with the start, select those layers and attach it to that null. And then I can hit S to create a scale keyframe there, create another scale keyframe there, scale in slightly on this layer. So we kind of get that little sort of movement back or that slow zoom out. And then what I can do is if I go one frame over and create another scale there, I can zoom right in here. I can create a position there at that point. Also line up with my next hit U to bring up those keyframes. I can zoom in on my timeline here and basically create another position keyframe there. With that one at the start, what I can do is off center this. And if I go across back here to the start, what I can do is just add very slight zoom effect there. And it kind of gives this jumping effect. The reason I added that on was if you think about film, it's kind of jumping all over the place. And sometimes it would be common to get a film, part of the film, where it would just kind of jump or mess up. So I've tried to kind of replicate that for this video. Another thing you could also do over the top, just to add a bit more effect, is grab one of these lens blurs from earlier, duplicate that, bring it up here and move it over that position. So you kind of get that transition, if I line this up, over the top. So it just kind of adds another lens transition. It's a little touch, but it just kind of adds something a bit more interesting. You could even split that layer at that point. So you could split this layer right here, and you could even move the video further along. So you can use that to hide a cut in the video. That's just another little tip that you could do there. Then with those layers selected about there, I just split those layers and deleted the ends just to create a clean cut so we can keep track and neatly organize everything. I can also reposition these if I need to bring it in earlier. Also, once you've got everything in groups, you can reposition things there nice and neatly and line things up. You should always be listening to your voiceover. That's what I always do when I'm working through. So I'm always listening to the voiceover, trying to time animation to that voice. That's why it helps a lot to have the voiceover at this point. And then at this point, I'm now ready to cut to my map. So what I did was I grabbed my map layer and I just dragged this in here and lined it up nicely there. So it kind of comes in. And I can also create another null object, bring that in. The other thing I can do is also add a new solid and kind of make this a dark gray, something like this. Put that there and then drag that underneath my map. This map I can then attach to that controller, rename this one to controller 3. And then I can create a scale and a position keyframe here and just zoom in slightly on this map, kind of position it to wherever I need it to be. I can add a bit of motion blur to that layer as well, so as it zooms in, I can bring that controller up and make this easy ease. Also reposition this here slightly, so we kind of get this animation here. Now, once I got to about this position, I wanted to isolate this part of my map. So I grabbed my map layer, just duplicated it. I can just off center this here. And then I just grabbed my pen tool here and I just drew out an area that kind of followed this part of the map. I'm just doing this really quickly just to kind of give you an idea. I would spend more time on the final thing, but this just kind of gives you an idea of what I'm trying to do. What I can do is come down to that map and hit invert for that mask layer. And then I can add a hue and saturation to that. And then I can create a keyframe here and move across here and just drag this down. So that creates that darkened area of the map. So something like that. I can always go through and refine that mask. I've just done it quickly there. And then once I went across the map a little bit, it talks about spreading out to the boundary. So I wanted to create another mask which kind of went around the outside. So with that same layer, I'm now drawing a mask which kind of follows the edge. I'm doing this really roughly here. Obviously I'd follow those lines like I did in my original one, but chances are you're not going to be using the exact same map in your video. Now, if I come down to the mask, I've now got two masks. What I need to do is I need to subtract the second mask from that first mask, if that makes sense. Now, the reason for that is that as I drag up and down on that expansion, it's going to be expanding out of that original area of the map. So if I just create an expansion mask there and then another one out here at 0, it then basically expands out from that point. I can take all of those, make them easy ease. And there you go. We have that sort of that animation of the area of that map. You can always go through and refine those masks. It just helps to have all of those in one spot. Another thing I did was have some text pop up. We've already created this before, but I can grab this text from all the way back here and drag it up and then move it across. Just reposition this here. The other thing is I'll need to change the controller on this one to be that new controller 3. And then just scale this down here. I'm just going to change the text here. And for that line, if I bring up that mask, I can then delete that mask. I can come up here with my rectangle tool selected, make sure I have nothing selected here in the timeline, and then just draw out a box which sits behind that layer. And then also with that layer, I'm just going to draw out a little line that comes off that. And then I can go into those settings here. So for the shape path, what I can do is make sure that there's no fill selected and that I've got a solid stroke. Drag up on this so we get that effect like that. Move this layer across, reposition it underneath that text. Make sure it's also following that controller. So we've got all of those layers now like this. I can even select that rectangle and just change the color. Do the same for my stroke. And then it's just a matter of adding a trims path onto this layer. Creating an end offset there, and then just basically dragging this out so we get that appearing like that. So that's how we animate that little line and that box. You could animate the box as well. You just need to make sure that you've got that rectangle selected, add your own animation to that or whatever. And that's how we create that little bit of text there. Then it's just a matter of adding any additional animation that you want. So I can do a little zoom in here, maybe something further up here on the map. So we kind of get that animation, something like this. Now it's just a matter of going through your entire animation, listening to that voiceover and adding any additional things that you need to complete your animation. So that's how I animated this documentary style. There's a lot that goes into these sort of videos, but I just wanted to kind of show you a glimpse into that process of how you would do that. Now, if you have any questions on this particular video or any of the videos in this course, don't hesitate to let me know. In this video, we're going to have a look at how to create this energy animation. Let's go.
Energy usage is on a dramatic rise. Analysts have predicted a huge spike in demand by the year 2050. They have said electricity generation will increase 79% between 2018 and 2050. This dramatic increase in energy will result in more energy production across the world. Scientists hope we can increase the use of our renewable energy by 2050 to help ease the global demand.
In order to follow along with this tutorial, you're going to need to download a few files. You'll need this energy voiceover, which I've supplied as part of your download package. And there's also a lot of images that I've also included, which we're going to use to create this animation. Now, the first thing I always like to work out is the topic of this video. For this one, it's about renewable energies. It's pretty obvious just from listening to the voiceover. The goal of this video is really to bring awareness to people about the amount of energy that we currently consume. Now, the target audience that this video is aiming at is pretty much everyone that uses energy, which is pretty much everyone. Normally, it's not great to work with a target audience, which is everyone. So normally what I would do in this case is I'd go back to the client or wherever this video idea came from and really try and create a select group of people. The reality is, if you put this video out online, not everyone in the world is going to see it. So it's still only being seen by a select group of people. So it just helps if you really have a clear idea of who those people are. That will really help you in targeting that video, not only in making the video, but getting it seen by that specific group of people. Now, as far as the design's concerned in this particular animation, I personally really like clean animation. So that's the way that I've gone with this one. I've used a yellow theme throughout, mainly because I'm thinking of energy. For some reason, I thought of electricity and lightning, so I just thought of the color yellow. The other thing that's unique about this animation that's different from the other ones that we've done is that the camera never cuts. So it's always leading on to that next thing. So you'll see this in a lot of animations. Sometimes they'll basically cut by bringing an image of something in, and then they'll start the animation again later at a later point in the video. With this animation, it just continues all the way through. So one line is building into the next section or telling that story all the way through this video. I've also picked out a lot of these little elements. So I picked out this graphics pack here, which allowed me to kind of add these little interesting shapes. For some reason, when I thought about energy, I thought about these like little lightning bolt lines, and these little lines here just kind of reminded me of energy. The other thing I like about using little graphics like this is that they're a great way to kind of fill in that negative space and help draw your viewer into stuff that's interesting. So just by having little things moving in your frame can be a great way of just catching people's eye and just drawing it into your video. The other thing I've tried to do in the graphics is obviously feature what we're talking about. So it talks about renewable energies. So I've tried to include a lot of those little graphics in there to really visually demonstrate or back up what that voiceover is talking about. All right, so let's start by grabbing our voiceover here. I'm just going to create a new composition. These are the composition settings that I'm using. What I want to do is right click and create a solid. I'm going to change the color to be this sort of light yellow here. This is going to be your background color, and it can be whatever you like depending on your animation. I'm using this yellow color because it's going to match nicely with my whole color theme that I'm using throughout. Now, what I like to do next is just grab my text and just type out my title here. What I want to do with my title is I also want to make this a strong yellow color. I want to capitalize the whole thing and then drag this up. So I've got that title sitting there in the middle. The next thing that I did was I just added a drop shadow, and I moved the drop shadow to the other side, and I brought this right up. You could make this soft, but I'm really going for that sort of hard edge look in this video. I feel it's like very big and bold. I just sort of like energy. I was thinking about power. So I was thinking, okay, it's got to be something that's bold and really stands out. You can adjust that distance there and move this around depending on the look that you're going for. This has kind of now defined the whole look of the animation that I'm creating. Next, what I did is I supplied this graphic for you, which you can just drag straight into your composition. You can turn on the EPS for this, that little button. And now you've got a whole bunch of graphics that you can just go through and cut out. So if you want this little graphic here of these lines, I can just drag this underneath that energy layer. And now I've kind of got this little energy line here. And I kind of liked the idea of kind of letting it interact with my text there. What I also did is I created a wiggle keyframe of wiggle 2,10. And this kind of created this nice little shake effect over all my graphics. I liked adding this in because I felt that with the energy theme, it kind of made it like electricity. It's kind of moving around. So I don't know, that's what I was kind of thinking about when I was putting it in. The other thing I did was also just animated the position by hitting P and kind of had this animating in, starting back here and kind of moving into position. I can drag these in a little bit, speed them up. I can also make these easy ease, and now I've got a nice little fast animation of them moving in like that. Another thing I did was I had all my text sort of animating in. I used something slightly different here. I went down to the miscellaneous section under the text options, and I used this explosion preset. Now the explosion preset is not the look that we exactly want. Now if I go down to the text animator, I want to delete the fade on and also the scale effect. So we just end up with these letters like this. Then I can go into those settings, and I want to create first I want to change this keyframe to something like this, and then create a 0 keyframe there. Delete that end keyframe. We don't need that anymore. Now the first part, there's a lot of rotation in these. So I can come down here under the advanced, under this wiggle selector, and change this to B1. That just creates that look that we're going for. You can also adjust this position property here by dragging this in and out, also up and down. And that's going to create more or less of that effect. But that's basically how I created those sort of letters flying in. This is quite a powerful tool, and you could spend quite a while trying to master all the different options under the animator. Now I just brought up those keyframes by hitting U. I brought these ones back here to the start, and then I can select those and then ramp this up by dragging in on this. So we kind of get that effect instantly of those letters flying into position. We can then adjust this into position here so it moves back in there. Now to create the other shapes, all I need to do is take my shape layer, just duplicate it. I can select the position properties there also by lining up on my playhead and move this over here. Now if I hit M on the keyboard, I can delete the mask. And I can select a new shape here. Now if I'm using position properties, I always have to keep my playhead lined up with those. But if I bring this across here, I can also take this layer and just move it something like this. So we kind of get those little movements of those shape layers. So all I've done is just duplicated those layers and created all of these shapes and spread them around. For some of them, I've animated the positions. For others, I've just left them on screen. I've shown you the steps on how to do that. You just keep duplicating and repeating. Then I've just brought the end of these layers in here so that I'm ready to start my next part of my animation. Now I want to firstly create a new null object. I can call this one controller and make sure all of those layers except for my background now follow that. I've also turned on motion blur for all those layers except for my text and my main composition. And now I've got a controller that basically can control this whole animation. I'm going to create a scale keyframe here to have a slight zoom in effect. Then at this point, I'm also going to create a position keyframe. I can hit U to bring up those keyframes. Then I'm going to animate my camera across here. So I want the camera to sort of fly across here and also want it to slightly move down here. Now while that's happening, what I also want to do is I want to start drawing a line that goes out from here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to basically select my pen tool and just create a line, something like this. I can always go through and readjust that. I'm just going to turn off that property. And for this line, I'll also want to make sure that that's the same yellow. And I want to change the stroke width there. So I've got that line in that animation. I also need to make sure that's attached to my controller so that we can keep track of all these layers and move that underneath. I can also rename this one to line so I can keep track of that line. I can turn on motion blur and there we go. Now for that line, what I want to do is I also want to come down here and add a trims path. I can create an end offset there and then just drag this up like this so we get that line animating out like this. Now's the time you can just go through and readjust these lines to make them all fit. Now the next part is I want to now create my new line of text. I'm going to take my energy text here, duplicate it, bring it out here, and then just drag this text over here. Now it's going to follow that line because it's already attached to our controller. I don't want an animation on this layer, so I just want it to be solid. I can also turn on motion blur for this so that that's following that line. So now I've just pasted my line of text in there and I've got that line animating down to my next layer. Now what I can do here is draw out a new box for my text and just paste in my text line here. Now when I readjust this, it's automatically going to adjust the text to make it fit. I can also bring this layer in like this, attach this to my controller. I can add motion blur on for that layer. When my camera gets to about here, I'm just going to off-center this and I'm just going to add the typewriter effect to that. I can hit U to bring up those keyframes and then recenter this so that it kind of lines up with my voiceover or whatever I'm trying to get across there. Now as that text is coming up, I also just added a little highlighter. All I did was I just created a shape tool. I drew out my shape. I changed this to be multiply. So I used a yellow color, the same yellow that I'm using there. I then animated the scale of that layer to animate across my video. Now you should already know how to do that because we covered that in the first part of the course. That's how you create that little line. And I also just took these two shapes here. I duplicated those, dragged them up and then across, and I moved them into this position here just to make it look a little bit more interesting. So I kind of ended up with this effect of these two moving around. Now you do have to just adjust the position of these to make sure that you can see them when the camera moves across, because otherwise they'll just suddenly appear. So that's how I created that nice little animation like that. So then for this next section, I wanted a line sort of animating up. So what I did is I grabbed my pen tool and I just scaled this whole animation right back here. We can always delete these keyframes, but I just want to draw out my animation line. So what I did is I made sure I had no layers selected and I created a line animation, something like this. I was trying to create like a graph line. So I just drew out this line that went like this. I then made sure that that was attached to that controller and I dragged this down so it's sat on top of all of these layers. I also added the motion blur to that line and I can delete those keyframes that we created for that controller because we don't need those. Now I'm listening to the voiceover on them trying to time the start of that next animation. So once I kind of get to that point I'm ready to move on, I can just create position and scale keyframes. And then I can start animating this down. So I'm going to animate this down. I can even drop the thickness down on that line. And what I want to do to that line is I want to add a trims path and start this animating right here from the start. So as it's starting to animate down, I've got that line basically going down and then up. So you can mess around with those keyframes there to get the timing of that animation. But you're basically just trying to time out that animation and get the camera to kind of follow that animation all the way up to the top. So as it comes back up here, I can move the camera across, drag up on this animation here, and bring my camera all the way up. Now you may need to reanimate your camera here to follow that line exactly. So you can create keyframes here in the middle, but I'm just trying to follow that line as best I can. I want to take all of those and just make them easy ease. That's going to help smooth out that animation. If I take these middle keyframes here, I can drag up. It's going to keep the velocity of the camera always moving. It means it's not going to just stop dead and then start again. So if that movement is not smooth, that's what you can do to help just smooth out that animation. So you can see it's a lot smoother all the way up. What you can also do is once that text and everything is now out of frame, you can bring all of these layers in here to get rid of them. So that's just going to completely remove them so it won't interfere with the rest of this animation. I can also bring the front end of this one in here just to help time that out. Another thing I did was just add some text down here. I can do that by taking this text, duplicating it, moving it up and across, and then just dragging this down here and repositioning it down the bottom. And basically as it gets down the bottom here, what I can do is have it animate on. And then you can add any of the animation presets onto that and then just off center that to kind of get it to sit into that position. I added another one up here I did add another one here in my original animation where I added some more text here for a number that pops up. So you can just add that same thing again. And then I added another one up the top. So I just duplicate that again, go across here and then just drag this up. You can move this over like that. Drag up because it's already following our animation. So it should already follow that whole animation as it's moving up and just reposition that to about there. Now I can just make any adjustments I need to get that animation into the right position here. So something like that. So I've got my line layer selected here. I'm going to draw another line here, which sort of runs up on this side. And I can reposition this back to kind of create a graph. If I go back down, now I've got two shapes. So with that second shape, what I can do is also add a trims path to that. And now I can animate that position of that line as well. So once I bring it up here to the top, I can then basically animate that line on. And I can time it pretty much as those two lines meet. So I can just have these basically animate on at the same time. And there you go, we have that animation of that line. Now the next part is I just created a graph out of these two lines. So as the voiceover is talking about stuff being demonstrated on a graph, I've just basically used that same line to continue that whole continuity of the animation. So I just took this number here, I just duplicated it and I moved it over here. And then I can just shrink this down. Now, because it's already animated, it will automatically basically position itself and animate for you. You can also just adjust that drop shadow if it's too strong on that layer when you shrink it down. Then all I did was I just duplicated those layers, moved them up and off center them, so we get that. And I've also just renamed this line here, which is our graph. Then I can draw out the graph lines. We've done this before. I can just create a new line, which sort of stems out from this. You can create whatever type of line you want there. And you can change the color to be whatever you like. For this one, I'm using maybe a dark blue or something like this. And for this one, I can move it down. And also come down to the animator and add a trims path on this one. And create a little animation there of that line. I can bring the start of this one in and then off center this one to be whatever I need it to be. And that's how I created that little line. Then I can take one of those layers of text, I can duplicate it, move it across, call this one whatever you like, change it to be the color of that line. And there you go, we have that little animation. That's how you create those little lines coming out. Now it's just a matter of basically just copying and pasting these lines or duplicating them as many times as you need to create those overall lines. The next stage is I just want to animate these lines moving up. So I can attach that coal to that line. I want to make sure that line also follows the controller, and I can create a position property here. And then as the voiceover is talking about it, I can have it animate up, right? So it's rising over time, but it stays stationary at the start. So it animates in and then it kind of rises up over time. So that's how I created that animation with the line rising up. I then duplicated that layer and just created lots of different lines. So this is how I did my original one here. I've shown you how to create those lines. I just kept duplicating them, following that process again, and then just changing the color of the line. So the lines can be whatever you like. I'm just showing you a way of doing that. And then to animate onto the next section, what I did is I came up with the idea of having a transition. So what I did was I just right click, create a new solid here, and I made this the same color as the rest of my animation. And I just dragged this down like this, made sure that also followed my controller. And I just wanted a straight animation of this across. So I created a position property here, went across like this, created another one, and just moved this off the side of the screen. So basically just slides in like this. You can speed this up or slow it down by dragging in on those points. I can make them easy ease. And that's how I did that little animation there. Now what I did over the top of that was I grabbed one of these text layers from down here. I just duplicated it, bring it up to the top, across like this, put that in the center and make this white. I typed out my next layer of text, and what I did was just scale this up to fit it here in the middle of my screen. The other thing I did was I didn't want an animation, so I deleted the animator on that so it doesn't animate anymore. And what I wanted is I wanted the camera to sort of fly out of this. So because it's attached to my controller, what I can do is basically zoom right into this. I'm going to move the anchor position through this number here, hit S, and then just scale this right up. Can reposition this here. So we end up with something like this. Now what I can do with the controller is I can also add a little bit of a scale here, reposition this like that. So it kind of just animates. So we kind of get that animation. If yours is doing that sort of thing where it's moving off position, select those keyframes, come down to keyframe interpolation. Make sure this is set to continuous Bezier and this one is set to linear, and that's going to get rid of that little over animation. And then at this point, what I can do is essentially just animate it going out. So I want to make sure that this layer is not following that layer, is not following my controller. I need to make sure that this is now, I can just rescale this to make it basically sit in there. So as it's coming across, what I want to do is then start scaling out. And what I want to do is off-center this to after that line or that solid animates in. So as it's animating in, it then starts panning backwards. So all I've done is I've taken this yellow layer, so it's not following my controller, it animates across, then my controller then starts animating out to reveal that layer, right, that number. What I can do with that number is I can also adjust or create a scale of the opacity. So it doesn't have any opacity here at the start, and then it slowly fades on as the camera moves back. Let's just play through that. That solid comes in and then the camera zooms out through that opening. Now, what I thought it might be interesting is because the voiceover is talking about the date and then talking about renewable energy, I thought it'd be interesting just to add little graphics over the top. So for instance, I've grabbed this solar image here and I just dragged this in like that, lined it up with the bottom there, and then just grabbed my pen tool and just kind of created a mask which went around the bottom here. Something like that, so it looked like it was interacting with that number. Also want to make sure the controller's on for that one. And what I did to animate it is I basically hit P on the keyboard and just created a position property here of it animating in. So it kind of just animates up. I can speed that up like this. And to hide that, we're going to use the same technique that we used all the way back at the start, which is I just grab a solid, I just grab my shape tool, make sure nothing is selected here and just draw out a box. Give this a solid fill, I don't want a stroke on this layer, and just move this down and align it with that layer there. Make sure this is also on the controller, and that it's sitting above that layer. And then I can change the layer properties or the track matte settings to be alpha invert of that layer. So as that layer animates up, it's moving out from behind that hidden layer. And then you can see back in the original composition, I did the exact same thing again. I drew a shape layer, brought in my next layer, created a position property, did the exact same thing like we did for the solar panel. And I did the same thing again for this layer over here. As it's animating in, it moves out from behind this hidden layer. So it's all really simple stuff. We're just kind of combining it all together to kind of create something a bit more interesting. I also just duplicated some of these shapes from way back at the very start and put those over the top just to kind of give it a nice edge overall. The last thing you can do is also just add a nice animation over the top by just adding, say, a little bit of scale here over the top, and that just kind of creates a nice little scale in effect. And that's how you create that animation. So there's a lot of stuff we've covered in this tutorial. If you have any questions about this particular video or any other videos in this course, then don't hesitate to let me know.